on this date, and what does ALF, A-L-F, stand for? We're going to go to Brett. It's our stupid question this morning. Hey, Brett, good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
We'll forgive it, Brett, especially if you give us the answer ALF, ALF. What does that stand for?
Alien life form.
Yeah.
Hey!
Easy. All right, Brett. Setting you up with a $50 Metro Diner gift card. Celebrate Metro Diner's 30th anniversary with the return of past menu favorites, including their chicken Parmesan pasta and sandwich, both topped with warm marinara and melted Provel cheese. And you can stay up to date on all anniversary news at metrodiner.com. All right, let's get into some of the stories. We'll begin with Elizabeth Chambers. Opened up to E! News Wednesday about the challenges of co-parenting with Armie Hammer following their split. She told the outlet Armie has been focused on his healing. There's the oxygen mask theory, she said. You can't really take care of someone until you are taken care of. There's a reason on the plane they say secure your own mask before helping others. He's been very busy securing his own mask.
So he actually wears an oxygen mask now?
I don't know, but usually it's a leather mask
Right,
with some type of a, gag in it or something like
and
that.
an ashtray sticking out of the mouth.
So the estranged couple shares custody of her daughter Harper, who is 7, and son Ford, who is 5 years old. The 40-year-old Bird Bakery founder added, "We're committed fully and wholly to our children and to being together as much as possible in a non-romantic way for our kids. Kids need their mom, kids need their dad, so there's nothing we won't do."
Just want our kids to know we're not getting it on.
The two announced their divorce in July 2020, shortly after multiple women later came forward with allegations of emotional abuse, manipulation, and sexual violence against Armie Hammer.
When you're as high profile as this couple is, and you grow up, I mean, now you can imagine it. Imagine if you were able to do just a general search on your parents years ago, and find out what they'd been up to.
And apparently the documentary spills all the tea.
Oh,
There's
does it
some,
really?
Aunt or cousin or something like that steps out and tells lots of stories.
I think it's his. It might even be his sister, but I saw the teaser for it.
Yeah, on the crazy family history.
Yeah. Yep. So, next story. Not that same story. A woman who previously accused Mario Batali of sexual misconduct is going on the record for the first time in Batali, The Fall of a Superstar Chef. It's a documentary. So the New York Times, which ran a story on Eva de Virgila's claim Wednesday, reported that she was one of more than 20 former employees at Batali and colleague Joe Bastianacci's restaurants who were awarded a $600,000 settlement for claims of sexual harassment in New York in 2021.
So he was on that show, The Chew, where they had a number of these these chefs. Where does he fall in the...
He was one of the Food Network stars.
Superstar.
Oh, yeah. He was. He had, and especially early on, when Emeril started to rise to fame.
He was there?
Mario Batali was there.
Right.
And so he had a show that I watched all the time. It was great. It was all Italian cuisine.
Right.
And he was really, really an expert on the regions and where the food came from and why these dishes are made this way. I really enjoyed his program.
Right. He seems to have been a big deal.
Yeah, and he's a good personality on air.
Right.
So, but the documentary is going to stream on Discovery Plus on, actually starting today if you want to see that. Matthew McConaughey is speaking on the impact that his father had on his worldview. The actor was the inaugural guest of Amanda de Cadenet's new podcast called The Conversation About the Men, where he spoke on his views about consent. McConaughey, who revealed in his memoir, Green Lights, that he suffered sexual abuse as a teenager, attributed his informed opinion about sex due to his late father, James Donald. He said, "My father was talking to me as his son, as a male in the situation, and speaking to me about a heterosexual relationship." He says, "If you ever feel the female, hesitate, stop." His father even encouraged him to wait another day, even if his partner changed their mind again. He
That's
said,
good advice.
He said this, "You may even feel them hesitate, and then after you stop, then they go, 'Oh, no, come on, don't.' And wait." And he said, "Don't do it. Wait until next time." He said, and he was right. I got in circumstances where I was like, no, okay, I'm out. And then saying, okay, cool, I'm out. The girl went, oh, well, no, come on. And I was like, nope.
Says you only go ahead when you hear all right, all right.
Oh, all right, all right, all right. It's got to be 3 all right.
Yeah, you're right.
Like Beetlejuice.
Did he say who his abuser was in the book?
Not that I know of. I didn't read the book, and any of the stories, the excerpts that I've read, didn't name anybody specifically. I think that probably would have been,
a bigger thing.
reported.
He was passed out when he was molested, right? That was the deal?
Yeah, he was 18 and molested, and then apparently he was somehow or another blackmailed into sex for the first time when he was 15. So he's had some things that affected him.
He keeps a pretty positive attitude, though.
He does. Very much so. And he's very open about all that, which is great. Rather than being afraid of losing an opportunity in this particular situation, he was advised to understand how important consent was. And he had said, trust you'll have another day if it is to be. So it's sage advice. So actor Tom Hardy shocked a group of martial artists in England after he secretly entered a jiu-jitsu competition over the weekend. The Oscar-nominated star and accomplished blue belt in the self-defense discipline not only participated in the 2022 Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Open Championship, but took home the gold as well.
That's pretty cool.
His surprise appearance at the event seemed to be a hit among the competitors and spectators alike at the Open event, which took place about 90 minutes north of London. Hardy entered the competition under his real name, Edward.
He's Ed Hardy.
Staying away from his stage name, which is also his middle name. Everyone recognized him, but he was very humble and was happy to take time out for people to take photographs with him. A spokesperson said it was a real pleasure to have him compete at our event.
That's pretty cool that he's that accomplished. So whenever you see photos of a jiu-jitsu competition, it's almost always both combatants on the mat locked up together, And that's a lot of what it is, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Jackson was at one this past weekend.
He was competing?
He was either competing or he's coaching somebody.
All right.
But it was Vegas. I had to look and see what it was.
Hardy's opponent, Danny Appleby, told local media that the actor's appearance at the event left him shell-shocked. He said, I was shell-shocked. Hardy said, just forget that it's me and do what you normally do. Calling the actor a really strong guy, Appleby said, you wouldn't think it with him being a celebrity. He said, I've done about 6 tournaments, and I've been on the podium in every one, but he's probably the toughest competitor I've had. He certainly lived up to his Bane character, that's for sure.
That's pretty cool. They asked Appleby how he was after the match. He said he was feeling good in the neighborhood.
Last month, Hardy won 2 medals at a fundraiser jiu-jitsu competition for Reorg, the organization that promotes jiu-jitsu as a form of therapy for veterans who are dealing with mental health problems. So
that's some cool stuff.
Yeah.
Steve, sorry, this just elicited a memory. Did you know that Olive Garden has changed? They're not, if you're here, your family.
They changed?
They changed their tagline. And I'm not going to get it right, but it's like, we're all family now. Or so, like they tweaked it a little bit.
We're all family here?
We're all family here.
I'm the captain now.
Yes, right? And I was like, they've been, if you're here, your family for like 30 years.
Yeah, you don't do that.
Right?
that's Olive Garden?
Olive Garden, yeah.
Okay, so Applebee's, the one I remember was it's a whole new neighborhood.
Right. And if you're feeling good in the neighborhood, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. I don't know. Pierre would say. Yeah, well, they change those slogans from time to time.
You get attached to them. I don't think this is an improvement,
When
though.
you're here, oh no, that's old.
Wait, so
when you're here, your career, get used to it.
According to the internet, their first slogan was "Good times, great salad, Olive Garden."
Okay.
Then the second was "When you're here, your family." And now it's "We're all family here." You got it right,
We're
Nick.
all family here.
We're all family here.
We're all
Ah,
pink on the
hell.
inside.
That's their slogan. We're all pink on the inside.
Oh, my God. All right, so anyhow.
I don't care for it.
Appleby wrestled.
Oh, right.
Tom Hardy.
Yeah, Tom Hardy.
And then Chili's was up next.
Brad Pitt has launched a new skincare range for all genders. It's called Le Domaine. I assume that's how you pronounce it. The Stars line consists of 4 products that come in recyclable bottles and jars with prices ranging from about $100 to anywhere in the $400 range.
I could see you plopping down $400 for moisturizer.
According to Le Domaine, its products, a cleansing emulsion, 2 types of cream, and a serum, are created.
Could you imagine rubbing one out with $400 lotion?
Well, I would make that sound if that were the case. They're created with 96 and 99% natural origin ingredients and are vegan.
I'm going to pleasure myself with this. Is it vegan?
It has a very strict blacklist of ingredients that are subject to controversy regarding the environment or the natural balance of your body, such as parabens, silicones, microplastics, or synthetic oils.
What?
Yeah, so...
Wait, I thought parabens were bad.
Yeah, it's paraben free, right?
well, it says it has a very strict blacklist of ingredients.
Oh, blacklist. Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah, these will not...
they'll keep it off.
These will not be in there, yes.
Yeah, no asbestos, uranium.
Yeah. So Le Domaine products are made in France using grapes from Chateau Maraval, the vineyard that Pitt bought with Angelina Jolie
He
in
got
2012.
stuck with all those grapes.
So now
and he
he's
turned it
using
into a
them.
lotion. That's great. That's great. What am I going to do with all this?
What are we going to do with all these grapes?
I have an idea. Perhaps we could turn it into some stupid lotion. I love it.
Does any of this crap work?
Does this crap work?
Like all that, like, and is that really? Are there? It says that's really what's in it. No, it's not.
Kathy, is there...
Here, rub this papaya on your face.
What's the one that Cindy Crawford, that French... there's a specific fruit that's taken out of the Amazon, and it has these regenerative properties. And
no idea.
Dr. Zubo.
Who's behind this?
Cindy Crawford.
No, I know what you're talking about because
There are infomercials, like half-hour infomercials on this crap.
well, and people will like search for it and try to get it.
Right.
Like cancer patients during treatment.
It's the humble Indian gooseberry.
That's the entire name of the humble Indian gooseberry?
Or maybe that's just a descriptive writer, but
Apparently
it's
a
the gooseberry.
miracle.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
They serve them at Applebee's.
So, scientists...
I'll have the gooseberries.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll do
Well, you
whatever-
weren't humble enough.
I'll do whatever Cindy Crawford's doing because her
She does look
routine-
great.
She
Does
looks
look good.
amazing.
She's just built that way, man. You
That
know, it's genetics.
There comes a point in life where you finally realize, there's
Yeah.
nothing I'm going to rub on me that's going to make me look like that person.
Nothing. Scientists who worked on Pitt's skincare range focused on grape-based antioxidants and developed an exclusive molecule called GSM-10
Wow, GSM-10.
that is present in the products as well.
It also comes as hummus.
Sustainability is also a priority in the range with caps on Le Domaine's refillable bottles upcycled from old wine casks. Pitt unveiled his skincare range exclusively through U.S. Vogue on Wednesday, and he told the magazine that he would not have launched the brand unless, quote, we felt there was something valid here, something original, something that worked.
We've got 9 tons of grapes we need to move.
He said, I get sent stuff all the time, and but last year, we have been testing Le Domaine, and I was really surprised by the results, and that, for me, made it worth going forward. Elsewhere in the interview, Pitt revealed that he has a little simple regimen for his own skincare,
Oh, I want to hear this.
and that he rarely gets facials because he gets antsy.
Because he gives them.
Asked why it's important to make Le Domaine a genderless brand, he said, I don't know if it's just that I believe in being all-inclusive as much as possible, or maybe it's about us guys needing help from others in understanding how we can treat our skin better.
Listen, I have a skincare routine and I like my skincare
Right.
products, but I was given also like a sample of one and I really liked it. I was like, this is nice, makes my skin look nice, whatever. And I went online to buy it and it was like $300. I was like, what, for like a little, something that probably would have lasted like maybe 2 months or something. I was like, I'm going to go to Target and get what I normally use.
There's a lot of scamming in that industry, right?
guess.
The
I don't
label,
know.
the person associated with it. I mean, and the fact that you can charge $300 for a small container.
It was
of-
like I could not believe it. I was like, I don't understand.
Yeah.
I literally called the place that gave it to me, and I was like, what do you guys sell it for? Because online this is the price, and theirs was like $250. I was like, okay.
Yeah, all right. Let's see here. Cheryl Burke from Dancing with the Stars and Matthew Lawrence are officially divorced. According to documents obtained by Us Weekly, the marriage was dissolved on Monday. The outlet reports the couple has agreed to honor their prenuptial agreement.
She should date Sylvester Stallone.
The only point of contention is custody of their dog. Stallone's getting divorced because of a dog.
Because of a dog.
This
Is
could work
Cheryl the dog lover?
This could be great. Well, there's custody. They have a custody of their dog being an issue, so clearly she loves dogs. So she and Sly could be dancing together.
He's a Philly guy, Matthew Lawrence.
Oh, right.
Yeah, from Abington. Joey Lawrence is his older brother.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And he dated that porn star on Boy Meets World.
Oh, that's right.
Maid
He was the
Lamorne.
boyfriend.
Yes,
yeah.
Okay. So they, by the way, the custody of the dog will continue to be disputed post divorce.
That always gets me. The dog. I know that it's it's your pet, it's your family pet, but when, like, a friend of mine is still in contact with her ex over the dog, I'm like, can we cut this off
For dog visitation and things
for
like
dog
that?
visitation? I'm like,
Yeah,
enough
But
is
they
enough.
love them, you know.
Oh,
I mean,
Let me ask you, though.
let them get their own dog.
Not that it
Go
would
get
ever
another one.
happen.
Looks the same.
What about your cat? Would
Well,
you?
there's no
Looks the
chance there. The
same.
cats are coming with me.
Yeah.
get one that looks like that.
Yeah.
And you'll be
I
fine.
mean, come on.
I went on a date and the guy told me that he shared custody of his dog on like the first date, as if it was a kid. He wanted
could
me
see
to
it.
know.
The first person I knew to do that, and I was like, wait, I need to sit down and understand this and explain it to me, was Brent Selleck and his ex-wife, Susie.
Right.
They did it with their Bernese Mountain Dog, and for a little while, and then I think she just ended up with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see. What else we have here? Ana de Armas recently told Variety that she was uncomfortable with all the paparazzi attention she received while dating Ben Affleck in March 2020. She said, "I have never been someone that wants any attention that's not about my work. So when the attention is not about my work, it is upsetting and it feels disrespectful and it feels inappropriate and it feels dangerous and unsafe." The actress previously revealed to Elle that she left Los Angeles after 7 years due to the lack of privacy.
Well, look, it all worked out. He got back with J-Lo, and they're married, and all is right with the world.
Yeah.
And he's Batman.
And she's doing great. And so they're focusing mainly on her work, which is important to her. So there you go.
I want to see that Marilyn Monroe movie.
Yeah.
Because, it's now that I understand that it's a bit of a different take. Like, it's not 100% factual.
Okay.
They're interpreting things in a different way, and it has a what-if quality to it.
Kind of like Inglourious Bastards.
Kind of like that. Kind
Okay.
of like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so they changed a little bit.
All right. Maybe they should have had Quentin Tarantino direct.
That would have been great.
Yeah.
She could have said the F word a lot more.
Rosie O'Donnell called her daughter Dakota's autism a gift. In an essay published in People on Wednesday, the League of Their Own actress wrote that her 9-year-old has taught her compassion much deeper than she had ever experienced. She said, "I really listen and communicate in a way that I never had to with my other kids. She teaches me." O'Donnell adopted Dakota in 2013 while married to Michelle Rounds, who unfortunately died by suicide 4 years later.
I completely forgot that.
She shares her eldest 4 children with her ex-wife, Kelly Carpenter.
One of her sons, I believe, was going to Valley Forge Military Academy.
Oh, no kidding?
Yeah, so she was in town fairly frequently. I don't know if he's still there or not.
Okay. Director John M. Chu has found his Fierro, and I'm not sure if I'm saying that name correct or not.
The Pontiac?
No, that's a Fiero.
I thought that's what you said.
No, the Fiero. That's what I thought. I thought he was looking for a collector's car.
Did it go missing?
Fiero.
Because I was so envious of my friend growing up. He got a Fiero.
Oh, dude, yeah. There were a couple
That was a
guys
cool car.
who had those at school,
Yeah.
and you see them now. If you do see one out, you're like, look at that tiny piece of crap.
But Justin Uberti had one, and it went fast.
It was
Fiero.
Steve Kamens had a Fiero. I'm like, you rat bastard.
It was the size of a motorcycle, that's why.
And then, Preston,
Those things were awesome, though.
his
when they were
girlfriend
brand
got a matching Fiero.
new. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
No, Fiero.
Oh, all right.
Fiero. I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but I guess it's from Wicked. It's a character from Wicked. And Jonathan Bailey from Bridgerton is the latest cast member announced for the upcoming Wicked movie starring Ariana Grande
Who's playing El Camino?
and Cynthia Erivo.
Oh.
The first half of the film is scheduled to drop on December 25th of 2024. The first half of the film?
Are you kidding me? They're making
Are they
this a
going to
two-part film?
Well,
This isn't Dune.
I would like to. I've heard great things about Wicked. I know nothing. I don't know any of the songs or anything like that, but I am intrigued by the story of the, Wicked Witch of the West and the Good Witch of the East and how they were.
Yeah.
Their origins
Maybe
and all that.
misunderstood. I've heard nothing but good things about it. Did you
Me
see
too.
the Spielberg West Side Story yet?
No.
I love it.
Yeah.
Every time it's on now. Yeah.
Are one of these people in there?
Yeah.
Cynthia Erivo?
I think, that's her.
Okay, nice. No, but I eventually have to get around to that. Filming for season 2 of HBO Max's Sex and the City sequel is underway. Sarah Jessica Parker shared a photo of And Just Like That, the script of it, on Wednesday.
She probably uses $300 lotion, right?
Probably, yeah. And captioned it with just this much for now. So it's underway. They are getting that. That is happening. Another thing that's been underway is Eddie Murphy and the Beverly Hills Cop sequel, and it has been announced officially that he is reuniting with the original co-stars Judge Reinhold, John Ashton, Paul Reiser, and Bronson Pinchot. They will all be in the movie.
I think that's great. If you were to do it tonally, would you do it more towards the comedic side or more towards the 48-hour side?
I wouldn't go more towards 48 hours. That got really gritty.
Right.
The original Beverly Hills Cop definitely had serious undertones to it, but a lot of comedy. I try to keep it like that.
Right down the middle?
I thought it did a nice balance, whereas 48 Hours was, while it had funny moments, was much more gritty than Beverly Hills Cop. What about you? What do you think would be the right
I'm kind of thinking what you're thinking.
Yeah.
I also think that's the most difficult of the paths.
Yeah, agreed.
Walter Hill directed 48 Hours and directed The Warriors, and it was, I think, did Tony Scott do Beverly Hills Cop?
The first one?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It was a
familiar.
Bruckheimer production.
It was a Bruckheimer production, yeah.
And I know the second one didn't do as well. I like Beverly Hills Cop 2. Beverly Hills Cop 3 just couldn't really.
No.
I watched it once, and once was plenty.
I like 2. I think generationally, like you guys don't like Major League 2, but I grew up on 2 and then saw 1 later.
Yeah. If that's what you saw first.
Yeah. That was my Beverly Hills Cop.
That was Martin Brest, Steve.
Martin Brest, okay.
Did Beverly Hills Cop 1.
Was it in Beverly Hills Cop 3 that we find out the chief was actually the bad guy?
I didn't like that.
Eventually.
I think so.
Something like that. I don't remember. All right. Well, anyway.
It was forgettable.
Hugh Hefner was in number 2, right? That's where they go to.
Yes. They go to the. That's when he said somebody crapped in the pool.
The Playboy Mansion.
Yeah. So it's currently in production, by the way. Axel Foley is the 4th installment in the hit action comedy franchise, and they've decided to ditch the sequel Roman numerals because it was, Beverly Hills Cop, then Beverly Hills Cop 2, and then 3. So they're just going with the name Axel Foley. And, of course, it's the fish out of water character. Detroit police officer travels to Los Angeles to investigate the crime. So the plot details for this one have been kept under wraps. Presumably, the story involves Axel returning to the 90210 to crack a case. We don't know for sure, though.
Think of these movies. Are you going to see Fletch? Are you going to see the John Hamm Fletch?
I would like to. Yeah. It's out now, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's
Okay.
streaming, I believe.
In the original Beverly Hills Cop, Reinhold and Ashton played Detective Billy Rosewood and Sergeant John Taggart, who were hired to track Axel Foley as he attempted to solve the murder of his best friend. Reiser played Detective Jeffrey Friedman, and Pinchot was the fan favorite Serge. Reinhold appeared in each subsequent Beverly Hills Cop adventure, though Ashton, Reiser, and Pinchot returned only for 2 of the 3. By the way, what is this? Hang on.
Yes, cosa Larry Appleton.
Oh, yes, that's Bronson Pinchot.
That made my day.
Yeah. Well, you got the right actor.
Yes.
Wrong role,
We
but
don't,
right.
have, we don't have anything else related to the movie.
That's it.
So I'm interested. And you know who I really like is John Ashton, or I'm sorry, not John. Yeah, John Ashton, who played Sergeant Taggart.
Yeah,
I've always dug him. He's been in a few different movies throughout the years, and he was in Midnight Run.
He's great.
And he's in Some Kind of Wonderful, plays the dad in that. I've always liked that guy.
He's a good dramatic actor.
Yeah.
You just don't see him a lot with that.
Yep. All right, do we have the clips? We do have the clips.
Whoa!
Drum roll, please. The Kardashians, the new reality show by one of America's most famous families, is back for season 2. I know you're all excited about it.
Yeah.
So in this clip, Kourtney Kardashian Barker
Are you kidding?
talks about building her empire. Here we go.
One thing why I feel like made so much sense to me is that it doesn't feel like, it feels like a job, but I'm so passionate about it that it's fun, and it's something that I feel like it makes me proud.
What's worse, the vocal fry, she doesn't have it there, or the really sharp S's when she speaks.
What I can't stand is, she said that exact sentence 250,000 times on the series.
Yeah, exactly. Kardashians Season 2 premieres today on Hulu. Here's the next clip. A tale of forbidden love in 1940s America unravels in A Jazz Man's Blues. And in this clip, star Austin Scott talks about director Tyler Perry's presence on the set. Here we go.
Like 100%. When, from our first conversation before I even read the script, he was so passionate. I knew it was going to be something I wanted to be a part of, something special.
Super quick clip.
That was real quick.
A Jazz Man's Blues. Let me see something here real quick, Nick, if you don't mind. A Jazz Man's Blues. Okay, it's an unsolved murder thing that's happening in this, so reading the description. I didn't know if it was kind of a take on a famous jazz musician or not, but it doesn't look to be that. Jazz Man's Blues will be available for streaming on Netflix tomorrow, and looks like it'll probably be pretty solid. So.
Think of how many movies now are going direct to streaming.
Yeah.
So it's literally changing Hollywood. That's why, believe it or not, the big hope is once again on the sequel to Avatar to get people back. We may see the resurgence of 3D and the pushing of these 4D environmental theaters to really get people back.
Yeah, I mean,
you got to gimmick it up.
Maverick was one of those that drew people back in,
and they were right. That is a movie, Nick. Right, best seen on the big screen.
Yeah, and I'm glad they waited to put that on the big screen, and I'm glad Dr. Mike got to go. But Steve, I was thinking about this too after the interview that we had with Billy Eichner the other day about Bros, because I missed the communal laughing in a movie theater together, and like there's something I remember vividly going to see Something About Mary and laughing out loud with everybody else in the theater. So hopefully, like R-rated comedies will bring people to the theaters as well.
I think so. I hope so. Can't lose the theaters.
That is our entertainment report for this morning. We got stuff to get to. Less than an hour away from You Who Loot, your opportunity to win $1,000. And we'll have 2 shots at it for you alone this morning on our program. But more importantly, we have to check in. Casey's Big Adventure is rolling. They are headed across the country and probably
they're on the road.
Already on the road from Albuquerque.
They're on I-40 and they're covering some good distance so far.
We'll find out about what their plan is and what their goal to achieve by the end of the show is when we return. So stay with us. Warnings that definitely need to be given, and part of that is a huge part would be obviously if you're going to have sex, it's got to be safe sex, because that's where you can really have some serious problems.
Have it on top of a safe.
Yeah, on top of a safe sex. Make sure that you do
it's
that.
It's the best. No,
I know what you're saying.
You're exactly right. I think that you don't want to put caution, not abject terror.
Fear, yeah. I mean, because you're just going to... do you want them going through life scared? Like, no. You want them to find a mate to spend the rest of their lives with.
Right.
Let me go to... Hang on. Josh wants to comment. Hey, Josh, how you doing, man?
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
So, growing up, I'm only 25. I'm not old yet. But back in high school, I... wasn't a serial dater, but for some reason I always used to get those strict Italian dads.
Okay.
And the one thing that always softened them up, I mean, they're the guys that look you dead in the eye and goes, you're dating my oldest daughter, and all you have to do is look them back square in the eye and don't back down. And they soften up right away.
So it's a test almost.
I want you to know you're dating my oldest daughter. And I want you to know it's all finger stuff right now. I respect that. You have finally have the balls to tell me what I always know is happening.
They appreciate the honesty, right?
In fact, I call her the bowling ball.
Dear God.
No, that's you are a man's man who can admit to that. I want, if you can, to tell me the various things you achieve along the way. Yeah. Like a video game.
Yeah. I bring this story up for one reason only. It involves Roger Ailes. Which is my favorite.
I'm gonna fart in your mouth.
Oh my God. If you have not seen the most recent Daily Rush videos with Roger Ailes' voice, I've watched it like 15 times.
He's so jowly and so disgusting.
CNN journalist and weekend co-anchor Allison Camerota said Sunday that former Fox News Channel chairman and CEO Roger Ailes, who resigned last summer from the network, he founded 2 decades ago because of sexual harassment allegations, sexually harassed her too. In an interview on CNN's Reliable Sources, Camerota who worked at Fox for more than 10 years, described what happened when she first began there. She said, when I was first starting out at Fox,
and my big gulp cup,
and I was single, and I remember Roger being in his office, and I was saying that I wanted more opportunity. He said, well, I would have to work with you.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to fart in my mouth. That's your first opportunity. Are you gassy? Yeah.
She said,
smells like hickory. You from the South?
It's simultaneously hilarious and disgusting.
Yeah, so disgusting.
She's saying that he said, I would have to work with you on that case, and I would have to work with you really closely, and it might require us getting to know each other better, and that might have to happen away from here, and it might have to happen at a hotel.
Oh, man.
Do you know what I'm saying? And I said, yeah, I think I do know what you're saying.
Yeah. Do you really know?
And then he invited her to hop up on the desk.
I want to wear your ass like a CPAP mask.
Direct.
Camera. That's just how he breathes.
Yeah, her cheeks are like caving in as he's inhaling.
Is it too hard? Change my diaper.
Oh,
There's a lot in there. You know, the beginning of the season when you get that soil delivered to your home.
It's like mulch.
Is that what it smells like?
It's like mulch.
It's like a pile of mulch. There's a prize in there for you.
Oh, God.
A contract to do weekends here.
I'm going to lead the introduction with our next guest with a quote from Rocky Balboa. Man, you look good for an older guy. Ladies and gentlemen, Carl Weathers.
Oh, my God. Preston.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that, I think, kind summation of what's going on here.
You look damn good.
Look at this. Now Steve's going to jump in on it.
No,
now.
are we correct? Are you coming up on 70?
Oh, jeez, man. Why did you have to go there this early in the
Because
morning?
it defies
Yes.
I would not. You look really good.
You look good.
Yeah, I don't go that way, but I just
All right.
might.
Well, hey, man, you know what? Whatever happens, okay? I may not be included, but you're okay. You're okay with me.
Man, we've been wanting to meet you for a long time. This is a really special treat for us.
Thank you so much. Great to be back in the city of brotherly love.
You are a Philadelphian. Regardless, you will always be an honored citizen of this city.
That is one of the nicest things anybody has ever said to me, Steve. I appreciate that.
And it's the truth, because we were talking about this earlier, and obviously you are at the cornerstone of so many pop culture great moments in all of our lives. But the Apollo Creed was essential for Rocky, for that movie. You provided a heart and a performance that was so essential for that all to work, and you know, the counterbalance. Too. You weren't a one-dimensional character, and I think it's you, the actor and the person that you are, that made us really say, this is a good man too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and that made it more complex.
Well, you know, Steve, you just brought a tear to my eye because not only was I pop culture, but I'm an artist. I'm an artist, Steve. Thank you, man.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
it's true.
Look, I am so, first of all, I'm appreciative of that, you know, those compliments. I got to say, though, man, I had such a great time in the movies, all those Rocky movies and many other movies I've done. But we were very blessed to have such a great cast, you know, and to have such great words for Apollo Creed to say, written by Sylvester Stallone. We had great direction in the first movie, John Avildsen, but in the subsequent movies, Sly was directing, and he is a great director. I maintain this to this day, and he's heard me say this, and he probably would like try to knock me out for saying this, but honestly, as good an actor as he is, I think he's a better director.
Hey, Carl, I have a question about two different characters you played in two different types of movies, but they have a similarity, and I'm talking about Dylan in Predator, and then Chubbs in Happy Gilmore. I don't know if anybody made...
I love it. They have similarities. Okay.
Well, they do.
I know where you're going.
Yeah.
I know where you're going.
All right, so then I don't even have to go there.
That's right.
Damn alligator bit my hand.
Oh my! So the alligator bit your damn right hand off, and the predator shot your right arm off.
Yes.
Was that done on purpose by
by whom?
By Adam Sandler.
That's a good question. I never asked Adam that. I really never did. But I seem to have this propensity for losing my appendages.
Did you get to keep any of the props? Did you get to keep?
Man, what a fool I am because I didn't. Neither of those movies. Well, that's not true because from Predator, the only thing I have is this beautiful knife that was forged. We all had these knives that were made by this great knife maker, and I don't remember his name right now, but it's beautiful, right? So no, I didn't keep the arm. I wish I had. And no, I didn't keep the damned hand that the damned alligator bit off.
I'll tell you what, that predator arm, if you were to hold that up, just without me knowing, I would have said, yep, that's Carl Weathers' arm.
It looked pretty real, didn't it? Well, they took the mold of the arm, man. My guns had to, stand out, and all the sinew in these muscles had to stand out while the gun's pumping while it's in my hand and the arms jumping up and down, Well,
dude, that handshake between you and Arnold when you first see each other.
It is classic, isn't it? It is classic.
Man and man.
By the way, I have coined that the man shake.
Yes.
That is not a handshake. That is a man shake.
Carl, have you ever been to a sporting event in Philadelphia where they've done Rocky montages during the sporting event itself?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
It's amusing and it gets you going, But the scene that comes to mind is when you and Rocky are running on the beach and then you end up hugging one another.
Yes.
Because it's sort of comical at this point.
There are a lot of people who look at that and think, these two guys like each other. They really like each other.
But you guys are in such phenomenal shape at that point, too, So it's one of those things where you can't help but giggle a little.
Well, the thing about it is, I think somebody asked me a question about, whether Rocky was, I think it was your competition or one of your competitors, and it was Eisen, and he was asking about, what people think of that show, and his thought was that it's really not a sports movie; it's a love story.
Yeah.
And I think there is a lot of truth in that, and I say it's actually both because it's set so well and rooted so well in this role in this world of sport and in boxing in particular. But what makes the thing about sports, in a way, all about love, is that it's not romantic love, but it really is about men loving competition and loving the competitor because of what you go through to be at the top of your game.
How much did sports help set you up and prepare you for the process of becoming an actor?
Oh man, it's prepared me for life.
Yeah,
in my mind, and maybe others feel differently about it. But there's something about teamwork, number one. To be on a team, you learn something about that from a very early age. What it takes, what your job is on that team, how to be your best at your job, how not to let others down because you have responsibilities, you have assignments on that team.
But speaking of the best, I mean, I think a lot of people would agree that during the 80s, Tom Selleck had the best mustache, but I think you give him a run for
wait a minute now. Wait a minute. I gave him a run for it in his 80s. Okay. No, Tom, I know. Tom's reputation, not only as an actor, but as an actor with a mustache. Yes, it sets him apart. I got to give him props for it because that's a bush, man. That's a bush. Okay?
Yours is the most rocking.
Yes.
Listen, we are just absolutely elated that you came by here today. We love you. We love your work. And as Steve had said so eloquently, you're a member of this city, this community, just because of the relationship and with the Rocky films and what it means to this city and everything. So we're just really happy that you're here.
Thank you.
We appreciate it, man. Yeah.
I'm always, every time I come here, there's so much hospitality. People really kind of open their arms. And of course, if Apollo Creed's walking down the street, you're going to get a little attention. Just a little bit, So, I mean, props to Sly for taking us home with running up those steps, man. If it, there's running up those steps kind of like sets the tone for everything when it comes to Rocky,
It's time to check in on Casey's Big Adventure on the Preston and Steve Show on MMR.
So one of the things I would like to remind everyone is that we're getting some help with this event, Casey's Big Adventure, and I would like to thank our friends at Subaru. They gave us the vehicle, the Ascent that the guys are driving in, and at least I remind you that Subaru is donating $1 for every mile driven to the Camp Out for Hunger.
Wow, that's phenomenal.
And we'll get some totals on that a little bit later on, but we didn't know about that until we sent them on their way.
So right now, that's 1,788 miles, Preston.
So that's money in the bank as far as the Camp Out goes. And then last night, they stayed at a Marriott hotel, the Courtyard Albuquerque Marriott. And they say their phrases, they welcome you to the land of enchantment.
I love those courtyards.
So we were happy that they've been able to get shacked up at some very cool places. And also a reminder, it is 7:21 for us. For these guys, it's 5:21 a.m. Let's go to the boys and see how they're doing. On the road, it's Casey's Big Adventure. Fellas.
Well, I was standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona. Such a fine sight to see. Well, I'm standing on a corner in Winslow,
Because I was playing the actual song underneath you.
all right. And we were standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona. Such a fine sight to see. We're just three cool dudes in a Subaru, and we're talking to Preston and Steve.
Nice.
Well done.
Excellent.
Awesome.
For those of you who are streaming us on YouTube, you get to see the interior of the vehicle because it's pitch black dark. It's 5:20 in the morning where they are, but they have the disco lights on in the car. So obviously a party atmosphere this early morning. So we thank you guys for getting up ridiculously early. And by singing that song, by singing that refrain, Casey, what does that mean that your goal is today?
Our goal today is to make it to Winslow, Arizona before the end of the show so that we can stand on a corner. And I have a question, like, Nick, you would know, is there a particular corner that we need to stand on?
Yeah, there actually is.
On any corner?
No, there is. And believe it or not, Casey, there's an ice cream shop across the street from that corner, and there's a Preston and Steve listener who works there. So she's going to be greeting you guys today.
My God.
But that corner in Winslow, Arizona, there's a mural behind it, and there's a mural and there's a statue of Glenn Fry. But in the mural, there's a flatbed Ford with a girl sitting in the back of it. So they've made it a really cool tourist destination.
All right, so we're like about, 203 miles away from Winslow proper. So if you can send me that address,
sure,
and I'll plug that into our Waze so we can know exactly how far away we are. But I feel like we have a really, really, really good shot of getting there well before the show's over.
I'm looking at the map, Case, and it looks like you do. You guys did really good time yesterday. Following through and getting to where you needed to getting to Cadillac Ranch. So I mean, this is pretty much a straightaway. You'll be traveling through the Petrified Forest National Park. But, yeah, if you stay on track, you'll be good.
All right. So, and yesterday was, what a great day. Press, I apologize because the highlight of my week up until yesterday was going to your old high school and hanging out with Mr. Becker. But yesterday was just such a fun day, and so many things happened that I didn't think were going to happen. And I'm a huge fan of Breaking Bad, and so when I knew I was going to Albuquerque, I was like, dude, I'm going to Walter White's house.
Right.
And on our way to Walter White's house, I looked to my left and I saw the car wash that Walter White owned in Breaking Bad, and our car was there were dead bugs all over the windshield and all over the grill of the car. It needed a bath anyway, so we got our car washed at the A1 car wash.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just so great. I was just so jazzed when it all came down. And then on top of everything, and there was so much that happened, I got to see Jackie Bam Bam fully buck naked.
Oh, wow. We've been this close before, but you actually saw the real thing.
Whoa.
I mean, like, he was not wearing a stitch of clothing, no socks, nothing.
Where was this?
So So
it was at the car wash.
Me and Bam Bam shared a room last night. So thank you very much to Mary. Kyle got the room to himself, and then me and Bam Bam we bunked up. So as I was getting ready for bed, Bam Bam was getting ready for the shower, and he just came walking in. He's like, I don't care.
Oh, really? So it wasn't like you accidentally opened a door and came across him. He came striding out as naked as he was born.
We were having a full-on conversation, like
with my junk out.
Wow.
He even did like a 3 or 4 pelvic thrust.
Oh my God, Casey, can you describe his genitalia for those who are curious?
So I saw Casey Boy also half naked. I noticed there's a little hair on the spine, I guess, below. And we didn't shave him yet, if you're wondering.
All right, no, I'm curious about that. But also, in case you didn't hear me, I said, could you describe Jackie's genitalia for those who are curious?
It's impressive. I mean,
Does it match the nose?
It matches the nose.
All right.
I mean, there's not much left to the imagination. We have pretty much
seen it.
I mean, I've seen his balls. Yeah, Jackie, I know.
Yeah. But it was great. It was a perfect end to the night because, Kyle was meeting somebody for dinner. He was meeting a friend for dinner. So Bam Bam and I we had the night to ourselves. So I wanted to take him out for a nice romantic sunset. And so we hopped on this gondola and we took it to the top of Sandia Mountain in Albuquerque, and we watched the sunset. And
it looked beautiful, man. The pictures looked amazing. So, and that was you just happened to see a sign, or was that part of the plan? Did you improv that?
No, I had to thank some guy called into Brent Porsche. He's like, you got to go to this place. You take a gondola to the top of the mountain, and sometimes like you can see a whole bunch of hang gliders and stuff like that.
Ooh.
So I was like, yeah, I'll do that. Like, I wanted to watch the sunset anyway. The only bummer was that off into the west where the sun was setting, there was a decent amount of cloud coverage. So we didn't get to watch the sunset over the horizon, but we did watch it set like over the clouds, and it was still beautiful, and it was great. And I wanted to do that for Bam Bam. Like, I'm having such a great time with him this week. And, and he is just like beside himself with how beautiful the Southwest is. He is bummed though that he has not seen a cactus yet.
Oh, you got it. Maybe today.
The only cactus I did see was out in front of the Marriott, but that doesn't really count.
That doesn't count.
Hey, Kyle, between me and you, did you need a break from Casey? Is that why you went out with your friend?
No, I never need a break from them. They're awesome.
All right.
So she's fishing. She's fishing for you to say something about.
Well, Preston, would you want to pose the questions to them all about how they've grown and learned and what they've learned about it?
Yeah, Kathy had this idea that we would pose this question. You guys have now been in a car together pretty straight ahead for, going on 4 days. And we're curious if there is anything that you've learned about each other that maybe you didn't know before or picked up on that you would like to share now. Case, we can start with you.
Oh, man. Wow. You put me on the spot here. Well, starting with Bam Bam, I to tell you the truth, everything that I've ever suspected about Jackie is just true. He's just the pure... No, and I mean that in a good way. He's the purest. He's got the purest of hearts. He's the kindest, most gentlest soul. He's so curious. He's like a child inside. He's just so curious. And he's also he's a lot like my mom, where
he dresses like her.
Yeah. All right. People have to stop texting me, okay? Sorry. He's a lot like my mom in the sense that, you can tell him something and he'll be looking at you and it looks like he's listening to you, but he's not listening to a word.
Serious?
I had to tell him on more than one occasion last night that we are not in Arizona, that we are in New Mexico.
That sounds about right.
He kept asking about being in Arizona. I'm like, well, no, we are in New Mexico. We were at dinner last night after watching the sunset over the valley of Albuquerque, New Mexico, and he said something about being in Arizona. We were like, no, we are not in Arizona. We are in New Mexico.
Casey, but you're 100% right though, Casey. Like he is the nicest, kindest person with a huge heart, and he sent me some really cool photos of you guys going up that tramway last night, and he was just like, I was thinking about you the whole time because you and I, Casey, both like exploring the American West, and Jackie, like you're such a sympathetic and empathetic person, and I'm really glad you're getting to experience this as well.
Yeah, and he's always thinking of other people.
Yeah.
That's the thing about Jack. He's always thinking. So all right. So you know how we always get these random text messages from him with these like pictures. You're like,
yes.
What in the heck why is he sending me this picture? It's because when he sees things, he thinks of other people. So like, Nick, we sent you a video last night. He was talking to you because as we were going up the gondola to the top of this mountain, he just kept thinking of you and how much you love
Majiro,
and Kim and Majiro and you climbing the mountains. And
Kim and Majiro.
He's like, we gotta send Nick a video. You know, and so that's what he like. So if he sees a picture of Ron Jaworski like hawking some shampoo, he's like, oh, Casey likes football, and so he'll send me a picture of. You know, so he's always thinking of other people.
So
Kyle back.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No. I'm loving the notion of Kim and Manchuro.
Yeah, I was thinking of Nick the whole time. I'm up like, is this as high as Mount Kilimanjaro, whatever it's called? And Casey goes, no, it's two of these mountains. I go, Nick climbs this? I go, what, he eats dinner up here on the mountain? So and I sent Nick some pictures. I was thinking of Nick the whole time.
Yes.
Kilimanjaro. Yeah.
And so you were going to mention Kyle now, Casey.
Yeah, well, Kyle is very, very similar. He's just a sweet soul. Like, he's just kind. He's very, very soft-spoken. And like, I don't know, like, and I just like, I wish nothing but the best for him. Like, he's, you know, I don't know what else to say. Like, he's just like,
that's awesome.
You know, I wish that like, I wish he would like assert himself more. You know, like, so for instance, yesterday we were getting into the car. I go, hey, do you want to sit up front? And he paused for a second and he's like, no, it's okay. And I go, well, hang on a second. I go, are you saying you don't want to sit up front? Or are you thinking that I want to sit up front? So you're saying, no, I don't want to sit up front because you think I want to sit up front. And then he paused for another second. He's like, okay, I'll sit up front. I'm like, you are 6'3". I'm 5'7". If anybody should be sitting in the front of the car, it should be the tall guy who needs a little bit more leg room.
Well,
So
Kyle
he's just a nice guy.
He is fairly outspoken. He hosts this really cool podcast, and we'll segue over to Kyle now and get his impressions on other people. By the way, if people do want to check out your podcast, Kyle, what is that called?
It's called the Tri-Jam Podcast.
All right, it's a lot of fun, and it's run like a radio show.
Mm-hmm.
They do a really great job at it. So Kyle, what have you picked up on these other two? And it doesn't have to be this gushing we love each other thing like Casey's done, and that's fine. But are there things that you're learning about these two guys you didn't know before?
I don't like either.
He does not like either.
I was talking to my mom last night, and she said, "How's Casey? Because he seems like he wants to be like he's really that. It has to be by the numbers, full itinerary to the letter." And I'm like, "No, Casey's actually not like that at all. He understands that there's a plan that needs to be executed, but also knows that anything can happen." And that we'll do a lot of things on the fly. So I really appreciate his fluidity, and especially he's been very accommodating to me. I think he's been very helpful for me and my need for time management.
Right. And what's hilarious, by the way, is as every one of you are talking, you are in what is actively a moving disco. That's the way we're seeing you lit. So these heartfelt messages are lit by disco lights.
Like they're in Studio 54.
Yeah. And what about Jackie, Kyle?
I learned with Jackie that you don't need to have correct pronunciation to be a major broadcaster.
Kilimanjaro.
Like a green muchacho.
Jackie, right.
And thanks.
I thought he was naming another coffee mountain.
And Kyle, thanks for documenting everything along the way as well. You're our video producer on this trip, and so thanks for putting in the hours. I know you've been up late a few nights and just getting the video in, getting it to us and back to Marissa and Nick Murphy so we can post it on our site and on Instagram and things like that. Thank you for handling all that, because I know it's an enormous task, and it made even more so by the guys in the front seats.
No, it's awesome. I'm so happy to be here and do this because I love video production, all this stuff. So being able to do this in this setting with these guys is just a fantastic experience.
Nice.
And I was just saying, but Jackie and I have had when we were in the front seats together multiple times listening to a lot of various different types of music and just trading back and forth our knowledge on the history of music. So I got a musical historian buddy now.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's cool.
That's great.
Yeah,
Excellent.
yeah, and these guys both love like old like R&B stuff too. So their knowledge of old R&B stuff is pretty vast.
Nice. All right, well then let's go over to Jackie and see what you've learned about Kyle and Casey. You guys have spent all this time together, Jackie.
Well, we all know Casey Boy from the show. Of course, I work with him. And he's constantly, going for content and all. But I learned by sleeping in the same room with him last night, and I got to speak to his wife, Diane, as soon as I get her phone number. He snores.
Yeah.
He snores very, very loud. I don't even know if it's healthy. And he, of course, he sharts and farts a lot. And Casey Boy's such a clown. He could, we're up on the gondola. It says tram car. He's using a big word, gondola. It's like in a Wildwood boardwalk on a wire to go up on the mountain.
Gondola.
Casey Boy's like, I want to fart in the middle of this. And then he would and go, yo, what you doing? Make me look like an idiot. So that's Casey Boy. But yeah, he snores. And he goes, wait a minute. Diane, my wife, said, I don't snore. I said, Case, you snore. And I guess it's because you were so tired last night on the road. And he has to sleep with the TV on.
So, yeah.
I couldn't do
Jackie,
that.
There's no way.
I couldn't do that.
Can you sleep either with someone in the room snoring or a TV on? Because I would go out in the hallway probably. I couldn't do it.
I could sleep with an airplane or, my girlfriend Brittany, hoovering the rug or something. I could sleep through anything.
Okay.
So, yeah,
right.
That was Casey Boy. And we'll probably, maybe if we sleep in the same room, we'll get to part 2 tonight.
Yeah,
all right, yeah.
We have our own rooms tonight. And by the way, there was a couple other things I learned about Jackie, because he and I, after our romantic sunset, we went and had a nice romantic Italian dinner. We share this hotel room, and he had to go number 2, and I thought he was going to use the bathroom in the hotel lobby because he felt bad about going in the room. And I said, no, you can go in the room. I'm like, I don't. He's like, no. And even when he had his own room, he still went and took a dump in the hotel lobby because he didn't want to poop in the hotel bathroom, the hotel room bathroom. Because, for 1,000 different reasons. One, he was afraid, what happens if it gets backed up?
Okay.
Or 2, he doesn't want to take a shower. He's such an interesting guy. But he only eats once a day. He's like a shark, right? So, he sits down and he eats for about an hour. And he eats so much. It's insane. He went through, what he eats. He'll sit down as our show is wrapping up, and he'll have an apple and a banana, and then he'll have a bowl of soup, and then he'll have a plate of spaghetti or a piece of fish, right? And then what do you eat after that?
I get my dessert, tasty cake, and my big glass of milk, and then my Doritos and my popsicles.
But wait a second,
Doritos.
You have post dessert Doritos?
Yes.
Yeah, well, when I write my show, I have to have something lubricating my mouth. That's what I do.
What?
But he also has to have 2.
He needs things to lubricate his mouth.
Doritos lubricate your mouth?
Yeah.
But they're dry and crunchy.
Oh, they're breaking up.
All right, well, they'll come back
He
in.
just means like.
Wait, so we missed that last part.
No.
We said that you need Doritos to lubricate your mouth, but they're dry and crunchy.
Yeah, and that's why I have icy pops. You buy them at BJ's with the little bear on.
Yeah, so the bear
Icy
pops.
Pop.
But he also, before he eats anything, he has to eat a citrusal, and then in between his dessert and Doritos and icy pops, he has to have 2 spoonfuls of dry oatmeal.
What?
For some reason, like
To lubricate his mouth.
Listen, lubricate his mouth.
I've never heard of anyone eating dry oatmeal before.
Pancake does it. I got that from Pancake. And Kathy, you didn't mention your mom's remedy, which ever since you showed me and your mom showed me, 2 teaspoons of apple vinegar cider.
Cider vinegar.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Oh my gosh! So he does all that in one sitting?
Wow. Okay.
All that in one sitting, and he is such a creature of habit that that's what he has to do. And
all right, well,
and it's just
we also want to get Jackie's impression of Kyle. We haven't gotten that yet. So what have you learned about Kyle? Because you guys probably didn't really know each other very well before this started. Kyle mainly works with our program.
Kyle is single, ladies. As we all know, he's a great R&B singer. And sitting, like you said, we sat up front. We listen to a lot of old school R&B. Like you said, we're Studio 54. I mean, Teddy Pendergrass, Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes. I was talking to Kyle about when my dad spun in Studio 54 and like all these great bands. And he knows it, and he's half my age. And we had some great conversation. And without Kyle, we would not be wired in. And everybody's saying this because I don't know what the F I'm doing. He's leaning over me, jacketing 6 phones here. I'm like, what's going on? So Marissa's very happy with him. So thank you, Kyle.
Nice.
No, that's awesome. You guys
so
are
here's
getting
the
along.
other thing. Yeah, we're getting along great, and Bam Bam knows that like when he goes out, people like have to do like double and triple takes, and they wonder like, is that a rock star of some sort? So this morning when he was going to the bathroom in the hotel lobby, he had to wait because there was a guy already in there going to the bathroom, and so he hopped and he acted like he was on the phone. And what were you saying? You were pretending like you were talking to the record company?
Yeah, like the record company. Drumsticks are on the way. The flight's on the way. We'll pick it up at LAX, back to Philly. And stage sets in. So I'm rushing the guy out of the bathroom because I gave Casey time to shower and do number 2. I moved down there, but there was a guy checking out. He decided, I guess, he's going to use that bathroom too. But I rushed him out.
I have to imagine when you get to Winslow, Arizona, and you're standing there. I know that's kind of a mecca for musicians as well to make that pilgrimage. That you might get one of those faux rock star sightings.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So speaking of which, and this was, we're in Albuquerque, New Mexico, having dinner, and there was a guy sitting next to us who we couldn't figure out what his deal was. We thought he might have been in a band. We were like, is he in Fozzy? We didn't know, but he is somehow in the music industry, and Bam Bam's like, yeah, he's like, because there's a ton of musicians who live in Arizona. And I'm like,
we're in New Mexico.
No, you wouldn't believe
we're in New Mexico.
Yeah, no, they all live on Mount Kilimanjaro.
Hey, Case, I just Case, I wanted to let you know that when you guys get to Winslow, Arizona, you're actually going to be when you're standing on that corner. That's part of old historic Route 66. So you guys, I think, for the first time on this trip, are going to actually be on 66 for a little bit.
Okay, so we thought we were on Route 66 for a hot minute yesterday, and so we hopped off the highway to get onto this stretch of road, and man, it was scary. It was run down, like not one business was actually working. Everything was like overgrown.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, let's just get back on the highway right now.
Yeah, you can get into some places that are few and far between, and it's kind of interesting once you start heading out west like that. Listen, we're going to have to take a break, but I do want to do a quick survey of the 3 guys in the car real quick. By show of hands, who has rubbed one out since you guys have been out on the road? Come on.
No, yes.
1,
yeah, Kyle.
2.
Kyle had a room to himself.
Oh. You know what? I forgot because I'm thinking like I was sharing a room. No. I didn't rub one out last night.
Not last night,
but
just at any point in time. Yeah. Okay. Of course.
Yeah, I have.
Jackie, no dice?
Of course.
Nothing, man. I'm happy.
He's happy. All right. Well, listen. we're gonna check back in with you guys in a while. We do have to take a break because we have to stay on time as best as we can for the Yoo-Hoo Loot, which is coming up. But we have a goal for these guys in mind. They are going to try to reach Winslow, Arizona before the program is over and stand on that corner. And we hope to have them live from there. So we're going to check back in with you guys in a little while, okay?
All right, later, guys.
All right, drive safe, gang. They're on their way. Casey's Big Adventure is barreling across the country, and we'll keep tabs on them and keep checking in and see how things are going.
There is an adorable photo gallery of the romantic gondola ride. Or what did he call it? A gondola?
Gondola.
It's up on PrestonandSteve.com now.
All right, take a look when you get a chance. We are going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we'll get to the B-File. And, yes, your chance to win $1,000. First shot at it this morning on the Preston and Steve Show. Stay there. Be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The energy, emotion, and epic concert
From soup to nuts, man. Having them turn around and watch Rocky and cheer him on. So we're really all very fortunate that this city embraced not only the movie, but embraced the concept of the winner, and the guy from, kind of underdog who makes it, man. And for all of us, anybody who's ever been or felt like an underdog, Rocky is kind of our anthem.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
we thank you here in Philadelphia.
Chicago Justice, Sunday, NBC 10, 9 o'clock. Carl Weathers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did you guys see this? An anonymous hacker has released 5 episodes of Orange is the New Black Season 5 after Netflix reportedly failed to meet the criminal's financial demands. What? It is unclear how much the hacker demanded. The first 10 episodes of the season were shared shortly before 6 a.m. on Saturday, leaked in 10 different files. They totaled about 11.46 gigabytes. The hacker, who goes by the handle of the Dark Overlord...
Ma! I'm trying to do something!
Kicked off the leak
when you're done, Dark Overlord, take the garbage out.
By publishing the premiere episode for the forthcoming Orange is the New Black season Friday to the Pirate Bay.
This is my son, the Dark Overlord.
The streaming giant has set June 9th as release for Orange is the New Black. No word on whether Netflix will move that date up. In a statement, Netflix said, "We are aware of the situation. A production vendor used by several major TV studios has had its security compromised, and the appropriate law enforcement authorities are involved."
I was trying to think about this, and Netflix didn't buckle to the demand. I don't know how much impact this has because
Zero
because it's $9 a month.
You
for
already
Netflix. You already have it. More than likely. So, and you're not going to watch it any quicker or any sooner than you would normally. So I wonder where the damage is really. Maybe in some people who aren't already subscribing, getting it, but it is what it is.
I guess piracy still remains to be a really big problem. For me, it holds no fascination. I'd rather just fork over the however many dollars it is to watch the actual official version of something, and I can wait until Friday.
Yeah.
I don't need to see it on Monday before it comes out.
What are you going to do? Watch 9 episodes?
Yeah.
Well, the hacker isn't stopping with that show. The cybercriminal claimed via Twitter to have unreleased shows from ABC, Fox, National Geographic, and IFC as well.
Okay, tell me of Game of Thrones and maybe I'll listen.
Right.
This is the Dark Overlord. I have your Capuchin Monkey special, and I will upload it if my demands are met.
That's from National Geographic.
Your special concerning the Watusi women of Buka Buka will be released to the world. If you do not yield to my demands, I'm the Dark Overlord.
Capuchin Monkey.
I
know.
There's the extortion there.
In a message posted Saturday, the Dark Overlord wrote,
"This is the Dark Overlord. Your 1-hour special concerning FIFO, the zebra who can tap dance, will be released to the world."
The Dark Overlord wrote on Saturday, "It didn't have to be this way, Netflix.
You could have avoided it.
You're going to lose a lot more money in all of this than what our modest offer was. We're quite ashamed to breathe the same air as you. We figured a pragmatic
Someone's gotten a little carried away with their Dell laptop.
Yeah, we figured a pragmatic business such as yourselves would see and understand the benefits of cooperating with a reasonable and merciful entity like ourselves. What are you talking about?
Come on. No.
Yeah, you're
stole
it's
something
illegal.
Yeah. And by the way,
Dark Overlord.
Dark Overlord. It is a substantial fee and prison sentence that they're looking at if they're found and convicted.
Yeah.
I mean, on the consumer end and on our end, it seems like, what? Okay. I agree with you, Nick. I mean, you already have Netflix. Chances are you already have it anyway. Netflix encourages you to share your passwords, for Christ's sake.
Hey, and also, if you don't have Netflix, then you haven't seen the previous seasons of Orange is the New Black. So if you're going to release the 4th season, can you release the first 3 seasons as well?
Damn good point.
I got to get caught up on this.
Dear Netflix, we are committed to releasing the 3rd episode of Lemony Snicket. If our demands are not met, and this is a good one, too.
Oh, man, I hope the Dark Overlord lives here and is listening to us right now. That would be awesome.
Dark Overlord.
All right, anyway.
You're such a dork. You dork.
Try to extort Netflix!
She's just in for a visit to say hello, and you know her from The Office and her many visits to Philadelphia. She's a Philly gal. Please welcome Kate Flannel.
Hi, you act like I was back by the dumpster and somebody noticed me and dragged me in. Hey, what's up, everybody?
Is that Kate Flannery out by the dumpster? Have her come in. So what are you up to now? Because I see you on a lot of, obviously you have the live performances.
Yeah, Jane and I are still performing regular. I'm still doing the lampshades.
Okay.
You know, I don't know. I always feel like there's something I can't talk about.
Is there
you love that? I mean, such bullshit. But I'm sorry. I said,
The filthy mouth.
guys.
Kate Flannery. How much Rolling Rock have you had this morning?
If you went to
Not
O'Hara,
enough.
you wouldn't have.
Oh my God! Well, at Archbishop Carroll, we didn't drink. No, exceptionally good human beings. I also do another show called Talk Show, the Game Show.
Yes,
that's
I saw that
coming up
listed.
soon. Yeah.
So what is that?
I think it starts this month.
No, but what is it?
It's a talk show and a game show. But so they make the celebrities compete against each other with questions after their interview segment.
Huh?
And no more stand up in stilettos. It's
that's done. Yeah,
good.
that's done. Yeah. But Wanda Sykes is the producer of Talk Show, the Game Show.
That's very cool.
Yeah. She was actually there on site. I was like, "What are you doing here?"
She's local.
I know we talked about media.
Yeah, and she's never
She's
been on the show.
been on our show. Yeah, she lives in media. Let her know.
Watch your mouth, you.
That fucking. No, I'm sorry.
You're getting worse.
I know. I'm so sorry, you guys.
I will tell you
Are
this.
there children
It's gotten
listening?
worse. She just dropped the F-bomb.
wrong with you today? You tell me not to do something. The more my unconscious is just like, oh my God.
Let's put it this way: we had Andrew Dice Clay in here and never had to do the dumb button once.
I need some straps on my chair, like on the pyramid.
Kate
Holy
Flannery
crap.
3 times.
I'm so Nick is like, you're never coming back. He's shaking his head. It's like, this is it.
Oh, we need a
So nice to see you.
taser.
Because that'll calm me down.
We have to keep you here for a little while because there's some curses you haven't said yet.
What are the 7 that you can't say on the air?
You know what? That list, by the way, that classic list,
Yes.
as legend has it, we've said it before, did not exist before Carlin created
Are you kidding
that
me?
list. The FCC had no set list of words, but once Carlin created that list, the FCC said, "Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Let's go with that."
That's amazing.
All right, so when you're not on the air,
Yes.
you curse like a sailor? And how does that go
I didn't think so
over?
until I got here.
Okay.
No one blinks an eye in Los Angeles, where everyone is drug induced and on painkillers. I mean, once in a while, I don't know. No, I don't know. I'm so sorry. I think I have not had enough sleep this
No,
week.
we have many dumb buttons for just such. Now we're going to call it the Flannery switch.
No.
Mark it on the board right here.
Oh my gosh!
Hit the Flannery switch.
Hit the Flannery.
Oh no!
I'm sorry. We had to Flannery out on that.
Well, the owner of a sperm bank has been accused of secretly switching donor semen with his own in order to father 60 children.
This has happened before.
It has. Jan Karbat, who died at the age of 89 last month, has been accused by 23 families of using his own semen instead of the donors at a fertility clinic in Rotterdam.
So what does he do? He puts the samples under cups and moves them around quickly on a table?
He is also accused of tampering with the clinic's data and donor descriptions and allowing couples more than the allocated 6 children per donor. Bajorp Medical Center.
Yes, Bajorp.
Which closes in 2000.
For all your family needs, think Bajorp.
It closed in 2009 following reports of irregularities.
I just love the word
Bajorp.
I do too. It's why.
In fact, the dude put his own Bajorp in the cup.
It's one of the reasons I put this early in the D file.
Is Bajorp by any chance slang for semen?
I don't know. It was one of
Dude, that's too much Bajorp.
One of Rotterdam's largest sperm banks in the 80s and 90s, Bajorp.
Let me get a second cup.
The 23 families are now seeking a DNA test to see if the sperm bank boss used his own.
So I broke into this house and I Bajorped on the couch.
Karbat reportedly admitted to fathering 60 children through the clinic before he died to one of the plaintiffs.
What?
A lawyer speaking on behalf of the Karbat's family insisted that there is not the slightest evidence that Mr. Karbat or the owner or was the donor, and asked the court to listen to the doctor's request that no DNA test would be carried out after his death.
When the guys do this, what is the desire to be? To
Just
be
to seed the world, I
seed
guess.
the world.
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Bajorp.
You know, as they say.
Yeah.
Bajorp.
Well, listen, our next guest is in for a visit, and the latest film that our next guest is involved in is called Interracial Cougar Cuckold Number 5. Wait, no, that's
our
Katie
other guest.
Morgan.
Yeah.
She's later on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Different.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I was an associate producer on that film, but I don't take credit for it.
No. Please welcome our friend Mike Birbiglio. Who's here? Hey, Mike.
Hey.
I'm sorry.
Is that the name of her movie?
Interracial Cougar Cuckold Number 5.
AKA Don't Think Twice.
No, you shouldn't. You show little reserve if you're if you're a cuckold.
So yesterday, I told Mike that Katie Morgan was going to be in the same day as us, and he wrote back. He goes, "So we'll have 2 porn stars. Cool."
No, but listen, Mike is in town for personal reasons and wanted to stop by and say hello. Actually, is it your
My sister-in-law's law school graduation?
Where's
From
she
Temple.
at?
From Temple, yeah.
Nice.
That's
Yeah.
sensational. That's I'm in awe of people who complete
Me
law and
too.
medical degrees.
Yes.
Likewise.
Yeah, I will. I continue to disappoint my parents year after year after year by not doing something like that. But
you went to
good on her.
Georgetown,
That's
right?
wonderful. I did. But then I didn't. Yeah, I didn't.
Were you expected to go into law?
I think I was expected to do something that was financially sensible, and I didn't do that. But my dad came around eventually.
Yeah.
I think when he saw me on Letterman, eventually he was like, oh, okay, I get it.
I feel like a lot of comedians have the same story. Their parents finally came around.
Yeah, they come around eventually.
Yeah.
But yeah, you ultimately you realize when you have a kid, you're like, oh, you just want the kid to be okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
You just want the kid to be like,
Yeah.
okay. And then being a comedian doesn't seem okay.
No.
It seems like it's a life of, it seems like a downward spiral.
It's out of the realm of what I think most
And
parents
often it
classically
is.
want. Yeah.
To be clear.
Did you get cred with the parents with the grandchild?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
all
that's
they
a home
want.
run. Yeah.
And it's all okay.
That's all they want. Yeah. I have a daughter now, and I had a lot of trepidation about. Preston was saying when I walked in, he was like, "Oh, you look skinnier," and I'm trying to lose weight because I'm like, my body's a lemon. I went to, I'm telling you, I went to the doctor and he goes, I'm not kidding. This is in one visit. He goes, he does the blood, calls me up. He goes, hey, this came out well. This came out well. You have Lyme disease and diabetes.
Oh my God!
I was
really?
like, whoa, one at a time, fellas. We're all gonna get a chance.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, the Lyme. So no, Lyme disease. I took meds for, and that's fine. We caught it early. And then diabetes, I guess it's just road living over the years. It's like I have the body. Yeah. I eat terribly. I have the body of someone who's just about to start P90X and then doesn't. And
gets to the first.
It caught up to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
So do you take insulin? Or you?
No,
what's
it's diabetes 2, so it's
Okay.
so I'm not at that point yet. But I had a bladder tumor when I was 19. That's what I'm saying. My body's a lemon.
Yes.
It's like I had a bladder tumor when I was 19, so I was lucky it didn't come back. But every year or so, I have to go for a cystoscopy where they take like a rod like the size of this with a camera on and they stick it through your urethra to look in your bladder. But while you're awake, why do you have to be
awake? Preston, you've had it.
No.
Vasectomy? Yeah. Now they numb
Mike's
you
not
down
getting
there.
that.
They
is that
numb you
true?
down there, but still, I had read, which was my big mistake, that you could actually feel. There have been occasions where people were able to feel something,
I felt
and you
something.
definitely see and smell stuff.
Right.
And so I'm like, I want no part of that. And somebody had said, you know what, they'll knock you out if you want. I mean, not completely under general anesthesia, but they'll give you propofol.
Right.
What do you
Take
smell?
most of the way down.
That's like the way Michael Jackson went to sleep.
Right,
Yes,
exactly.
exactly.
That's what it is. That's what propofol is.
Yeah.
And once I found out that they could knock me out, then I was like, okay, I'm totally down with this. And it was easy. But you stayed awake for yours.
I was totally awake for mine.
You mentioned a smell. What smell is generated during a vasectomy?
Smoke, from what I hear.
I couldn't smell anything, but you can.
They have to
Wait, describe where the smoke is coming from, please.
Well, because they cauterize stuff.
It's the doctor's cigar.
Yeah.
do it. You can text to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. Or if you'd like to enter it via the MMR app or WMMR.com, you can do it that way too. And one random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest, and each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure that you answer your phone if we call you, all right? Contest rules available at WMMR.com. Sponsored by Horizon Services. The word again is host, H-O-S-T. So enter that now, and let's see if you win the money. I want to defend something that's been bothering me for a few days before we go to the bizarre file, because Kathy doing the traffic just made me think of this, because she mentioned the Blue Route. When the guys were leaving, I said that they were going to get on the Blue Route.
I know where we're going
to
here.
go get on the Turnpike.
Right.
And listen, I was driving yesterday up that way. You can get on the Turnpike at the Mid-County tolls, all right?
Yeah.
And if you've ever gone 76 straight to the Turnpike, when you go through that Gulf Mills area, traffic becomes a nightmare there.
Yes.
So I just want to defend.
Well, you're wrong, because...
Well, wait, let him finish.
Okay.
I want to say going up north on the Blue Route real quick to get it on at Mid-County can sometimes be quicker.
You can. You're right. Absolutely.
Okay.
But I don't think you can get on eastbound Turnpike without getting off the Blue Route, going through Plymouth Meeting, and then having to go through like lights and stuff to get back on. There's not a seamless. You can get on the Turnpike westbound.
No. From the Northeast Extension?
Listen. Going north on 476.
I know what you're talking about.
Before it becomes the Northeast Extension, you can merge heading east on the PA Turnpike, and you can merge on the Northeast Extension.
You got to get off on Plymouth Road.
You can't go immediately west without going through some traffic lights.
Preston, is there something you'd like to say to Nick?
I think he's right. You can get on the Turnpike eastbound seamlessly.
Correct.
But you might not be able to do it westbound.
And Northeast Extension seamlessly, of course.
Yes.
But you can't do it westbound.
You have to get off at Plymouth Road, stop at the stoplight, make a left, and it's a real quick.
But you absolutely can get on the Turnpike westbound, and I would, use Google Maps or Waze, and maybe 1 times out of 100, you'd be right.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah. Just like Casey drives.
All right, I just wanted to defend that. They've been eating at me for a couple of days.
You haven't been the same man since you
I know.
those claves.
I know, but you know what? I got it all out in the open now. I feel better, and we can do this.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Primo Hoagies. Watching the game with some friends this week? Well, score big and serve in style with Primo Hoagies. Order online at primohoagies.com. It's not just a hoagie, it's a Primo. All right, I love this story. A groom suffered a broken collarbone after trying to show off on a dirt bike at his wedding.
I mean, come on.
And this was I guess right before they were going to get married. The bride was waiting with a checkered flag for her new spouse's dramatic entrance when he skidded and toppled off the bike. Shocking footage. Shows the excited woman in white waiting on a roadside in Parma, Italy. That's where this took place. Initially, I thought it was going to be like
Florida.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
No, this is in Italy. Maybe it's the Florida of Italy. I don't know. So her husband then flies around the bend on a dirt bike, sounding his horn in excitement. Suddenly, he loses control, is thrown off the motorcycle. He smashes into the ground before rolling, leaving him sitting sprawled out. Reception guests watched, and they can be heard crying out in horror as they rush in to help him. The stricken groom was taken to the hospital, and he was treated for a broken collarbone. And, Nick, you've had that before.
It sucks.
Yep. And
Would you assume they were Vespas?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But it's a dirt bike.
Dirt bike.
Yeah. So he also had to have 5 stitches on his head.
Oh, man.
The new husband was pictured receiving care from doctors with his wife by his side.
You
Still,
are so stupid.
still, she hits him on the head.
You stupid idiot. I told you not to bring the bikes.
So she was still in her wedding dress as she was next to him while he was in the hospital. All right, in Australia, about 230 whales have been stranded on Tasmania's west coast.
Yeah.
Just days after 14 sperm whales were found beached on an island off the Australian state's northwestern coast. The pod, stranded on Ocean Beach, appears to be pilot whales, and at least half are presumed to still be alive. 230 whales.
Think about that.
Yeah. A team from the Marine Conservation Program was assembling whale rescue gear and headed to the area. The whales beached 2 years to the day after the largest mass stranding in Australia's history.
You bring a lot of dynamite.
Was discovered in the same harbor. At that time, about 470 long-finned pilot whales were found September 21st, 2020, stuck on sandbars.
Any conjectures to why?
They think it's environmental. So after a week-long effort, 111 of those whales were rescued, but the rest died. The entrance to the harbor is a notoriously shallow area and dangerous channel known as Hell's Gate. So they might get in there and can't get out.
It's like a Lady Gaga song.
What's
Shallow?
Oh, Shiloh. Vanessa Pirata, a wildlife scientist specializing in marine mammals, said that it was too early to explain why the stranding had occurred. She said the fact that we've seen similar species the same time in the same location recurring in terms of stranding at that same point might provide some sort of indication that there may be something environmental here.
Well, I'll tell you what they're going to have to do if they want to save him for the next time, move Australia.
Yeah, maybe they could do that. All right, this is a short but sweet story. In Seattle, officials say the driver of a reportedly stolen car was stopped in their tracks after they drove through barricades and ended up in fresh porn pavement.
Oh, my God.
The driver then reportedly tried to run away with a young child and a bottle of whiskey in their hands.
That's great.
A city inspector called 911 and followed the person who was arrested by police. Officials say that work crews were sent back because of the incident, but the paving project won't be delayed.
You know, you bring that up, and I have to say something, and I thought of it this morning. Our parking lot, I like the smell of fresh
porn cement? Really?
No,
Yeah.
it's too much.
I do not.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It gives me a headache.
Yeah.
I don't mind
Yeah,
it, Steve.
yeah, I kind of like it.
Interesting. All right.
Let's go out and sniff.
A Kansas man who admitted running an illegal autopsy scheme
What?
has been sentenced to nearly 6 years in prison for wire fraud.
If you need autopsies done, give me a call anytime, day and night.
Sean Parcells, who lived in Topeka, in case he was just there with the crew,
I'm good with that stuff.
was sentenced to Monday in federal court. Parcells, a self-taught pathology assistant with no formal education.
Yeah, you can pick that stuff up. Just watch YouTube.
As owner of National Autopsy Services, persuaded a client to pay $5,000 for an autopsy, according to court records. The client received an email autopsy report that appeared to be authored by Parcells. No pathologist was involved in the examination or report, which is illegal.
I never had to pay for school, and I passed the savings on to you.
Now, listen to this. Parcells gained national attention in 2014 when he assisted a privately hired pathologist in an autopsy of Michael Brown, the unarmed black 18-year-old from Ferguson, Missouri, who was fatally shot by a white police officer. The autopsy was commissioned by Brown's family, and no allegations of wrongdoing were raised in relation to it. But Parcells' frequent media appearances led to scrutiny, including a CNN story revealing that he had no specific certification or training.
Wow.
And between 2016 and 19, Parcells made more than $1.1 million in Kansas for more than 350 clients for autopsies, most of which he did not perform.
And there's a good money to be made in fake autopsies.
I guess so. In August, Parcells was banned from doing business in Kansas in order to pay more than $700,000 in restitution and fines. And for state cases, he was also ordered to pay over $250,000 in restitution to 82 people.
I'm going back to gynecology.
That used his services. That came after...
There's a lot more openings. The old show.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, there it is.
Several openings. That came after he was convicted in November of 3 felonies and 3 misdemeanors related to providing illegal autopsies. Wow, I'd never heard of that before. All right, and then one more story before we wrap. I love this one. At the end of her freshman year at the University of Tampa in May, Kira Rumfola, packed her bags and headed to the airport with her favorite roommate, a colorful beta fish named Theo. Yeah.
Theo!
Yeah, Rumfola.
That's my favorite fish.
Was headed home to Long Island for the summer and was happy to be bringing home the little fish that she had bonded with during the months that she had him.
Where's Rudy?
She figured that there would be no problem taking Theo on board the plane in a small portable fish container. She said, I'd done it before over the holidays with another airline, so I filled the container, put water in it, and Theo in it. But then there was a problem. While she was checking her bags for the flight on Southwest Airlines, customer service agent Ismail Lazo noticed the deep blue and purple fish and explained to her that the airline's pet policy allowed only small dogs and cats on board and carries. No other pets are permitted on the planes.
It's actually easier to carry a fish.
She said all of my roommates had already gone home for the summer, and I had nobody to leave Theo with. I was really sad. Yeah, he'll take him.
I'll take him, miss.
I was really sad and wondered what I was going to do. He's my pet. Well, Lazo said he understood her concern for Theo. He said, I have 2 dogs and I wouldn't want to abandon them somewhere. And I also know how hard it is to leave them when I go out of town. So
I think I can help you. Take your top off.
Now, he made the split-second decision to offer his home and his fish sitting services.
Aww.
He said, how about if I take your fish home to live with me and my fiance until you come back for college in the fall? You can text me over the summer to see how he's doing whenever you like.
And he followed through?
He did. He kept it for like 4 months.
What? Well, that's pretty awesome.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
So he said he didn't feel sad when he had to return Theo. He said that it was time to reunite her with Theo. He said, to be honest, I was worried about something happening to him on our watch, so I'm happy for Kira.
Did they have one of those airport reunions where they embrace?
To have him back. Yeah, they probably did. Yep. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, you got about roughly 3 minutes left to enter the word host. That is for you who loot, so make sure that you do that now. All right, the word is host, H-O-S-T, and you can do it by texting it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911, or enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. We're going to take a break. When we come back in a moment, we are going to talk to celebrity chef Nigella Lawson, who's going to be at the Kimmel campus on November 10th, and tickets are on sale now for this event. So we will talk to her when we return. And don't forget that the gang, Casey's Big Adventure, they are on their way this morning to Winslow, Arizona. That's the goal, to make it there before the end of the program, to stand on the corner. And we'll obviously check in with those guys through the course of our program today, too. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
They hand out cigars that say "No more babies."
I wanted to ask you about non-medical stuff.
Sure.
And basically, like, this sort of this career path that you're on now is fascinating to me because we've known you for a long time, and now I see you just popping up everywhere. And you're a producer on Crashing. You show up on late night talk shows all the time, and I follow you on Twitter, and it's like, hey, Burbiggs is doing Kimmel, Burbiggs is doing Fallon again. Are you surprised at that at all? Not that
since you're 11.
Are you as like you are?
Yeah.
Are you as incredulous as we are?
I was going somewhere with this
about that development.
And then Nick pulls off a mask, and it's Todd Glass.
Here's why I asked that. Your career has been the most steady rising career I know about in comedy. Because some people, they shoot to the top and then they're selling out stadiums. But your success is I love your success. I love seeing it. But it's been slow and steady and consistent.
Thanks. Yeah. No, I feel extremely lucky that that's been the case because I've been able to make, and I think the people who follow me notice this, I've been able to make the stuff I want to make as opposed to being able to try dancing around and trying to make people in the business happy or make Hollywood happy. It's funny when the people say stuff like, to me on Twitter sometimes, like, you Hollywood liberals. I'm like, I don't live in Hollywood. I'm not part of like any like cabal of Hollywood. I live in Brooklyn with my wife and daughter. Like, I make everything outside the system. I directed 2 independent films, and I've made like 4 comedy specials, and they're totally separate from the the business in so many ways. But so thanks, yeah.
When you tour from city to city and you come into Philadelphia, you have to pay, because you're getting paid. You have to pay a city wage tax, right? So how does that work when you're working in several different cities throughout?
This is the most technical question.
He just started part-time for H&R Block. So
These are questions that Wesley Snipes and Willie Nelson should have asked years ago. I file in like 27 states.
No kidding.
My accountant is a close friend.
Oh my God!
No, I mean we spend so much. My brother Joe runs my company, and
America's Guest.
Yeah, America's Guest, Joey Bag of Donuts, and our accountant Elliot does our taxes, and we do quarterlies. Literally, recently we talked about maybe we should do monthlies. Like, it's so much taxes all the time. But yeah, I think I file in 27 states.
That's just crazy.
So. Yeah.
You'll be back in town in November, so we'll see you when you're going to be playing
can't wait.
the Merriam Theater, and we'll make sure everybody is aware of that fact ahead of time. But listen, it's great to see you.
You too.
Thanks for coming by, man.
Thanks
Mike
a lot.
Birbiglia. I wanted to bring this up. I know it's nothing that Kathy agrees with, but pubic hair is becoming more popular.
Aha! I knew it.
Yes.
Amongst the owners of said pubic hair, or the people who encounter said pubic hair?
The people who want to see said pubic hair.
Uh-huh.
New data from the porn site RedTube.
RedTube, never heard of it.
Reveals that the bush is back.
The bush is back.
That's right.
Do you shave your bunghole?
Come on.
I have to ask.
I don't do that.
I mean, because some people have hairy.
No.
How would if we're talking pubes, there's a whole other side to that cookie.
How would I even do that? I mean,
You
lay
reach
on my
around.
back and put my legs behind my head.
Well, I mean, the question is, do you have a profoundly hairy ass?
No.
Okay.
No.
Then it's not an issue for you.
My ass is not hairy.
Okay.
I'm good.
But is your
Bunghole?
Kathy,
Go ahead, say it, man.
Kathy has some information she wants to get.
Do you have a hairy butthole?
Is your actual butthole hairy?
See, I think you.
Does it look like that thing that almost swallows up Luke Skywalker on the desert planet? Does it look like that?
Yeah, that was my question.
What's that thing called?
Sarlacc?
Sarlacc did.
Does it look like the Sarlacc? Does it try to pull Lando Calrissian in?
Could Manthe ask that, please?
Can I ask you something? Do you have a hairy butthole? Just asking. Is it like tendrils that stick out and grab you by your feet? Until, I don't know, later somebody throws you a lightsaber?
I don't recall the Sarlacc having any hair, and we need to pull up the picture.
Oh, they look like tentacles.
Yeah, but it's just the tentacles coming out and the teeth and everything. It's
Don't ruin this, Casey.
Anyhow.
Don't disturb our groove.
Anyway. Yes. So, no, I don't. I don't have a hairy butthole, and I don't.
I mean, if we're being clinical, we have to ask. To the senator from Arkansas, no, I do not have a hairy butthole. Thank you, sir. It took a lot of courage, Mr. Comey, to admit that.
Oh, dear God.
Listen, you might not have an overly hairy butthole, but there's hair back there.
Everybody's got hair there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So take
It's
it off.
called JRBH, just right butthole.
Do you guys get lasered?
Yeah.
Do guys?
Possibly.
Guys
would
do.
think so.
I do not.
Yeah, I don't.
There's your sphincter.
I don't care.
Is that what that?
That's the Sarlacc pit. Yeah.
You got to watch Jedi, Kathy.
I thought it was a person.
All right.
What?
No, my question was more about the Sarlacc.
He's distracted.
I'm glad that you
Casey, off air,
yourself.
I have an interesting fact to tell you about the
Okay,
Sarlacc pit.
thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
We can go there if you want. I don't care.
Man.
Well, when we were
I'd
in
rather
California.
talk about buttholes.
Did you see? Did you see a?
Jesus, who are you?
Well, now we're gonna get into this crap.
We've unleashed the beast.
When we
Wait a minute. I just want to point out, Kathy would rather talk about buttholes than Star Wars.
Well, here's the deal.
If given a choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go butthole.
She's gonna go butthole. You brought up the grooming, and I think that is. I think it's just something that is a universal topic that people consider.
Yeah.
And so if you're talking about the front, you have to talk about the back. You agree with
Right.
that? Yeah.
I'm with you.
I mean, maybe we can put up a Twitter poll. Sarlaccs or buttholes?
All right. Anyhow, I think it's nice if a woman tends to her area, and but just don't get rid of it all.
You don't like the hardwood. You like a little bit of carpet.
I think it's nice. I think
You know
it's,
what? I need a table saw sound effect. Something like that, Marissa. Okay. You can get that for me.
All right. So anyhow, RedTube had revealed this: the most likely to seek out videos that have the hair are the over 65 crowd.
I want to see a really nice bush. And can I get some sponge cake and some cream soda, please? And then a very hairy bush. My evening set, hot spit. Boy, old people are fun. I like a piece of angel food cake, a cream soda, and a big hairy bush.
We have we need some music out of like the 1940s
and some
like
jazz,
jazz or something like that.
Please, for my knees.
My recollection of my high school career is a lot different than what it actually was, because my mom brought me all of my report cards.
Okay, and what was your recollection?
My recollection was that I was not that bad. You know, I was above average. And
what's the reality?
The reality was I was about average.
Okay,
and all
right,
yeah, and so grade school report cards. Go figure. You got graded on conduct. My conduct was always pretty bad. Unsatisfactory and stuff like that.
Do they still, with the report cards, do they still include teacher comments, or has that been excised from?
It depends on what grade they're in.
Like in high school, you're not going to get teacher comments?
I don't
like there would be. Remember, they would fill out. There would be like a number associated with the comment that they wanted. So you'd look and be like,
right.
number 3. Work well with others.
I think in this hyper sensitive.
Yeah.
We go to meetings with the teachers
a lot. You go a lot.
Yeah, we find out directly how they're doing. But
is that's not for all students? Is it?
I have no idea.
God, they must not have any free time.
I'm amazed when they come in. But I mean, we have some special circumstances that they help us out with. And which is awesome. But I know in grade school they'll give you detailed. Caroline is a delight to be in this.
Right,
blah, blah, blah,
I always used to get the delight. Yeah. I was a delight.
Were you a delight?
I was a complete delight.
Case you weren't a delight.
6th grade was it. Miss D.
You were a delight in Miss D's class.
I bet you what. I know what she wrote. Always eats in class.
No.
He's eating right now.
It's my breakfast.
I know. Yes.
And it's just simply a bagel.
It's just a bagel the way any broadcaster would eat a bagel live.
I don't have time to get it any other time. And I take my medication at a certain point.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay.
Getting back to that situation, excuse me. Everything bagel.
I wasn't going to talk, but you brought me into the conversation.
Well, you are. It's presumed that you're going to participate.
I participate in between bites. In between bites.
There's just a general assumption that when we're on air, you might talk.
I am writing that down. Yeah. That is a T-shirt. I participate in between bites.
Thank you. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to get back to eating my bagel, and you guys can talk amongst yourselves.
Today, December 7th, 1940. Excuse me, I have to take another bite.
Hey, what's going on? It's Preston, and actually Nick is here with me as well. We're in California, and we're at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and we are here with Mr. Michael Giacchino, who has become a friend of the Preston and Steve show now.
That's my favorite thing. Friend of the show. Mm-hmm. That's my favorite thing to hear.
Yeah?
I've never heard that before. And then the last time I was on, I was like, friend of the show. I was like, yes.
Yeah. I think
friend of the show.
You have to be on like 3 times, and then you become
a
friend of the show.
There should be a pin or something that you get.
We can get that.
Yeah. A pin
ribbon,
or
something like that.
Something that says friend of the show. Can't just be like, here's a WMMR pin.
No.
It's got to be legit.
We can come up with something.
Yeah. Next time he comes in studio, we got to present him with something.
Yeah, there should be some sort of coronation.
So Michael invited us out to be here while he is recording the score of the film Spider-Man, and we're at this legendary studio. Actually, he was giving us some of the details about this room that we're in right now.
Yeah, this room that we're in right here has been around for a long time, so long that it used to be Shirley Temple's shooting stage where she would make her movies. And, let's see, the original Planet of the Apes was recorded here. We had Jaws was recorded here. The Day the Earth Stood Still was recorded here. There are these amazing,
the iconic,
yeah.
Yep.
that whole thing.
And the 20th Century Fox theme.
Yep. That was done here. I mean, just oodles and oodles and oodles of things that you would know. Just incredible history here on this stage. And they barely touched the stage in all these years because once it sounds great, you don't want to mess with it.
I can imagine. And what you're not seeing right now, we're on a lunch break right now, but the amount of people that are involved when you're putting together music for a film. And today was a light day, even as far as the amount of musicians.
Today we did a smaller orchestra, maybe about, I don't know, 50 people. But usually we would have like 100 people out here, 100-piece orchestra. With, you know. But the cues we were covering today were just for smaller moments in the film, so there's no need to bring everyone in.
And this room, the studio as well, filled with people.
Yes.
I mean,
friends and family and.
You got engineers. You got you got the people that are actually working.
Yes,
in
we
there
have
as well.
we have music editors, we have recordists, we have Joel, the recording engineer, is in charge of everything. Jeff, my orchestrator, is over there. We have some people from Marvel who are here, just one of their lead music editor. And, we have everyone. The whole gang is here. Yeah. And then plus all this.
Is Spider-Man a pretty easy character to write for? A pretty easy franchise to write for?
Not really, because they've made a lot of Spider-Man movies.
Yeah.
So you're thinking like, all right, well, I don't want to do what was done. And this is a whole new sort of approach to the character that they're taking, which is much more in line with what the original comics were.
Right.
High school kid, bitten by a spider, the whole thing. And the nice thing is it's not a full-on origin story.
Right.
So, but we all know who Spider-Man
We've
is.
seen it.
And we've had it a couple of times,
So they're able to just kind of get into the movie and have some fun with it. And the kid, Tom, I call him a kid, but Tom Holland, he's incredible. He is just such a good Spider-Man. I think everyone's going to
try to stand on a corner before the end of the show. I like this having a goal. Yeah. By the end of our show, a destination of sorts. And they're like, they're going to try to squeak it in like they did yesterday, getting to Albuquerque.
They've done it.
I'm sorry, to the Cadillac Ranch.
Cadillac Ranch, and then the St. Louis Arch. They did it.
Yeah, so we'll check on them in a bit. We haven't heard from Nigella, so we're going to move on to something else.
They are getting her, and we are close. But I'm sorry. Go ahead and do whatever you want to do.
They're getting her?
Yes, she was supposed to be on 5 minutes ago, and so her handlers are getting her now. So we should have her via Zoom shortly.
Okay, then we'll wait. Because what I was going to go into was a whole segment thing. So we'll have to hold off for just a moment.
Do you want to just hum?
That's entertaining.
I know, isn't it, though?
No, I think you should go into the thing.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thing?
Yeah.
Well, I noticed something.
There we go.
Things.
We noticed that Nigella Lawson.
That's not the noticer.
It's not on, and we notice it's not the noticer music.
It is when we're
I know.
here.
It's labeled as noticer, but yeah.
It's a Stranger Things theme.
Yeah, it's a Stranger Things.
All right. We peel back the curtain.
We
It's a
said it.
Stranger Things theme.
All right, hit it.
Oh, my God.
Actually, what I noticed this morning is something that Steve sent to me. And Kathy, it was before you came into the office.
Okay.
I was laughing so hard I was crying.
Okay.
And you might not find it that funny, but I was in tears. I was laughing so hard, and I needed to stop because I wanted to save some of this.
Okay.
But it was audio. It was actually video of YouTube videos of a game that's called Trombone Champ. Okay, and is it for the Twitch the Switch?
I didn't check which system. It might be on multiple systems, but think of Guitar Hero, Kathy.
Okay.
Except the instrument is the trombone.
Oh.
Yeah. So what you have to do is, and they showed people playing this with the left joystick, you can move the tone up and down.
Okay.
And with the button, it is the duration of which each note is held, and so these little icons zip by like in Guitar Hero, and you try to hit these marks along the way. But the thing with the trombone is that your pitch can be anywhere, and that's what makes the trombone such an interesting instrument.
Yeah, and a difficult instrument.
Of the slide, and this just made me laugh so hard.
Oh, okay.
And so there were some examples of this. So can I play a little bit of someone playing the game? All right, so this is it. Here we go. Here we go. I mean, this is somebody actually trying to play. They're not doing it as a joke. That's what the game sounds like.
Oh my
It's hard. It's great. I have to get this game.
That's great.
I have got to
We have to
play
do it
this.
on air.
We
have to do it on air.
I
Yeah.
want to do this on the air. Let me play two. I know our guest is ready to go, but she was a couple minutes late, so she's got to hang on because we got started on something else. I'm going to go to her in just a minute. But this was someone trying to play, I guess, the National Anthem is one that you can try to play too. So here we go.
It sounds, honestly,
Why does it make me laugh
Well,
so
because
hard?
the person's attempting to actually play it the right way.
Yeah, they're trying.
It's
They're
not
trying to
that-
hit the notes.
They're not doing this to make it
Yes.
sound weird.
Oh, my God.
That's why it's such a huge hit.
it sounds like an elementary school band concert. And I had to sit through that last year, and that's what it sounds like.
Actually, I have the perfect segue to bring our next guest on because she lives in London, and I think we have, I think we have the National Anthem here. Someone playing this game, so hang on, here we go.
It's tough.
I want to get this game. I want to play this game. It is actually this one's a little easier because it goes slower.
Yeah.
But there's a few other ones that are just hilarious. Okay, so we'll come back to this.
All right.
We can
have
now
food to talk.
welcome our guest. She's on the line. She is going to be performing live. The show will be November 10th, and it will be at the Kimmel campus. And she's promoting her latest book, which is called Cook, Eat, Repeat. And I love that title.
Yes.
Please welcome Nigella Lawson to our program this morning. Good morning.
Thank you so much.
It's our pleasure to have you. Nigella, I want to make sure, because I remember watching your program, and I hope I don't mispronounce your name. Is it indeed Nigella? Is it pronounced differently than that? Or
No, Nigella is what it is, but it's a slightly ridiculous name, so I'm used to people mispronouncing it. But you did say it right.
is it a family name, or did someone make that up and create it for you?
No, it's sort of a mixture. So there is a flower that is in English called Love in the Mist, and Nigella is its botanical name. It means little black because the seeds are little black. And in the same way, Nigella seeds are a spice used in cooking. They're sometimes called black onion seeds, but they're not. It's Nigella seeds. So that, and also my grandmother, my father has the male version of my name, and my grandmother, funny enough, not his mother, but my maternal grandmother was a very keen gardener.
Oh.
And so she knew about this flower. So that's why I've got it.
Did that name, sometimes a child's name can inform them in a path they might take in life, and because Nigella seeds are used in cooking, did that kind of maybe steer you in the direction?
I didn't even know that when
Okay.
I was a No, I think, but it is an odd name. People often say to me, "Oh, but you only needed to use one name," and I go, "Yeah, but that was true at kindergarten too, because no one else has got my name." So it's so in a way it is quite strange. When I was a child, I wanted to be called I wanted to have a much more ordinary name.
Oh,
I was embarrassed about it, but I've grown into it, I think.
I was the same way. My name is Preston, and I knew of no Prestons when I was a kid, and I hated that name, and now I love it. So I know exactly what you're talking about. Hey, I wanted to ask about your love for food and when this hit. When were you intrigued by cooking and creating these masterpieces in the kitchen when you were a child and serving for other people?
Well, yes, but not because I was so superbly creative, but because my mother was quite old-fashioned, and so we were expected to help her cook. We were drawn in, obviously the girls only, nice old-fashioned sexism, probably sometimes. So, when I was 6 and my late sister Thomasina was, 5, she would just, put the rickety wooden chair up by the stove and make us stand on it so we could stir things, chop things, make sauces. So we did learn how to cook. So I've always cooked. I wasn't a very good eater as a child. I have made up for that since. But I was interested. I was interested, and my grandmother, liked cooking too, both of them really, but my mother didn't ever cook from recipes, and so whereas my grandmother did, and so we used to do a little recipe exchange sometimes. It was nice other bonding.
Well, it's interesting is that the culinary world fascinates me. I don't really cook. I've attempted to take a leap into it periodically. So the culture and everything around it, I think I'd be hard pressed to think that everyone who watches, or even watches your many successful programs and reads your books, is incredibly adroit in the kitchen. But there is something fascinating and creative, and almost these days almost rock starish about it. When you're creating content, like with the new book, Cook, Eat, and Repeat, is that a blessing and a curse? Because you got to look for a new angle, but the new angle is always kind of the same angle in some ways.
Yeah, I know, because you see, in a way, I'm quite lucky because I started this some time ago. My first book came out in 98. I mean, I wasn't young then. I mean, I'd already had a career as a journalist. So, and not a food journalist, but so it was there. But I came into it to write very much as a home cook, because at that stage it was all dominated by the professional kitchen and chefs. Home cooking is completely different. You don't need you don't need particular skill, and it's really much more about taste and flavor than technique. And I just thought that side of it was quite underrepresented, and I just thought I want to write about this. And in those days, you weren't sort of pressed to keep bringing out a new book. I don't do a book a year, for example. And so that gives you time really to think. And so I have this luxury, so far, of letting sort of thoughts develop and be able to sort of see what book emerges. I don't push myself into a theme. And my books may have a theme, but they're always general. I don't want to close off what I could write about. And this book was very much thinking about what is cooking, what is a recipe, how ingredients can work together, how you can repeat certain ingredients, but in a slightly different context, and bring about something that feels like it's something new, but it isn't really something new. It's just because you're honing into, right, these are the ingredients I've got. How can I play with them so I'm not always going shopping?
Right.
Get something else, but in a way that doesn't make me feel like I'm eating exactly the same dish every time.
Nigel, I'm enjoying this conversation so much. You are part of the origins of my obsession with food. I do a food podcast outside of this show. We do a food segment here. It's one of my favorite segments that we do. And it was watching your show, and it wasn't, you didn't have all your ingredients lined up. You would run into the pantry. You would snack on things as you chopped them. And it was just a different way to approach the cooking show.
I was not at all sure. That's very kind of you. But when I first started, I wasn't really sure I wanted to do, TV, cooking show. It was so different from anything I'd done before. So I said, look, if I can do it in my own home, I now do it at a studio, but if I can do it in my own home and I'm not scripted, I can do it, but I'm not a performer. I don't want to be performing a script. I'd rather just talk about what I'm doing as I'm doing it. And, they took a chance on me because it's quite, and that makes me feel much more that I'm talking to people to show them why I like this, what's happening, and rather than delivering from on high. I mean, I couldn't do that. And I think it's so wonderful. And you obviously know this, but it's so wonderful to be able to share your enthusiasms. So that is the deepest pleasure, and so doing that makes it feel like, oh, I'm really excited to talk about this. Wait till you get this one, rather than, okay, I've got to gear up now. What was I going to say? All that wouldn't suit me. And in the same way, when the live event I'm doing on the 10th or anywhere, I'm there. The conversation can go any number of ways. The first half of the evening is a conversation on stage, and whoever is talking to me at any given time might have a different area of interest or something that seems important to them to discuss, and that will shape the evening.
Right.
And then the loveliest part, really, because it's so warm and it can go anyway, which is audience questions in the second half.
Okay.
And so depending on what each individual person in the audience who, depending on what they want to talk about, it's a different evening each time. And I think that makes it feel like a proper conversation. And it's, no one person is dictating how it goes. As you might gather, I can talk.
That's a good. That we appreciate that.
But it will have its own character, and it'll depend on where I am, what the produce is. All sorts of things come into play that it is only right because food brings everything into play. Our backgrounds, our memories, where we live, what's available to us. So it's quite right that every time you do one of those events, it's slightly different.
Well, you're in good hands. Michael Klein, who's a food journalist here in Philadelphia, he's going to be hosting the first half, and he'll have some great questions for you. I have to ask, did you watch the Julia Childs series on HBO? Because as you're explaining your style, it just seems like everything that she brought to screen, where it's just like, let me do it, put the camera here, and just let me go.
I think so, but I think she was more skilled than I am. And with more of a particular message, because she was so wanted to bring French cuisine to the States.
I have to ask you, because the Modern Family episode aired just recently. They air them 2,000 times a day here, where you're Phil Dunphy's listening to you.
And I'm an app.
Right. So have you reached the ASMR level? Do people solely listen to you speak now as a relaxing? I mean, he was actually getting aroused.
No, but not as far as I know, but they do listen to the sound of my programs. I have an extraordinarily good sound man.
Okay.
Designer who, and so that if have got an avocado and I've got a spoon and I'm curling that soft, pale jade clay out of the avocado, you can hear there's both the softness and the rasp against the skin. And sometimes we just we gaze at each other as we're doing the close-ups and I'm opening the bottle and it goes,
It's the best.
I love it. I am known as Deputy Sound.
I have ASMR, as Steve says, so there are certain sounds that trigger a relaxation to me. So like when you would break some dried pasta or something like that. I just love those sounds and things. However, they're
snappy, that.
Yeah. Yes.
Snappy sound.
There was one episode, though, that I did kind of cringe a little bit on, that you were making smelts one time, and I have never had smelts, and they just do not look appetizing at all. I should probably just shut up and try them sometime.
No. It's fair to say that. I forgot I'd done that on TV. I know. I eat it. The thing is, sometimes, if you do what I do, which is essentially just saying what I love and what I cook, and it was something also that we had often when I was a child on Saturday night, maybe we had a big family lunch, so we had something like that on toast at supper. So it sort of reminds me, and sometimes I think I don't want all those things just to fade, even if you overcook them, and it's harder and harder to get all the ingredients. But I like that, and I have a whole chapter in Cook, Eat, Repeat called A Loving Defense of Brown Food, because I feel that in the Instagram age, nothing's ever allowed to be unprepossessing or unphotogenic. It has to come on, shouting, tap dancing, all live bells, action. And sometimes you don't want bells clanging and rose petals thrown at you when you eat. You want to just sit there and think, this stew is everything I needed it to be tonight.
Yes.
That I do feel sometimes foods which are either of a modest appearance or downright unattractive. You know, I do, in one of my books, and there's a recipe which I really love, but I did have to say, you know, but I have to tell you, it's got a face only a mother could love. It's not going to look great.
As long as it tastes good, that's all that matters.
Yes, I think so. And anyway, it's what looks great or not in a photograph isn't really, it's obviously it's helpful. One of the nice things about TV is that because you can see it coming into being,
right?
I think it comes alive a bit more easily. But I think there's room for everything. You know, we want to eat different things on different occasions, both according to the seasons and our mood and what we've got in the house, how much time we have to cook. And I think all these things come into play. So, you know, and it has to, you have to think about a variety of different ways of eating. I mean, that's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. I just love thinking about food, talking about food, cooking food, eating food.
Nigella, at your live show, I assume that you will be cooking, and if so,
No, I'm not.
Oh, you won't be? Okay.
No, because you can't see anything. And in a way, it's never real, you know, cooking. And, you know, all the health and safety things make it a bit hard.
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah.
But the point is, you don't really need to see something going into a pan and coming out of a pan if it was a big show. But I'm not. I think it's that in a way, the more interaction with an audience, and for that to be the whole show. And I'm certainly happy about talking about cooking, obviously, but I don't know that it needs to be just me with everyone staring. I think it's
right. Yeah. No.
Join.
How long did it take you to work on this cookbook? Because I just recently learned that when a chef makes a cookbook, it's up to like 2 or 3 years of taking photos, perfecting the recipes, editing, writing the stories.
Well, I sort of. I mean, everyone thinks because it's called Cook, Eat, Repeat, it's a lockdown project. But the real truth is it's a pre-pandemic proposition. Cook, Eat, Repeat I had anyway. I'd started on the recipes. So I suppose 2019, I just started on the recipes. I hadn't actually written it all, just as well written it, really. I'd written a small bit. I pretended I'd written more, but I'm hoping I'm listening. And because things had to be changed a lot, and then suddenly 2020 is a different story. And I was by myself for 4 months, and I wrote it then, really.
So you had the time, yeah.
Well, you know, because you can be very antisocial, because actually that was a benefit, because you had no choice.
It was mandatory.
And also then I wanted to think about it again, because even though the book and the chapters were decided before, I had to get rid of one. I didn't feel I had a chapter that was going to be called How to Invite Friends for Dinner Without Hating Them or Yourself. and that seemed obviously glaringly wrong once we were all in lockdown and thinking how lovely it would be to be, you know, with other people.
Right.
So I took that out. I wanted then to have replace it with a chapter about the importance of an evening meal and looking forward to it. And I put in more cooking for one. And of course things change. And because I was slightly romping around on my own, which meant that I kept adding more recipes, adding pages, and then it had to be edited quite fast. We couldn't do the photo shoot time, so we had to race through it when we did it. So really, you know, we got it done. It came out in the UK in 2020.
Okay.
By some miracle, because the times are difficult.
They are,
Well,
but things are opened up now.
Yeah, and now we can all be together en masse. And the show with Nigella is going to be November 10th. It will be at the Kimmel Cultural Campus. And you can get tickets at kimmelculturalcampus.org. So we look forward to your show and you coming to Philadelphia, Nigella. And we appreciate your time this morning. So please have a great we hope you have a great time while you're here.
I will. Thank you so much, both of you.
Our pleasure. Thank you. Nigella Lawson, guys. And the book, like she said, is called Cook, Eat, Repeat. And she'll be doing this live show. She's great, man. I used to love watching her show. And I didn't even realize that some of it was kind of a Bob Rossian ASMR type of thing.
Yeah.
And, well, number one, she's stunningly beautiful, too, and cooked great food and all that sound. Now I know why.
Well, she was,
I know
yeah,
why.
she was one of the earlier stars, right?
Yeah, like before HGTV, you would just put on the Food Network and let it sit all day long. And
Right.
she would come on. It was just so smoothing.
I forgot to play her outro music. I'm sorry. Can I play a couple more of these? All right, here's.
This is a game.
Yeah.
Think of Guitar Hero, but you're actually, and this is available.
Yep.
You're using a trombone type apparatus. The same sort of thing. The icons are sliding down the screen.
Yep.
And you've got to play along.
It's called Trombone Champ. Here's a classical piece for you. This is somebody playing the game.
We've got to hold on to these for beds.
Oh my goodness! All right, how about this? Let's get religious here for a moment, okay? You guys ready? Here we go. Ooh, that's not bad.
That's not bad.
All right, that was somebody's pretty good at playing that.
Aren't the high holy days upon us? Are the
Rosh Hashanah is
Monday?
this weekend.
Yeah.
I believe. Yeah, so we'll have to hang on to that.
There we go.
We'll pull that back out. All right, here's another classical piece.
You think you're gonna get this game, Kathy? She's sitting here like it's a Christian Science reading room.
Oh, I've got to get that.
$14.99 on Steam. Is it worth it?
Oh, on Steam. Okay.
Yes.
There you go. But do you have to have the device? Is there a device you have to, or is
No,
it,
I think you
just
Steam
simply
is
using
on
the controller?
PC.
Yeah,
So you could do that.
And I
Yeah, are you kidding
actually
me?
you do Steam through the. So I got the game Stray about the cats. That's a Steam game, and I'm playing it on the PS5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It has a 95% rating, all positive.
Excellent. Oh, it's Steve.
It's-
Okay. The Entertainer. Yeah. Let's check this out. Hang on.
Not bad.
They're good. Yeah, they're really good, actually.
Yeah.
That's hard.
I'd say
That's
they
somebody,
won.
That's
Yeah.
somebody who can really play.
Yeah.
Did
Okay.
GarageBand put out music, or was it just on the screen? Like, did it make a sound like this?
No, you
Yeah.
did
I
it
mean,
make a sound?
When you played along?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the
It did.
parts would be left out if you missed the notes.
All right, okay,
Yeah,
okay,
for
okay.
sure.
You don't
But
remember-
this sounds more dramatic because with GarageBand, you still had like a little bit of a backing. You had a backing track, but I mean, there might have been some guitar
That was the correct
So
pitch.
that came
There was-
with it. But yeah,
The drum, it came, there were drums and guitars, right?
yeah, there was
Yeah.
GarageBand. There was Guitar Hero, which
Oh,
was
is
Guitar
just a
Hero.
guitar.
That's what I. That's
Okay.
what I-
just the guitar. So
Yeah.
yeah. But all right, I think we only have one more. Actually, we have a couple more. Oh, yeah. All right. Anyway, here we go. This is somebody who can play.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
That's hard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me go back to somebody who can't play. Did we do Take Me Out to the Ball Game?
Not yet.
Oh,
there we go. Yeah.
This is the first one I listened to. Here we go. They got it together at the end there.
You know, we have to do. So we have to do it on the show. A, and then B, we should probably have a unit at the ready when we do the Camp Out for Hunger.
Agreed.
Yeah,
and we'll see if maybe our celebrities can
take a crack at it,
play along with that. That is a fun game. So it's called Trombone Champ. So we'll see if we can get our version of it to play around with here sometime. All
I
right.
hope there's another version that comes out soon with some ska. Some real big
be a little
fish,
difficult,
some
yeah.
Mighty Boston.
The best is when it's recognizable, you know?
Yep. All right. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment, and we'll check in with the fellas because they are screaming across New Mexico, maybe in Arizona by now. I don't know, Steve.
Let
can
me
you
give it a check. I'm
get an
calling up right
update?
now.
And we're going to find out because their goal is to get to Winslow before the end of the program and be able to stand on a corner in Winslow, Arizona, you know, per the Eagles song, Take It Easy.
We're still showing New Mexico.
All right. Well, they're making their way. We'll check in with them when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Who serves up the best burger in Philly? Taste for yourself.
I mean, it's on.
The list starts there.
Yeah.
So where are we in the movie making process with Spider-Man: Homecoming?
They're still editing slightly. You know, now from now on, I think maybe the picture will change slightly with trims and different things like that. But what they're really working on now is finishing all the visual effects.
Okay.
Getting all of that stuff as you saw today. A lot of the shots in there.
Yeah.
You could still see wires hooked up to him.
Yeah.
You could still see or like a sort of a previs of Spidey.
Which I think is crazy to us because we think of by the time the ads start running, the movie's in the can, it's done, it's ready to go. And it's not.
No.
Yeah, I mean, the music hasn't even been added to it yet. There's all these visual things that need to be
There's
fixed.
so much still going on in the film at this point. And it comes out in July, so it's just, you know, there's not much time left. Wow. But it's the way it always is nowadays with films, you know. It also depends on the filmmaker, depends on the director. Certain directors are much more, no, this is my film, that's it, it's done. Other ones are like, they want to keep changing it and keep trying different things, see if they can improve it. You know, everyone is different in the creative process. So you sort of have to be adaptable to whatever that process is. And every time you're on a film, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, I'll bet.
You know?
Another one of the amazing things that you don't realize until you see what goes on behind the scenes is the musicians that you have here. What Michael was telling us earlier is that basically they came in, they sat down, they're given the music, they start recording it. They haven't rehearsed it. They haven't rehearsed it on their own, much less with each other.
No, they haven't seen any of this music at all. I mean, they come in, they sit, that's how good they are.
Yeah.
You have to be as good a player to be able to come down, sit down, and whatever is put in front of you, you have to be able to play.
And to
No matter
listen
what
to
is.
we would never be able to tell. 'Cause
No.
we,
Yeah.
we were sitting here watching the process, which is incredible. But to listen to it, you would think they've been rehearsing for days or weeks on end.
No.
Could you do it?
Could I? It depends. I did jump in on the cue on the Planet of the Apes when the piano player was stuck
Yeah.
in traffic. But it was an easy cue, so I got in there and I did that, and that was fine. But most of the stuff these guys do, it's such a specialized thing.
Yeah.
I kind of went in. I didn't do the performance route. I went into the composing and orchestrating and all of that instrumentation, that route. So all my time is spent there.
Right.
So I used to be able to play a lot better, but the more I write, the less I play, and so my fingers are rusty. But I get around it. It's fine.
Now, while you have this going on, you're in the thick of that, are you able to juggle other projects at the same time? Work on completely diametrically opposed, you know,
You mean like
storylines
maybe
and
films with apes or in it?
Yeah,
or something like that? Yeah.
For example, one that comes to mind.
Yeah, I just literally a week ago finished Planet of the Apes. We actually have one more day of recording on the 25th for Planet of the Apes.
Wow.
But that's just we're going to catch the end credits and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But the bulk of the film was done, and that was this past Friday. And then here we are doing this. So.
Right.
You don't always want it to be like that, you know. But it's been a crazy schedule the last couple of months, and But luckily, like who I'm working on Apes with, Matt Reeves, is such a good friend, and we've done everything together. He did Cloverfield, a film called Let Me In, The Last Planet of the Apes, and this one. And right now he's scheduled to do the next Batman. So
wow.
So he's such a great filmmaker, such a good guy. So I love working with him, and he's very understanding about everything else that's going on.
Yeah.
And they're very kind about that. So we make room for it.
I was talking to Curtis, who is your assistant.
Yeah,
or-
Curtis is great. Curtis is a friend of the family, but also an incredibly talented musician. And what he does is he tracks all of the percussion changes. Because what we do, a lot of times when we're using big rhythm sections like this,
Yeah.
you know, we change things all the time. Change this, change that, do this, play that. Or they may pick a certain type of snare to play. It may say snare in in the score, but we don't always know which snare they're taking. So what he does is tracks. Okay, they took this snare and they did that. So that way we can update our score. So when we would walk out of here at the end of the day, it's exactly what we did.
Okay.
It reflects exactly what we did here today.
It's interesting to hear the changes on the fly too, because you'll do a version of it one way, and then you'll add an electric cello or an electric guitar or something like
Take
that.
something out.
Take something out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's fascinating to hear very subtle differences. And is that just something where something feels right for you?
Yeah.
You
I'm
go
just
with that?
listening to it and I'm like, nah, that's not going to be right for this scene.
Yeah.
Because it's always about you want to track what's emotionally happening in the scene
Mhm.
and make sure whatever the music's doing is reflecting that. So sometimes if, the first time you play it through, the percussion guys, they pick something, they do it, you go, okay, that's not exactly right. Or sometimes it's spot on what you want.
Right.
But it's always keeping an eye out for that to make sure it can't ever be about like, oh, I like this music I wrote and we're just going to do whatever I want. It's got to be what is right for the film, what's
Right.
right for the picture.
Well, as a composer, you have to be able to hear it without ever hearing it as you're writing it,
Yes.
because these guys haven't seen it, they haven't played it,
Right.
meaning you haven't heard it. I'm sure you have a keyboard that
We
you
have a
work on, you
keyboard,
get
we
an
have
idea.
mock-ups. We get, I can do orchestral mock-ups or with fake French horns and all
Okay.
of that stuff.
Yeah.
So in that way, it's more so that the filmmakers can see it and hear it with an idea of what is going to be happening behind it.
Right.
But on a score like this, it's very tough because so much of what's going on, as you saw in that room over there, how are you ever going to mock that up
Yeah.
to let anyone hear it? And part of my job is being a salesman, saying, trust me.
Yeah.
This sounds like crap right now,
Yep.
but when we get in that room with those guys, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
And you can't really do that. It doesn't work so much on an orchestral score. Orchestral score, they play what you write.
Right.
But when you have rhythm guys involved, they are just,
Yeah.
they add their personality to it.
Especially a legend named Alex Acuna, who is
Yes.
playing on this film. Who
He almost lost his mind.
Yeah, he's a legend. I'm a drummer. I've been reading about him and listening and stuff since I was a teenager. So it was pretty cool to meet him and to watch him work in there. Thanks for letting me go in that room.
I know.
While they were,
They're so nice. Him and Walter.
Yeah.
They're amazing, and they're always a pair. Like they've been working on my films for ever.
And he's
so
worked
you
with-
use them regularly?
Oh yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Well, he's played on everything.
He's worked with Elvis. He's
Oh, yeah.
worked with
Yeah.
McCartney. He's worked
Uh-huh.
with legends over the years, and now he's doing this.
And now he's with me.
Yeah.
Sadly, he's like, yeah.
He's getting a check though, right?
Yeah, he's getting a check.
It's all good. How long do you guys anticipate working on the Spider-Man?
This afternoon we're gonna do some a band afternoon where we have like the rhythm guys doing some rock stuff for some cues, and then we have 3 more days of recording, and then maybe a half day after that.
See, in the scheme of it all, that doesn't seem like a whole lot of time
No,
to
it
me.
goes-
As opposed to, filming is a different story, and they
Yeah.
shoot a lot and then
Yeah.
cut it down to what they want. But I was surprised to hear it was only like 3-4 days, maybe 5, something
Yeah.
like that, and then you're done.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
it.
There's a lot of work leading up to it,
like,
but-
maybe on both of these I did fairly quickly, so I might spend 3, you want 8 weeks to write a score. Sometimes you don't have 8 weeks, but anywhere between, 4 to 8 weeks.
Wow.
Star Wars, I had 4.5 weeks, and that was a nightmare because of the way the schedule was.
4.5 weeks to write?
To write the whole thing.
It's not like it's an iconic movie. or
Yeah, it's not. You can mess that one up and throw it on the
No
pile.
one will ever notice.
God, that's crazy.
So yeah,
man.
so that was probably the craziest it's ever been. This was a little more flexible, which was nice, even though they were on top of each other.
Yeah.
And that Star Wars happened like literally like finishing Doctor Strange, and then the next day going right on the Star Wars. So it was pretty brutal, but it was a lot of fun. I mean, come on, every morning I look up, there's stormtroopers on my. I was like, yeah, this is awesome. So,
It's really cool to be a part of this. But, you know, like for us in the Marvel universe and all of these intersect, we were huge fans of Lost, and we did a weekly recap, and you've been working with J.J. Abrams forever. And so just to be a small part of the viewing audience of this kind of thing it's not lost on us how cool this is.
It's cool because no one gets to see this side of
Right.
things. No one ever gets to visit this stuff. That's why I was like always telling you, come on, you got to come out. You got to see what happens here. You got to do this. So
and here we are.
Yeah,
we made it.
You did it.
Speaking of Doctor Strange, I was at the movie. Credits come up and it says music, and I didn't know you'd done the music. Music by Michael Giacchino. I'm like, friend of the show, friend of the show.
You were sitting right next to me. You're like, Giacchino, friend of the show. We know that guy. So you did that. You did Rogue One last year. You have Spider-Man and Apes this year, and then we were talking a little bit earlier about some of the other ones that are coming up. I don't know if you're allowed to say or not.
Yeah, some yes, some no. But I have Incredibles 2 actually is coming up. I'll start writing that probably in the fall. And then also after that is Jurassic World 2.
Wow.
Right after that. So we'll be doing that around this time next year.
Yeah.
So it's a little busy.
Yeah.
It's all good.
But the biggest of the bigs out there. I mean, like these are tentpole movies.
Small little movies.
Right.
Very
Indies.
small. I only work on independent films that, that's small stuff.
Who would have knew a kid from South Jersey, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
Look at that
See,
guy.
I know how to sneak into places.
Sneaking into the vet.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
Spectrum.
No, I do all
You
that.
learn how to do it.
Sneak
That's
into
awesome.
Hollywood. I know how to do it.
Do you think you'll ever do any more live scoring with the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Man or anything
We
like
want
that?
to,
Oh,
yeah,
that'd be
absolutely.
great.
We'd love to do the third Star Trek film with them. Absolutely, because we did the other ones. We'd love to do that one.
They're so much fun, and the Man is a great place to see anything, to witness anything. But when you get the live scoring, last year I went and saw Back to the Future.
That was fun,
and
right?
It was a blast.
It's
you know,
so much fun to do. We're trying to get Rogue One figured out where we're going to do that because we're preparing that. But yeah, we're always looking to do that kind of stuff. We want to do Up, and we want to do. There's so many. And that's what's so nice about the films I get to work on. They're the kind of things where you can take them to an audience like that, and people will come and see them because the Pixar films are amazing, and they're all just fun movies that you want to go and hang out and have fun watching. So.
Yeah. Cool, man. Well, thanks for having us here.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. We're excited.
Glad you came.
Taking a lunch break, then going back to work. So, Michael Giacchino.
Nice job.
Yes.
What caused a herd of cows to jump to its death from a cliff in Switzerland last week? That is the question pondered by farming experts in the area.
You know what they're labeling this, Preston?
No. Oh.
An utter catastrophe. Oh, my God. It's been a while. But the return of the utter catastrophe joke.
I never see that setup coming. I get these stories ready to go in the morning and sometimes think, I wonder what Steve will say about this.
But they don't know what moved them to do that?
Man, we're milking this one.
No one knows what may have steered them off of the cliff.
It just doesn't stop.
Yeah.
Still going.
Before they had to hoof it out.
All right. What else you got?
Teats. All right, anyhow, the 13 Heron cows broke.
The crowd loved it.
They did.
You can hear the applause.
Broke out of their pen, ran towards a cliff, and either fell or threw themselves off the 50-meter drop last Wednesday night. Wow. 12 of them died. The 13th actually survived, probably because it landed on the others, but was injured and taken to an animal hospital. The cows broke through several lines around the pasture before finding themselves on the ridge. They fell into the void as though they were forced into it. The president of farming insurance company in the region told the paper, in total, the cows were thought to be worth about 20,000 francs.
They're saying the remaining cow's odds are half and half.
God.
Got one more.
Oh, my God. That one I actually liked. Okay. That was good. They belong, even though it was cheesy.
It's a dairy product.
That's right. So they belong to several owners, but were all grazing on land belonging to a local couple who said that they thought some kind of predator must have chased the beasts off the cliff.
That must have been one hell of a predator. It's not.
Yeah.
They're not even considering a suicide cult.
Nevertheless, the behavior was
a bovine suicide cult.
Yeah. I think they need to consider all.
We're just cows.
In a new study, the finding of which was published in the Journal of Molecular Psychiatry.
Yeah, I get it all the time.
Has said that women are more likely to have a mind-reading gene mutation that gives them the ability to read a person's thoughts and emotions by looking at their eyes. The scientists found that the genetic variants on chromosome 3 in women are associated with their ability to read the mind in the eyes, known as cognitive empathy.
Yes.
Which is an interesting term.
I could see that, though.
Yeah.
Do you find that you're intuitive, Kathy? Like when, for example, Dennis sees your Target bill. Can you see into his eyes?
No, but I think I could look, and more so though with men than women. Like if do you know what I'm saying? Like if it was a girlfriend of mine, I'm not sure that I would necessarily be able to tell. Maybe that's because we're I don't know, better at hiding
Cancel each other out
or something like that. But yeah, and not and like maybe you guys too, or other men that I'm close with.
Do you want to see my defensive face so that I can show?
Yeah, let's see if I can.
Right, Preston?
Yeah, you look stupid.
Yeah.
I know that face.
I go gump. I'm going gump.
I'm going dumb. I'm going gump. She'll never break through.
I gotta go gump on this one, or she'll be on to me. I don't know.
You know what? I don't find myself trying to think too much about trying to read people. Casey reads people a lot, I think. Do you notice that about yourself, Casey?
Yeah, well, I was a communications major, so.
That's where they teach you to read people.
No, but I do. I find that Casey reads people a lot and can say that, he's lying.
Let's find out where the boys are now. It's a Casey's Big Adventure Check-In with Preston and Steve on MMR.
Boys are running on Duncan all the way across the country as we speak in their Subaru Ascent, stopping only to hang out at some Marriott hotels along the way. But they have a goal in mind for this morning, and that is to reach Winslow, Arizona, and to stand on a corner in Winslow, Arizona, as the song says.
Well, I'm standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona. Let's see.
Hello.
Take it easy. I gotta know if your sweet love's gonna save me.
Yeah, playing around with the words a little bit there. Yeah. Not completely exactly right, but that's all right.
The sun's up, guys.
I noticed last time we spoke to you guys, it was pitch black dark. They're 2 hours ahead of us, or behind us, thank you. And so, therefore, it was pitch black dark when we spoke to them last, except for the disco lights, which they do have actually mounted in the car. Here we go. Kyle just turned them on.
I love it. It looks great.
But now they're in the daylight, which is wonderful. And you guys are getting pretty close to Winslow, right, Case?
Yeah, we just crossed over the Arizona state line. We pulled off Bill Weston safely on the side of the road to take a picture in front of the Arizona Grand Canyon State Welcome sign. And unfortunately, so when we pulled over, there was a fence in between our car and the sign. So we had to climb the fence. We took video because it was difficult.
We'll lose them.
One more time, Case. You guys broke up. You were talking about approaching the sign?
Okay. Yeah, and there was a fence that we had to climb over that was really, really difficult. We took a video, and Kyle's going to send it over for you guys to view because it was, we looked like two old men trying to climb a fence. It's ridiculous looking, but we got the picture.
Oh, that's great. All right.
You know, as you look, and I was trying to figure out, because Jackie has these glasses, these Hollywood, if you ever saw the movie Sunset Boulevard with Gloria Swanson as the old silent screen film star who, he's kind of rocking that regal old Hollywood look. Yeah. And it's very impressive.
Jackie O's.
Yeah, exactly. You look great.
And Jackie O wore a saber-tooth tiger tooth around her neck, too, just like you. By the way, what is that? What is that necklace?
That's a wild boar from India, believe it or not, Russ. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Jeff and Jackie, I got a wild boar tooth.
Yeah. So, are you guys, Jackie? Have you had a chance to shop for any trinkets or jingly things that you can wear yet?
Yeah, I saw like 20 billboards in a row. Like, wow, what is this place? What is this place? We pull over. It was like a glorified Wawa, but it had everything. And exactly, I asked. I said, "Do you have any wild teeth in here?" And they didn't have any.
So you said,
out of all the things I asked.
Excuse me, where's your wild teeth section?
Yeah. I'm wearing my sunglasses because, like Kate said, the sun came up. But believe it or not, it's freezing. It's 63 degrees. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
It's cold out.
Don't worry, it's going to get hot a little bit later, guys. And that's at that same roadside stop. I was this close to buying a pair of moccasins until I saw that they were made in China, and I was like, that's like I thought it was going to be made here or something like that. And then I was like, okay, I'm not. If it's not authentic, like New Mexico made moccasins, I'm not buying them.
You know,
So
though,
I didn't.
if you do pick up Chinese artifacts, they're made by the local Indians. So it's a reverse, yeah. So what's the ETA on your GPS saying for an arrival in Winslow?
So your time, it'll be 10:25. We have 85 miles or 1 hour and 11 minutes left until we land.
Yeah,
we can do that.
Arizona.
We
Yep.
can do that.
Yeah.
That's great.
We'll get that in at the very end of the show. Real quick before we chat with you guys any further, I want to take this phone call. We'll come back to you guys in a moment because I think there's a guy named William on the line. William, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, William. So we're talking to Casey, but why are you calling right now?
Because I just won $1,000.
For MMR's You Who Loot. Excellent. Congratulations, William. We got $1,000 for you. Where are you from, man?
Bath, Pennsylvania.
Bath, Pennsylvania. Where is Bath, Pennsylvania? Where's that near?
A little north of Bethlehem.
Oh,
I've never heard of it. I've only heard of the other Bath in England.
Excellent. Are you in and around that area right now?
No, I'm in Newtown Square working.
Okay. And does work take you out on the road? Are you somebody who drives around all day?
No. I'm a heavy equipment operator for local 542.
Are you sitting in a piece of heavy equipment right now?
Yes, I am.
What are you driving?
Track loader, 963 track loader.
Dude, can you drive that through a house?
Yeah, can you run over something?
Absolutely.
Hey, you got $1,000. You can pay for it, which is awesome.
All right.
All right, listen,
Great.
William, thanks for listening. We really appreciate it, my man.
Thank you.
Anytime. There you go.
That's
Our latest
awesome.
winner for MMR's You Who Loot, $1,000 right there.
Hardworking guy just picked up $1,000.
Yep, and in about 45 minutes, we're going to do it again.
Yeah,
Could be
love
you,
it.
so make sure that you are with us for that. Sorry to interrupt there, guys, but we had to give away $1,000. I hope you understand.
No, it's fine. We're just enjoying the scenery, and we're passing right by a giant freight train right now that I'm doing the math on is about a mile long.
Yes, you'll see them out
Yeah.
there. Yeah, and
Hey.
we can see it out your window.
Casey, speaking of the landscape and all that, you wanted to check out Kansas and see what that was like as you're driving through that. How different is it now in the New Mexico, Arizona area to what you saw when you were driving through Kansas?
Well, so I mean, I think Nick, the foliage, right? Is that the right word? The foliage is completely changed. So, and actually, what's wild is that it's changed from New Mexico to Arizona. Like Arizona seems to be a little bit more mesas, but that's probably just the area of New Mexico that we drove through. I'm sure the whole state is way different, but yeah, like Oklahoma and Kansas were really, really fast, but green. And now the color is completely changed. I mean, there is greenery, but there's a lot of browns and vermilion and pinks and stuff like that. So yeah, I think vermilion is technically like a pink.
It's like a billion, actually. Vermilion
It's like a billion.
is like
It's like a billion.
Yeah.
It's like vermilion.
Casey,
Yeah,
I know
something
that,
along
we
those lines.
there's a goal in mind, and you want to get to Winslow at the end of the show, before the end of the show. But you guys are going to drive right through Petrified Forest National Park, and sadly, you're not going to have time to stop. But you do get to go through it, so it technically counts.
Okay, good. Yeah, and as a matter of fact, when Steve said that earlier and it was pitch black, I was all bummed out because I thought we were going to drive through in the darkness and I wasn't going to be able to see anything. But yeah, but, hey, listen, as long as I just get to see it with these two eyes, like I don't care if we're cruising at 75 miles per hour, if we're walking through it. Like, just I want to be able to see it. I want Jackie to see it.
Right.
Like,
Have you,
this guy is so jazzed about just everything that he's seeing.
Jackie, have you seen any Velociraptors?
I saw the caboose of that train. I love the old trains. I'm like, Case, you ever jump a boxcar? We should do that one day.
See here, he goes, I love the old train.
Jackie, are you familiar with the Petrified Forest and what that is?
No.
Okay.
It's a very scared forest. The forest is
The trees are terrified. No, it's these trees, these wood that is eventually turned into stone over time.
Oh, cool. Kind of like those Cadillacs back there.
Yeah, just like
those started
Cadillacs.
as trees.
Yeah, and they ended up turning into American-made automobiles.
So you can kind of tell that Jackie didn't really comprehend what you were saying because he just goes, "Oh, cool."
He wasn't really listening. Yeah.
He wasn't really listening.
Hey.
So I'm gonna have to re-explain this as we're driving through.
You got plenty of
Petrified
time.
Forest, what you just said.
Casey, I did have a question about Albuquerque, and you went by Walter White's house, you went by the car wash there, and you guys did the what did Jackie call it, the gondola ride?
The gondola.
But did you see the Breaking Bad statues of Walter and Pinkman?
No, you know what? We didn't because we were just making time to get to the hotel to relax for a little bit, and then when we went to go for the sunset gondola ride, it didn't leave us enough time to go to the statues. And to be honest with you, I think the statues are cool, but they're just statues. They don't actually, it's not. It's just talk. It's just talk. No, but it's not like the statues were in Breaking Bad.
Okay. All right, so not a big deal to you. Well, speaking of Breaking Bad, we'd like to try something out. We did a contest with you guys yesterday. We did the carpool karaoke. We'd like to do a different kind of contest. It's kind of ties into Breaking Bad, only we're going to call it Breaking Bam Bam. And
I love it.
It's all Jackie Bam Bam related, and we need to get some callers on the line. Do we have some prizes? We got some movie passes, I think, to give away.
You want me to go through everything we have?
Yeah, whatever you got available.
Yeah,
By the way, 215-263-WMMR. Essentially, we're going to be asking Jackie some questions. You have to agree or disagree with his answer. Whether
It's
he's right
just
or
that
not.
easy.
It's kind of like Preston Elliott's Rock Trivia game.
Yeah, but completely different.
Totally different.
Yeah, we would never rip off our own idea just to make the work easier.
It's exactly the same. All right, Marissa, what do we have up for grabs?
All right, we have a couple of the WMMR T-shirts, the NASA style. Those are brand new in the Rock
I
Shop.
love those.
Some tickets to see Paul Reiser at the Keswick next month. Yeah, we had some of those left over. Some greatest beer run ever. This movie looks great. We're doing a premiere on Monday. We have a couple more cases of Trogs Lucky Holler from our friends at Bud. And Chris DiStefano is coming to the Fillmore on the 28th of October. So we have a few tickets for those.
Okay. Jackie, this is how this is going to work. We're going to ask you a rock trivia question. Some of these are pretty damn hard, but your extensive knowledge has us feeling pretty confident that you'll get these answers correct. Now, here's the thing, though. The caller on the line has to agree or disagree with your answer, whether you are correct or not. So that's why, if you've ever seen Hollywood Squares, which you probably haven't, but that's okay, you need to try to answer.
Paul in.
All right, well, there you go. You need to try to answer confidently, even if you really don't know the answer. So we make it a little bit difficult for our callers on the line to try to decide.
So if you don't know an answer, bluff it.
Yeah, you can make one up, okay?
Yes. All right.
Okay.
All right, fair enough. But I have a feeling, Jackie, he has
good.
encyclopedic knowledge of music, especially in the world of rock. We were talking earlier about the guys and what they're doing, and apparently Jackie and Kyle have bonded quite a bit over their knowledge of music, more specifically R&B, because that's kind of Kyle's wheelhouse, but Jackie knows a lot about all different kinds of genres of music. So
He's so nervous, though, guys. He went in
2 hours of sleep.
Yeah, he got more than 2 hours of sleep, but he's really nervous. He doesn't want to look stupid.
You won't.
You won't.
We'll just say you're groggy.
Yeah, and these are hard questions. So.
Yeah, you haven't had your morning muchacho.
So it's Breaking Bam Bam, and we got callers on the line, 215-263-WMMR. Let's start with Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
What's happening, Preston?
Yo, bud. All right, we're going to play this game. You just need to agree or disagree with Jackie's answer, okay?
All right.
All right, Jackie, here's your first question, and it is as follows. Where did Aerosmith make their first live debut performance?
Not CBGB's. I want to say Max's Kansas City.
Well, say it again.
Max's Kansas City.
Max's Kansas City. All right, Joe, he says that they performed first at Max's Kansas City. Do you agree or disagree with Jackie?
Disagree.
Disagree. You're correct. He was wrong, and that means you are a winner. Hang on the line. Actually, they debuted, Jackie, at Nipmuc Regional High School in Mendon, Massachusetts. I mean, everybody knows that. It was a tough one.
Mom and Dad's resort, but yep, that's even further back. Yep.
All right, so for Joe, we have this.
Joe has a pair of tickets to see Chris Stefano Right Intention Wrong Movie Tour Friday the 28th at 10:30 at the Fillmore, Philadelphia. Tickets for this show are now available at Ticketmaster. They were sold out, so check soon.
All right.
Preston, can I hit this really quickly? I want to see what it is.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I thought it was just the ending. Yeah, we'll get that.
It's Preston Elliott's Rock Trivia game. All right, let's go to Adam. Hey, Adam, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Adam, we're playing Breaking Bam Bam. Let's give him a question. You ready for this?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Jackie, at which venue did Pete Townsend first smash his guitar?
The Marquee.
It was at the Marquee. He says, Adam, he says it's at the Marquee. Do you agree or disagree?
I'll agree.
That's incorrect. I'm sorry.
Jackie, wake up, man.
It was actually at London's Railway Club in 1964. You ever heard of the Railway Club, Jackie?
I might have read it once or twice, but yeah, you got me on that one.
These are hard, man. These are difficult questions.
They are very hard. Yeah.
All right, let me go.
So sad right now, guys.
I know.
He is so sad. It's like I got 2 answers wrong.
Jackie's knowledge is insane. So we purposefully made these difficult so you'd have a game to play.
Yeah. All right, I'll find some ones that I think you know the answer to. Let's go to Steven. Hi, Steven. Good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. All right, Steven, breaking Bam Bam, and we are breaking him because we're giving him difficult questions. But you ready to try this?
Yeah.
All right, Jackie, here's your question. In which country was Metallica bassist Cliff Burton killed?
The ice Scandinavia. Where was
Scotland?
It's where the museum is right now. I can't pick it off the top of my tongue. Begins with an S, I want to say.
So I'm going to help you out here. Is it Sweden? Is it Switzerland? Is it your No?
No, neither. Something with an S where the
Something with an ass.
the museum there is
it Sasquatch?
In which country? All right, which country was Metallica bassist Cliff Burton killed?
They were on tour with Ozzy. The bus slid off the ice.
Yeah.
Somewhere. I'm there, but I'm not there.
You don't know what country was it?
What?
Was it here? The United
It's not the United States. We'll give me that.
It's not the United States.
Yeah, that's we haven't been in Europe for a long time.
He's all right. Can you? If he says Scandinavia, that's a group of countries. Can we give him that?
We'll go with that. Yeah,
All right, you want to say Scandinavia?
Yeah,
All
we'll
right.
go with that answer. Steven, do you agree or disagree with Scandinavia as a group of countries?
Since he took forever, I'm going to say false.
No,
I
you would
disagree.
have been right. Sorry. It was Sweden.
Sweden,
which is in Scandinavia. He even said Sweden at one point.
I should know. I do Metallica Monday every Monday night.
Yeah, you
9
do.
o'clock.
Yeah, you do.
You
All
knew
right.
what they were driving.
What?
A patrol bus, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sadly, right on black ice, took them away. Yeah.
All right, we'll go to another caller. Jackie is 0 for 3 at this point. We'll go to Eric. Hey, Eric, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Eric, we're playing Breaking Bam Bam, and we're breaking him. Let's see. All right, how about this one? Jackie, what was the name of the band both Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley were members of before forming Kiss?
Had something to do with the New York Dolls, kind of.
Really selling it.
Think Scandinavia. No, I'm kidding.
And remember, if you don't know the answer, you're supposed to bluff.
Remember?
Yeah.
It's like, Twisted. Not Twisted Sister. There was Italian there. New York Dolls and Twisted Sister. I can't think of the name.
It was Scarlet Fever.
Yeah, it's my band, Scarlet Fever. That was it.
He's selling it. He is selling it.
He's really selling it, guys.
He's a good actor.
You have to understand, he is so depressed right now. Like, he really is.
I'm not. I know my music.
You gotta be jazzed. Like, pretend like you're a mama right now, and you can't hear the music. What would you do if you couldn't hear? You would just dance anyway. So dance, monkey.
Dance.
Star Child.
Star Child.
Yeah.
All right, he's going with Star Child. Eric, do you agree or disagree?
I gotta go to work. I have to disagree.
Very good. And you win, by the way. Hang on. Eric, we're going to give you some beer, I believe.
Yeah, we
Marissa?
have a prize from our friends at Trogs. Trogs Lucky Holler Hazy IPA. It's a hoppy, hazy Harvest Ale delivering bright waves of pineapple, juicy citrus, and ripe passion fruit. So good, you'll want to holla. Pick up a 6-pack today at your local Acme Market.
By the way, Jackie, the name of the band was Wicked Lester.
Okay.
Yeah, do you remember that?
JJ French had a Twisted Sister connection. Yeah.
There we go.
Yep.
Was JJ French in Wicked Lester?
Well, he auditioned and all that. So yeah, there was a tie-in there. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get one.
He's so mad.
I know. We'll go to Matt next. Hey, Matt.
Hey.
All right, Matt. What's that?
He said he's sad. Jackie goes, no, I'm not.
All right, so
sad.
we're playing Breaking Bam Bam. Let's go. All right, here we go. Let me see. How about this? What famous rocker arranged the strings on the Rolling Stones classic "She's a Rainbow"?
John Paul Jones.
He says John Paul Jones. And Matt, do you agree or disagree?
I'm gonna give him. I'll agree with this one because it's the Stones.
That is correct.
We got one.
He actually got 2. He gave him Scandinavia.
That's true. Yeah. All right, so you got it right, Matt. Hang on the line. Here's what we have for you.
I'm so excited. That's my favorite Stone song. And you, Matt, have won a case of Trogs. It's our final case for the week. Lucky Holler Hazy IPA, a hoppy, hazy Harvest Ale, delivering bright waves of pineapple, juicy citrus, and ripe passion fruit. Pick up a 6-pack at your local Acme Market.
All right, we will go to another caller. And Breaking Bam Bam is what we're doing because the guys were in Albuquerque where they filmed Breaking Bad. We're doing Breaking Bam Bam, and I have Drew on the line. Hey, Drew.
Yo, ever heard of Jerk Mate?
That was good.
All right.
That was eerily good.
Yeah.
That's where it
should be.
Let's try this one out. Drew, we're going to ask Jackie the question. We'll see if you agree or disagree. Jackie, which rock and roll guitarist once won a national squirrel shooting contest? Who do you think in the world of rock would win something like a national squirrel shooting contest?
I'm going to say Uncle Theodore, the Nuge, as in Ted Nugent. I'm
He
thinking
says-
animals. I'm thinking, yeah.
Ted Nugent. Drew, agree or disagree?
Oh my God, this is hard, man. I guess I'm gonna have to disagree.
No, Jackie got it right. So you do not get the prize. It was indeed Ted Nugent who won a squirrel shooting contest. And that was a good deduction. Absolutely. What you guys talking about, Casey?
I'm just trying to coach him into answering the question because even though he knew it was Ted Nugent, he was like, I'm thinking Ted Nugent. Like, dude, I don't know. I'm just coaching him along.
What's this you be a know-it-all, and I'm not a know-it-all.
Just keep saying dance monkey. Yeah.
I just want you to be happy. Yeah. No, because here's the deal. When we get done this call, he's gonna be so sad. No, you're not. He's gonna be so sad. And he's gonna be like, those guys they're so mad at me because I didn't know the answer.
No!
And it's not about that.
Jackie.
It's not about that. It's about you gotta entertain.
Yeah, Casey is exactly right. I specifically made sure we hunted down this is insane level. Your knowledge,
these are hard.
You're an encyclopedia of music knowledge. This would be tough for anybody.
I'm in the ballpark, but to pin him, Steve.
You're doing great. You're doing great. All right.
You ready to try this, Jackie?
All right, well, keep them coming. Yep.
All right, we'll go to another caller, and I have Ryan who's on the line. Hey, Ryan, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Is this the Lobster Man hotline?
Lobster Man hotline. I don't know. You got us. All right, Ryan, let's try this out. Another question for Jackie. I think you might know this one, Jackie. Who appeared as the Hillbilly Band in Back to the Future 3? Okay, so what rock band appeared as the Hillbilly Band in the movie Back to the Future 3?
AC/DC.
He says AC/DC. Ryan, what do you think? You agree or disagree?
I'm going to disagree.
You are correct. Jackie is wrong.
ZZ Top.
It was ZZ Top. Casey got that right. Exactly. So, Ryan, we have...
I tried to scramble the alphabet.
Dude, I was giving you the answer. I was drawing the 2 Z's on the dashboard.
That was my knee.
All right, we have a prize for Ryan. What are we going to give him?
All right, Ryan, you have the brand new MMR t-shirt. It is a black t-shirt, pink imprint that says NASA right on the front. It is on sale for right now at the rock shop at WMR.com for $20. Other merch is P&S show designs, throwback MMR logos, trucker hats, mugs, so much more. Check that out.
All right, I think we got time for a few more quickies here. We will go next.
Hey, guys, we're going through the Petrified National Forest right now.
Cool. Oh, are you? That's awesome. All right, well, if you see something cool, let us know. I have Nicole who's on the line who's going to play, and let's get to her next. Hey, Nicole, good morning.
Good morning, it.
Good morning, it. So we're doing Breaking Bam Bam. I have a question for Jackie. Let's see if you agree or disagree with his answer. Jackie, in 1969, Doors singer Jim Morrison was arrested at a concert in Miami for doing what?
He pulled out his number 1, undid his leather pants and that cool buckle, and exposed himself.
All right, exposing himself. And Nicole, do you agree or disagree with that answer?
Big words.
He sounded pretty confident. I'm a little nervous about this, but I'm going to agree.
That is correct. Yes, that is correct. And you use a big word like exposure, and you got it right. So here's what we have for you, Nicole.
All right, Nicole, you as well won the brand new Preston and Steve WMMR NASA style shirt. Head on over to WMMR.com to check out the other merch, including P&S designs, MMR logos, trucker hats, and more on WMMR.com.
Casey, can you see a little bit of the Petrified Forest as you're driving through? Because sometimes when you drive through those the national parks and things, you have to kind of meander through before you get to the real attraction.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything yet. But we do see some really beautiful cliffs off into the distance right now.
You can actually hear the
landscape
forest.
is gorgeous.
You can listen carefully. You can hear the forest, yeah.
I'm scared.
Ooh.
It's petrified. Yeah.
Petrified of these questions.
All right. Good segue, Jackie. Let's go back to the game. I'm going to go to Alex next. Hi, Alex. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Hey, Jackie, I actually work with the guy bobbing with apples.
Bobbing with apples?
Yeah, you know that guy?
You know that guy,
He's a
Jackie?
full-time vampire. I did a Halloween vampire bash, and he bobbed for apples, and he won some prizes off.
He's a professional apple bobber?
He's an apple bobber.
He's an apple bobber.
I'm your basic bobble.
What are you doing? I'm an apple bobber.
I do general bobbing, all sorts of produce.
All right, Alex, here we go with a question for Jackie. Jackie, we'll go back to your favorite subject, the Rolling Stones. What was the Rolling Stones' first album without Bill Wyman?
Without Bill, Bill left in '89. Voodoo Lounge tour.
All right, he says Voodoo Lounge. Alex, do you agree or disagree?
I'm going to have to agree with him on that one.
That is correct. Absolutely correct. Hang on a second, Alex. Here's what we have for you.
All right, Alex, you have a pair of tickets to the advanced screening of The Greatest Beer Run Ever on Monday, September 26th at 7 p.m. at the UA King of Prussia, hosted by Casey Boy, his first event back. Click contest at WMMR.com for another chance to win.
All right. Let's go to another caller. We're playing Breaking Bam Bam. They were in Albuquerque where they filmed Breaking Bad, so we figured we would play a game with Jackie called Breaking Bam Bam, and we're trying him out on these difficult rock trivia questions. It's Nick, who's our next contestant. Hey, Nick, how you doing, bud?
Hey, how you doing?
Awesome. All right, we're going to pose a question to Jackie. Let's see if you agree or disagree with his answer. Jackie, before...
I would love to be in that choir with that.
Ah, that's great. We're glad you're enjoying it, man.
All right, before joining Black Sabbath, Geezer Butler and Ozzy Osbourne played together in what band?
They were in a band called Shamrock.
Shamrock. All right, and Nick, do you agree or disagree?
Disagree.
He's right. Yeah. Nick is correct. Jackie was wrong. Jackie, the band was Rare Breed. Rare Breed. But that's how you play this game.
Jackie, you did a great job
he
on that.
pretended like he knew the answer. Well done.
I don't know Rare Breed, but yeah, cool.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
All right. What are we going to set up Nick with, Marissa?
All right, Nick, you want a pair of tickets to see Chris Stefano Right Intention Wrong Movie Tour Friday, October 28th at the Fillmore, Philadelphia. The early show was sold out. These are for the late show. Check Ticketmaster.com to see if more tickets are available.
Nice.
That what you were telling me?
All right. What's that? What are you guys talking about?
There's a rainbow over to our right.
Aw.
Yeah, there's a rainbow.
Take a picture of it, Bam Bam. Take a picture.
All right. Then we have to pause for a moment because
Give them a
Jackie's going to
minute.
take a picture.
We actually have a rainbow question if you want, Preston.
Let me see if I can find it.
Did we already ask that
Yeah,
one?
I got a rainbow question.
Well, sort of.
Well, yeah, we did.
Yeah, she's a rainbow.
Yeah, she's a rainbow. We did that.
Oh,
one
we did.
already.
Okay.
Yep. All right. So let's go to John next. Hey, John. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, John. Playing Breaking Bam Bam. I'm going to ask him a question. Let's see if you agree or disagree.
Okay.
With that answer. All right, Jackie. Let's see if you know in which year were Leonard Skinner's Ronnie Van Zant, Steve Gaines, and Cassie Gaines killed in a plane crash in South Carolina? What year did that plane crash happen?
1977.
He says 1977.
Our contestant answered.
I agree with you.
And Jackie agrees. So that's right, Jackie, you win.
Jackie! What did Jackie win?
No additional prize. The album with the flames on it for no additional prize. The
Yeah.
MCA released a couple. What was it called? For no additional prize, my man.
All
Tell
right.
me the name of that album.
Well, I already put him on hold, so he's. But
What was the name of the album?
Survivors.
What was it?
Street Survivors.
Okay.
Street Survivors.
Street
yeah,
Survivors.
with the flames around it. Yep.
all right, and what do we have for John?
John has a pair of tickets to see Paul Reiser Friday, November 11th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, Pennsylvania. Tickets are on sale now at Axis.com.
All right, let's just do one more.
All right.
And then we'll take a break. Okay. And we will go to, let's see, who do we not get to? You, Brian, I believe. So we're going to go to him. Brian, good morning.
I have three testicles.
That's good, too. We have a...
on this road trip. Why is Gary Lauer not on this?
Oh, my God. You know what? Believe it or not, Brian, the name was thrown around for a moment, but we just couldn't take the chance.
We thought, how many states is he wanted in?
All right, let me find a fitting last question to ask Jackie. I don't want to give it a... okay, I like this one. All right.
That's why.
That's why we didn't send. All right, so Jackie, here's your question. Which member of the band Queen was the first to release a solo album? All right, which member of the band Queen was the first to to release a solo album? Did we lose him?
Say Dr. Brian May.
He says Dr. Brian May. Brian, do you know the answer? Or, do you agree or disagree?
I'm going to have to agree with that.
That's wrong. I'm sorry. It was Roger Taylor was the first person to actually have a solo album. I didn't know that. No,
yeah.
I would have thought it was Freddie
Mercury,
but no, incorrect. So
Yeah,
there
me
you
too.
go. Hey, Jackie, You did a great
You
job,
did a
man.
great job. Yeah. Hey, Jackie.
So those were tough questions, man, but that's the way it's supposed to be. But you had a respectful display, and you got a few of those right, and then the other ones you started to figure out. You played along how the game plays, and we gave some stuff away and made people happy. Casey, how
I was
far?
waiting for some Cinderella.
Oh, Cinderella. You know what?
Cinderella and Rat, Brittany.
Yeah, that's definitely your forte. We should get into the hair metal band stuff someday. Casey, what's your GPS saying as far as how much time before you guys pull into Winslow?
Well, here, let me ask you a quick question. What time is it where you guys are?
It is 9:42 a.m.
Okay, so we're now officially 3 hours behind you guys.
Oh, so you're
I
now
didn't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So now it's 6:42 a.m. in Arizona.
Wow.
And we are going to arrive in Winslow in 38 minutes.
38 minutes.
That's fine.
Perfect. So roughly 10:30 or so, we should have you guys standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona, and ready to go.
Such a fine sight to see.
It is.
Standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona.
Their trek across the country continues, and we will follow every step of it and have every bit along the way. So make sure that you stay with us, and when they arrive, we'll have them standing on the corner. Apparently, there's a listener that works across the street from there.
Owns an ice cream place.
And they're going to bring him something. I don't know exactly what is happening, but we'll find out a little bit. So with that, we're going to take a quick break. We will come back in a second, and the Bizarre File is up next. Stay with us. Okay.
Hold it up.
Look into my eyes. What's the picture of?
It's a penis. I knew it. Steve, I didn't even see you.
All right.
That's just because you guys are in love.
That's just because I know.
Let me do it. All right.
You going to draw a picture?
Yes.
Dude, I totally nailed that.
Yes, you did.
What else would you draw? I almost said butthole.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Steve drew a picture of, what is it? A penis. A hairy penis.
I knew it was
I drew it with hairy balls.
Okay. All right.
Kathy, you going to draw something?
Yeah.
Well, Kathy should be able to divine.
You know what? Yeah.
And all of you are going to draw a penis. Any guy here in this entire place is going to draw a penis. So
I won't draw a penis.
You're lying.
I promise.
All right.
Kathy.
All right.
I drew a picture.
Okay.
Kathy, really look into
Casey's eyes. Okay.
Okay.
It's a dog's penis.
No.
Am I close?
Preston.
All right.
What did I draw?
This time you drew a butthole.
No, I drew boobs.
Okay.
Nick drew boobs too.
All right, Kathy. Can you see it?
No.
Can't.
I'm guessing what you drew?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now look, you got to look into Preston's eyes. Preston, you have to let her see your eyes.
Yeah, don't cover your eyes up.
And don't go gump.
A butthole.
She's terrible at
Close. It's a vagina.
Oh.
No, wait, that's a penis. I'm sorry.
That's a penis.
Veiny.
Veiny, too.
Yeah.
All right, anyway.
Okay.
You want?
Have you proved anything here?
All right, do you want to see what I drew?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, look at
No,
Kathy's
let's see.
eyes.
Steve, do it to Steve. He's better.
All right. I can't see through the paper. All right. Something you drew.
Look at her eyes. The eyes should give it away.
Yeah, the eyes are the window of the soul.
Yeah.
Soul is in Korea.
Also a fish.
It's also a shoe part.
Yeah.
And it's also a type of music.
Listen, when you guys like doodle, that you draw penises.
I know.
What
but
do you think? Like for real though, what do you think?
Big sweaty vagina.
No, that's not what I would do.
All right, hang on,
not what I
Kathy.
would.
All right, so I think you're going to draw.
Vaginas are hard to draw. Penises
They are
easy to draw.
Draw a taco and add extra lettuce. Yeah. Is it a penis?
It's not.
Okay.
Preston, you guess.
It's a car. We were just talking about cars. Oh, my God.
What is it?
I did that just for you guys.
What is that?
That's somebody taking a dump.
Is it something dripping?
Is it
It's a butt.
You have
I'm
brothers.
a terrible artist.
A butt into a target.
I thought it was
Dripping
gonna-
into
No, that's
a
the
target.
toilet. That's the toilet.
Okay.
I thought that was a puddle.
Yeah. All right. Anyway.
I thought that was sweaty balls in a puddle underneath of it.
So a study in this regard.
We just conducted. We need to share this data.
So we're getting ready to play a game, and so here's the deal. Let me set this up. I said it just a moment ago.
Yes.
U2 is doing the Joshua Tree 30th anniversary tour. They made an announcement they were going to be in Philadelphia, which is this Sunday. So a few months back when the announcement happened, I called up two friends of mine because the three of us together went to see that show. It was at the Arena in St. Louis, and it was a big deal because the Cardinals were at the 7th game of the World Series that night.
You had to make a call.
We had to. Are we going to watch the game or are we going to go to the concert? We had already bought the tickets.
How old are you at this time?
We were fresh out of high school, first year, so 19 years old,
Okay.
something like that, because it was 1987. And we went to the concert, and I just was so blown away by the show that night. And I was like a mid-level U2 fan. I thought they were a really good band. I knew enough of the material to go to the concert. The new album sounded great. I hadn't listened to the whole thing. I'd heard, some of the songs that were on the radio. I'm like, all right, let's go. And left that night just amazed. The lights came up. The crowd was still singing. They ended with 40.
Which is awesome.
And the crowd is still singing and singing. The band was long gone, and we were still singing, and the lights stayed on. And I was just like, this was amazing. This is the best concert I've ever seen. And I was just dumbfounded for a while after this. So it was a significant show.
Yes, yeah.
And when they made the announcement that the 30th anniversary was coming around, I'm like, I got to get these guys. We got to get together. We got to go see it together.
Everyone had the same experience with your friends here?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. So they're back in town. They got in yesterday and the day before, and we're going to the show on Sunday. And we're going to play some golf and stuff while we're here and just having a buddies thing, which is pretty cool. So I told you guys this, and you decided, well, why don't we have them come in and we'll play a game with them?
Sure.
About my teenage and formative years.
Right. We've heard a lot of stories.
Yeah.
And so there's some stuff that we know. There's some stuff that I'm going to be asking. I have no idea what it means, but it should resonate with you guys.
Yeah, because Casey, I gave him some phone numbers from some old friends who couldn't be here, and he tracked them down and got some info, right?
Yeah, I talked to Hawk.
Yep.
Right. And then I talked to either Patty or Sandy.
I think you spoke to both of them, didn't you?
No,
I gave you Sandy's number.
You gave me Sandy's number, and then Patty somehow got involved as well.
Yeah, I saw those names pop up, and then the parole officer, of course. Obviously.
You needed all
Yeah,
the
all
info.
of the information, yeah.
It's funny because I was, I consider myself a child of the 80s. And I definitely had yearbooks and all those things that I can look back at because I was in school at the same time as Preston, but I was slightly younger. And to see what you guys were doing, and I think you're like 7 years older than me, but like what you guys were doing and what you guys were up to in 7th and 8th grade, and then high school, it's just
It's freaky, isn't it?
Completely different world.
I mean, I look back at my old pictures, and there I am at the Continental Congress.
Yeah.
And I'm saying,
Well,
it's just so wild.
Because I've told you guys in the past what DBH meant.
Yeah, Dubong hits.
Dubong hits. And so Casey's looking through my 7th and 8th grade yearbook and all the signatures and people signing, and it's like, dude, DBH till you can't stand it anymore. And this is in 7th and 8th grade.
And that's from teachers.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So
But
he
then-
was just looking at it and being
But
blown
it's
away.
also funny because I think a lot of times we have this attitude of like, oh, these kids today, they're crazier and they're doing things that I never did.
With
and
their
then,
malt shops and their leather jackets.
But the reality is I think the kids of the 80s were probably way worse than anybody right now.
I guarantee you, every generation has that perception.
Yeah.
And but there's something that is the same across the charts.
Yep.
And I think as I'm looking through this, and we were looking at some of the things, and we were all laughing at the back, saying, "What the f does that mean?"
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's got their things, and that's why. It always amazes me when anybody runs for political office, because any of these things taken and put on, there are a number of things here that we're going to ask that if we're put on a front page of a paper, you'd say, what the hell? Yeah.
But we partied hard, man.
Yes,
We partied
yeah.
very, very hard. And these guys are a little nervous.
So why don't you introduce your
All right,
friends?
and before I do that, do we need any callers on the line to play along? All right, 215-263-WMMR. Somehow or another, we're going to work this in a way to have you win prizes as well. I don't really know what's going to happen.
Let me explain.
there.
It's going to be a straight-up trivia
Right.
contest. And so we're going to have people playing. You're going to play for callers online. We're not going to go to them.
Okay.
They're just going to win prizes as we cycle through so we can move some product, and that'll be happening in the background. So
All right.
everyone will get assigned. If someone gets a question right, that person wins, and then we put another person in that spot,
right.
and that's how we'll proceed.
Before we introduce our contestant, Steve, what's the name of the game?
The name of the game is Preston, Cheston, and Steve Blast from the Ass Trivia Challenge.
Thank you, studio audience. Let's meet our contestants this morning. Contestant number 1 hails from St. Louis, Missouri, and he is currently a teacher who's got the summer off. It's a wonderful thing. We go way back, and yes, his name sounds like mine. We are welcoming Cheston Chet Plaguey.
Yeah!
Chet, good morning.
Thank you.
Good to have you here, sir. Good to see you.
Great to be here.
Excellent. All right, next, the guy I consider to be my best friend.
Yeah.
We go way, way back, and we've been through some times together.
We are aware of some of
I
them.
won't mention any of them now because it may be ones that
No.
are coming up in the particular contest.
I just think it's great that I have a story with Steve. You know, I with that time that we spent down in St. Martin, and we enjoyed ourselves, and you lost your wedding ring.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was fun. He's
He
got
has a
that
nice
now.
new one on now.
All right, please welcome Steve Lee. By the way, those of you who've heard the story about my friend Steve who threw his phone into the ocean,
That's him.
this is him.
That would be that, Steve.
That was
All
a
right.
fun one.
That was a great throw.
Yeah,
You have to admit.
it was awesome. It was a small window. You could have shattered that door.
From distance, maybe inebriated, maybe not.
Maybe not. So, friends, by the way, and just to contextualize this, these are friends at this point in time we're going to reference. But how long, I mean, does it go back to junior high and even...
Steve and I go back to junior high.
Okay.
So we probably started hanging out more in high school, but we were friends in junior high.
Oh, sure.
And then Chet didn't end up at art school until junior year, right?
Right.
Were you you were going to military school before that, right?
I was in military school.
Yeah. Was that by choice or did your parents
By
demand?
state decree.
It was forced.
It was forced?
Forced,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
All right, well, pleasure to meet you guys. I know Steve we met before, but good to meet you. And Cheston is Chet. That's your regular name. Okay.
And by the way, we have little placards with our names and our high school
I love it.
pictures. or
Nick
photos.
Murphy did some
Great.
wonderful little collections, Preston. Everyone looks fairly similar. No glasses on Steve.
No, thank God.
And a little less hair, but
No
I can
hair on me,
commiserate.
right.
Yeah, on Chet, but that's okay. That's all good to go. So we're good to go. We have our callers up. Everybody set?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right.
Yeah.
So you want to start this? Everyone has our El Cheapo buzzers.
Yeah, let's do that. So each one of us has a buzzer. This is going to be a trivia thing. So I guess we're going to buzz in when we know the answer.
Yes.
And we're going to hold these up to the microphone. I will signal mine so you know what it sounds like. All right, so
Okay.
that's me. And Chet, what does yours sound like? And then Steve?
Whatever.
All right. So understand that there's only so much we can know about the accuracy of the answer to this question. So we're going to play a little light and loose with the particulars here. So let's get started. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Yeah.
All right.
set.
Question number 1. What aquatic school-based contest, what aquatic alcohol-based contest took place at Ben Aronson's house?
That was Preston.
That was me?
Yes.
Pool in the pig. Or pig in the pool.
All right, please explain.
Okay, so Ben had a cutting board that was in the shape of a pig.
Yeah.
And we would actually, it floated. So we would put it in the pool. We got, a couple of minutes. We got like 3 minutes before we have the Yoo-Hoo Loot. So we'll spend, rather than get right into the bizarre file, we'll hold off on that. We'll do the Yoo-Hoo Loot in a moment. But I do want to mention that we have the Daily Rush videos are up. The newest one is Casey's Big Adventure Day 2. The weary travelers made it to St. Louis, visit some of my old stomping grounds to return an artifact once thought lost. And we also have Day 1, which was essentially just the kickoff here out in our parking lot.
Yes, a lot of fun.
Sending the guys out on the road. We had the fire trucks and the drum line and all that good stuff. So these videos are now available, and you can be the first to see the newest Daily Rush by subscribing to our YouTube channel, and it's sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. You can learn more at xfinity.com. And if you want to see even more coverage of their trip across the country, go to PrestonandSteve.com and click on Casey's Big Adventure because there's all kinds of posts there as well.
Can I issue an apology?
Please.
I got something wrong, and I want to make good on it. Yesterday, I insisted, and I was completely wrong, that Dancing with the Stars will only be on Disney Plus for a little bit, and then we'll return to ABC.
Okay.
And because I was so sure in my tone, a guy named Manny told his wife, no, it's going to be on ABC next week. And his wife, Shauna, bet him $20 that she was right and he was wrong. And Manny was like, no, I was listening to Nick on Preston and Steve yesterday, and he
You lost
was
him 20
certain
bucks.
I lost him $20. So congratulations, Shauna. I'm sorry, Manny. And he just requested a shout out and an apology. So
Yeah,
Okay.
no, we'll
All right.
definitely do that. 1 second.
All right, and then Marissa has a make good of some type.
Okay.
She mentioned it to me earlier this morning, but didn't tell me what it is.
You slept with me.
Or you wanted to admit,
Oh, no, you weren't supposed to tell him his wife was listening.
or you wanted to admit
Well,
something.
I want to
or-
admit something. We're all getting things off of our chest,
Yeah.
and this has been bothering me for a few days. I had an extra ticket to an event, and it was a concert, and I texted my friend, and I said, do you want to go to the show? And the immediate text back was, well, what time is it?
Oh.
And concert time. Like concerts are 7 or 8, right?
Okay.
Like, I think it's kind of annoying to somebody. It's not like a game. Like, oh, is it a 1 o'clock game? Is it a 4 o'clock game? Is it a night game? Like, those can be different. But what time is the concert? It's a little annoying.
That rattled your chains?
That got me.
I don't know if that would get to me.
No, that's literally the first question I ask, because if it's too late, I'm not going.
Yeah, but don't you know what time a concert is? That's what I'm trying to
start
say.
different times. Like there's
7?
some that but do they go on at like
That's a
do you
good
know what I mean?
question.
I need to know that. Like when I went to see Imagine Dragons, they went on pretty early, so it was perfect for me. I was like, yep, I'm in, we're going.
Boom.
But there's some where they don't take the stage till 9 o'clock. I can't go.
But we usually don't know that until right before the show. Like maybe you can find out what
But
times
they
go
figure you're
on.
very informed because you're in the industry.
Well, and
Well,
also,
days
when
out.
did you ask them the day of?
No, like a day or two out. 7 or 8. 7 or 8 is concert time. The question is like, do you want to go see the opener?
I'm afraid it's a little presumptuous of you, Marissa.
Well, but the people I asked were like concert people.
Yeah.
So like
Okay.
7 or 8. I
Well,
don't know,
were they
7:30,
concert people
8?
or mansion people?
Mansion people can afford to be concert
They would,
people.
they don't have
they
to
can
worry.
get the really expensive
They fall
tickets
back on
all
their
the time.
vast wealth and laugh at us.
I knew you guys would make fun of me for this one, but it's really been wearing on me.
All right. I think you're causing yourself a lot of agita for no reason.
It bothered you that they asked you that?
That was the first question.
You should have rescinded the offer then and just told them to F off.
Yeah, that too. I thought
It's
you were
concert time, you dicks.
I thought you were going to be somewhat offended because it's the free tickets.
Yeah.
What are you asking?
Yeah.
What are you asking time over here? You know, were they free?
Yeah.
Or were you going to make them pay?
No. They was going to be a free ticket. I was just
Yeah,
looking for
it's-
a friend.
You like the Wiggles?
Just, do you want to be my friend or not is all I'm asking.
All right, real quick.
What time?
Real quick.
That's why I never text you, Kathy.
It's almost 10 o'clock, so let me do these 2 quick shout outs, or I will not get to them. Let's see. It says, hey, this was for the 21st, so I'm late on this. Been listening since Y100, my 65th birthday, Wednesday, September 21st. Would love to have you guys give me a shout out and a happy birthday. I listen every day, so anytime this month would be great. Love your show, but as a Broadway fan, I yell at the radio every time you guys get something wrong or Broadway-related wrong. That's okay, though. I still love you guys. Hope to see you at the camp out. I'll usually try to be there. Thanks so much. That's from Louise Niklicki. So there you go. Happy birthday to you, Louise. And then one last one that says, hey, it'd be awesome if you could give a birthday shout out. A massive fan of yours. It says it is T18 days. Oh, T minus 18
Oh, yes.
days till my boyfriend's birthday. So it was supposed to be on the 20th, and I missed it by a couple days. I'm sorry about that. His name is Bob. And recently just started up a small business. I'm so proud of him, and I think this would honestly make him his day, if not his year, if he heard it from you guys. Much love. That is from Mara. And then she says he's a huge, huge mega fan, longtime listener, 15 years. Never heard or listened to you guys before, but since dating him, I listen every morning on my commute to work. And it would mean the world if you could do it. So rage on. That is from Mara. So here you go.
Happy birthday, Bob.
All right, now we can do this.
Here it is, MMR's Yoo-hoo Loot. Now, listen up. Here's your keyword.
All right, the word is invest. And you may do that with it. It's $1,000 after if you win this. Invest, I-N-V-E-S-T. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that, in 3 ways for you to do it. You can text it, special contest short code number, which is 45911. Or you can enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. And one random entry is going to get $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from our company, Beasley. Make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com, and it's all sponsored by Horizon Services. So once again, the word for you to enter is invest. INVEST. Good luck to you.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, focused on being the best at one thing and getting it right every time.
I want them.
Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers coming soon to Fairless Hills in the court at Oxford Valley. One love. All right, we're going to start with this story. And listen, I when it comes to transgender and I'm an ally. I'm all for you being who you feel that you are.
You do you.
But this story is a little ridiculous because I saw the pictures. A Canadian high school has said that it would be illegal to criticize and stop a trans teacher from wearing huge prosthetic breasts in class. So I saw the pictures. It's ridiculous.
So Kathy, it's not like it bucks them. These are anime,
like just
beyond.
ridiculous.
And they like hang down by the guy's or by the woman's stomach.
And the nipples are like 8 inches long.
Gigantic. Yeah. And this is a school teacher, Kayla Lemieux, a manufacturing technology teacher, which is kind of like a shop teacher, I think. Was recently pictured instructing a shop class with the large prosthetics on, which stretched her clothing and stuck out prominently. Kathy, take a look at the picture over here by Nick.
Come on.
I know.
Come on.
Looks like a ball sack.
Despite the heavy backlash and reports that some students are skipping class, the school board defended the teacher and said that it would no longer answer questions about the issue because it was a personal matter. The district also claimed that interfering or criticizing the teacher would go against the Ontario Human Rights Code, so they're obligated to let Kayla wear this, but it seems like it would be dangerous around shop equipment.
Also, they could probably talk to her about putting a bra on.
That too.
No, that's not part of it because this is apparently an anime type of fetish.
Okay.
It's called. It roughly translates to something like milk explosion or something like that. And that's the way you got to wear them when you're doing your shop class.
Meanwhile,
you think like a bandsaw would peel those right off.
That's what I was thinking. Meanwhile, parents and students at the high school appeared split on the issue. Owen LaPlante, a 12th grader of the school, told the Toronto Sun that while some people support Lemieux, others are not comfortable with the situation. He said, "I'm okay with it. I know some of my friends are a little uncomfortable with it, but I think she should be able to express herself however she wants to." Another student in the 10th grade said that most of the kids in school seem to have brushed off the incident. I don't really hear anyone talking about it, and I think maybe we don't care about all of that. But you would want to see the picture. It's pretty wild.
Some of the kids were like, "You're still going to impose a dress code on us?
Yeah.
Can we relax a little bit?"
True. All right, the motorcyclist, this is a follow-up story. The motorcyclist who led cops on a high-speed chase because he was trying to show off for a female passenger with whom he was on a first date with has pleaded guilty to a felony and will be serving 2 months in jail, according to Florida court records. Taylor Beverly, a 23-year-old Tampa resident, copped Thursday to a fleeing or eluding charge in connection with the chase last year. In addition to the time behind bars, he'll be having a suspended driver's license for a year and pay about $700 in fines. After Beverly blew a red light in front of a squad car, police began chasing his Suzuki, which weaved in and out of traffic while running additional lights and traveling well over 100 miles per hour. While Beverly was fleeing, his passenger later told police that she was screaming at him to stop, but he refused. Referring to Beverly and the woman, a cop noted that this was their first date. Upon being apprehended at an intersection,
baby?
Beverly confessed and stated that he was trying to show off for his date, by leading cops on a high-speed pursuit.
So I'll call you.
Court records show that Beverly, who works for a roofing company, has previously been convicted of grand theft, cocaine possession, passing a bad check, and probation violation. Following a 2019 motorcycle crash, Beverly was cited for reckless driving and driving an unregistered vehicle.
Let's burn things.
All right, and I usually don't report on tractor trailers that spill things on the road because they happen every single day. But this one is interesting. A Florida highway was littered with hundreds of cans of beer early Wednesday morning as police say it was a crash involving 5 semi-tractor trailers in a pile. I've never heard of that many crashing together.
No.
The Florida Highway Patrol said 2 semi-trucks stopped on Interstate 75 in Hernando County about 6 a.m. on Wednesday after one of the vehicles had rear-ended the other, and 3 other semi-trucks and a pickup truck then became involved in the crash. The last semi-truck to strike the stop vehicles ended up spilling its load of Coors beer on the roadway. No serious injuries were reported from the incident, but there's debris everywhere.
How do you close off the area and keep people from running in and grabbing up all that beer?
Yeah, totally.
Did you see the footage of the truck flying over the overpass and turning over?
No.
Exploded into flames.
What?
It looks, Preston, it's a full truck, Nick, a full 18-wheeler. The guy, sadly, the driver died, but it looks like a Hollywood special effect.
Wow. All right, moving on to this story, and I only bring this up because of this guy's name, Leonard Glenn Francis, who was on house arrest in San Diego and weeks away from sentencing, removed his GPS tracker on September 4th. He had pleaded guilty in 2015 to bribing Navy officials in a $35 million scandal. His nickname is Fat Leonard.
Fat Leonard.
Yes, and it sounds like... It sounds like a Fat Albert character.
Right.
It sounds like a Bill Cosby thing. Yeah, Fat Leonard. Francis was captured by Venezuelan authorities who had been made aware that he was on the run by Interpol and was trying to board a plane bound for another country. Fat Leonard had entered the country from Mexico.
And if you're not careful, you might learn something.
With a stopover in Cuba. His final destination was Russia, by the way. So
Hey,
yeah.
It's Fat Leonard.
He was apprehended at Simón Bolívar International Airport and remain in Venezuelan custody while U.S. Marshals and other federal authorities work out details of his extradition to the United States.
God, that makes you think about when Bill Cosby was, he's this guy's trying to help out kids and teach them stuff. And delightful characters.
All right, and that is what we're going to wrap the Bizarre File with right now. You have about 6 minutes to enter our Yoo-Hoo Loot word for this hour, which is invest, I-N-V-E-S-T. So get on that, do it now. You can enter invest by texting it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911, or you can enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. But you should go ahead and do that right now, friend. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Get the lesson question, the trash, and the music news. The fellas are getting close to Winslow, Arizona, where they are indeed going to stand on a corner, take pictures, and apparently there's a Preston and Steve listener who works right across the street from that famous corner. So we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. Was that by choice, or did your parents
By
demand?
state decree.
It was forced.
It was forced?
Forced,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
All right, well, pleasure to meet you guys. I know Steve we met before, but good to meet you. And Cheston is Chet. That's your regular name. Okay.
And by the way, we have little placards with our names and our high school
I love it.
pictures.
Nick Murphy did
Great.
some wonderful little collections, Preston. Everyone looks fairly similar. No glasses on Steve.
No, thank God.
And a little less hair, but
No
I can
hair on me,
commiserate.
right.
Yeah, on Chet, but that's okay. That's all good to go. So we're good to go. We have our callers up. Everybody set?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right.
Yeah.
So you want to start this? Everyone has our El Cheapo buzzers.
Yeah, let's do that. So each one of us has a buzzer. This is going to be a trivia thing. So I guess we're going to buzz in when we know the answer.
Yes.
And we're going to hold these up to the microphone. I will signal mine so you know what it sounds like. All right, so
Okay.
that's me. And Chet, what does yours sound like? And then Steve?
Whatever.
All right. So understand that there's only so much we can know about the accuracy of the answer to this question. So we're going to play a little light and loose with the particulars here. So let's get started. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Yeah.
All right.
set.
Question number one. What aquatic school-based contest, what aquatic alcohol-based contest took place at Ben Aronson's house?
That was Preston.
That was me?
Yes.
Pool in the pig. Or pig in the pool.
All right, please explain.
Okay, so Ben had a cutting board that was in the shape of a pig.
Yeah.
And we would actually, it floated. So we would put it in the pool and we'd play quarters on that.
It's similar, but not. Okay,
Steve?
I'm going to have to go with riding the 10-speed
Into the pool.
See, that's what I thought it was.
Steve
Off
is
the
correct.
ramp.
Steve is correct. Now, as with anything we do, it is what I have on this paper that determines
That's
the correct
fine.
answer.
Yep. And
so
listen-
it says here, riding bikes into Ben's pool with Bud Light 12-pack boxes on your heads.
On the head, remember?
And this apparently was captured on very low-definition VHS.
Yes.
And it had no brakes.
And it had no brakes. And I remember after we did that, when Ben's parents got back, what we didn't realize is we were marking up the bottom of the pool with tire tracks. And there were tracks all over the bottom of the pool.
Were these Bud Light 12-pack boxes, were they full or empty?
Oh, they were empty.
Okay.
But we fashioned them as if they were a hat. And they went... We'd put it over your head, like pull it down over your
like
face.
a protective shield.
Yeah, almost like a knight
Right, yes.
type of a helm that you would wear. So,
All right. Well, our winner is Ron on line 3, by the way, and he has won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial. And you can give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th, including their signature hot stone massage. Visit handandstone.com.
All right, gentlemen. Question number 2. What religious holiday did you guys observe by skipping school and going to Preston's house to smoke pot?
I remember that.
Okay, Preston.
That was Easter.
No.
We wouldn't have been at school on Easter.
I'm going to
What the
give you
hell?
an extra clue.
Damn it.
This was a jealous reaction to the Jewish kids getting so many holidays off.
Oh, Chet.
Rosh Hashanah?
No. Steve?
Hanukkah.
No. I have.
Wait. Kuala Lumpur.
It's a city in Malaysia.
Oh, damn it.
Yes, but often a holiday for many people who can't pronounce Hanukkah.
Hanukkah, no.
It is Good Friday.
I knew it was around Easter.
Yes, it was Good Friday, but as you rightly pointed out, you would not have been in school on Easter.
Who gave you the info?
This is from Hawk and Patty.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't know what he's talking about.
All right, question number 3, gentlemen. And remember, our answers are correct despite what is accurate.
Right.
Whose father made sure Hawk didn't go to jail for the senior sleep out scavenger hunt? Who's? All right, Steve.
It would be Doc Plaguey.
Incorrect.
Chet's dad? No.
No? Okay.
Whose father made sure Hawk didn't go to jail for the senior sleep out scavenger hunt?
Let's talk this out, guys. What was the senior?
Okay,
scavenger hunt?
so somebody made a list. Might have been Skippy Marino, I think, that made a list of items that we were supposed to bring back to the school, and they included like a police officer's license plate.
Nice.
And the entire, you know how you go to a neighborhood,
Yeah.
and there's a sign that says "Welcome to Old Farm Estates" or whatever.
A whole
Stealing that huge
sign?
thing?
That huge thing. I mean, these big.
Did you guys
items.
get them?
Of course we did.
So
Flag
this is
from Bell Reef Country Club.
Yeah.
this is the father, okay? The father who made sure that Hawk didn't go to jail.
I know it wasn't my dad. There's no way.
No.
All right, Preston.
I'm just trying to think of who was buddies with Hawk besides our family. I would say Mr. Janvrin.
Mr. Janvrin, you are all incorrect, unless I'll give one final round if you want to go for it, Chet.
I have no idea.
The name I have here, and of course the correct, despite what is accurate, Mike Freeberger.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You did
Thanks,
not
John.
know. All right.
Yeah.
This next question, I have a feeling you'll get this.
All right.
By the way, the scavenger hunt, what would have been, obviously you're stealing things that are
Oh, yeah.
felonies. Yeah. What,
Stealing is right.
what was the most hard to get item in the scavenger list?
I think it was probably the neighborhood sign.
neighborhood sign.
And somebody
Neighborhood
did.
And
yeah.
where'd you get the neighborhood sign from?
I didn't get it. I don't
Okay.
know. I don't. But somebody did. And by the way,
I
you had
assume
to-
that was the crime.
you had to bring all of these items to the high school and leave them there.
All right.
And then there was a huge list. And I really didn't get anything.
So
that
you were
night, I don't
bringing
think.
stolen items onto school property.
Yeah.
All right.
Senior sleep out was awesome, man. Slept in my car. Me and Howard Rosen. I remember that. I don't know if you guys were out all night for
You
that or
guys
not.
lived in you're a predominantly Jewish neighborhood, right?
Well, I mean, there were a lot of Jewish students.
yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. Question number 4. You've got 1 correct, 2 not so much. All right.
We suck at this.
Mike Kirby
Kirby.
Yeah.
drove this rather muscular mullet Preston.
Javelin.
That is correct.
Kirby, that thing was loud And I had a Mustang. I had a 73 Mustang. It was really loud too. And we just go burnouts all the time. And
Did he get in trouble for doing spinouts in the parking lot of the school as you did?
I don't think Kirby ever got in trouble
No.
for that. No.
Interesting fact about Mike Kirby: he bought the Playboy Club in St. Louis.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
It'd been
Drove a Javelin, bought the Playboy Club.
had been shut down, and I guess he bought it like back early 2000s.
Okay, so it was closed at the point he bought it?
It was closed.
All
and
right.
He bought it and turned into a teen club.
A teen.
There you go.
Well, of course.
All right. So who was Preston playing for?
He was playing for Brooke. So Brooke won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial. You can give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th, including their signature hot stone massage.
Very nice.
Handandstone.com.
All right, question number 6. As the story goes, and listen carefully to this, a sign was put up across a door about Nan's, quote, good couch. Paraphrase what that sign forbade and to whom it was directed.
Steve.
I
You have to paraphrase.
we weren't supposed to be on the good couch.
What were you not supposed to do on the good couch?
Relationships.
We'll take that! As we have it here, the sign read, no semen with a J.
Oh.
Can we get away with that?
No.
No jazz.
No jazz on the good couch.
Nice.
And this apparently, by my information, was directed specifically at you, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute. Who was Nan? Whose house was
Was that
this?
Patty's? That might have been Pat.
Whose house was this?
Sandy's.
Is it Sandy's house?
I do believe.
No jazz.
And so it was so common for you to spread your seat around the furniture that a sign had
Steve's
to go
like a fire hose, man.
the Peter North of the group.
It only hurts when I juke. So. There's another story.
Yeah, we'll tell that another time.
All right, so that was that's an interesting piece. I'm not going to ask another question for fear of giving away another upcoming question.
All right, so that was Erica was our winner, and she's won a pair of tickets to the Bucks County Playhouse presents The Nerd, June 23rd through July 15th. Get ready to laugh out loud at the most ridiculous comedy of the summer. For tickets, call Playhouse box office or visit buckscountyplayhouse.org.
Preston?
By the way, so Sandy, the girl who this happened at, now that was an offshoot of, we went to a high school called Parkway Central, but we also had a friendship with some Catholic school girls who went to St. Joe's Academy.
Yeah.
And that was Sandy and Patty and Cindy and a whole slew of them, actually, that were over there. So it was the Catholic school girls that were afraid of the semen on the couch.
So you could no man batter on the couch.
Yep.
All right.
On Nan's
All right.
couch.
There we go. So, question number 7. Where was Preston's band The Image playing the night of Hawk's 21st birthday?
Steve.
I'm going to go Litchfield.
Litchfield, Illinois at Ken's Lounge?
Nope. Preston?
Party Town in Bonne Terre, Missouri.
No.
Wow.
Chet?
I'm going to say it's the place in Soulard Press. What's the name of that?
Yes.
The old I just sent you the
schoolhouse.
picture of it.
Yeah, you did. It was an Irish name place. No.
No, incorrect. What we have here is ZBT House. I assume it's Zeta Beta.
Oh, my God. In
At the
Columbia.
zoo.
That was his birthday that night?
This is from Hawk himself, so I'm assuming that's
God.
correct.
You all had the same reaction to that.
That was
Okay,
an
explain.
insane night.
There is a much deeper story.
That was a crazy
Please, you
night.
tell.
We didn't go to the party.
Uh-huh.
You were too busy fouling a couch?
We walked. Yes,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
walked in and surveyed and walked out.
Wait, let me explain
Okay.
without saying. when you guys went in, didn't you think it was like raining inside or something like that?
There was
or it was
funny.
snowing
The
or
walls
something.
were kind of doing things.
We may have been delving into some hallucinogenics at the time.
So you thought it was raining inside and the walls were bending.
Mushrooms are
Yeah.
healthy.
Okay.
So we were hired to play at this fraternity ZBT, which they said stood for Zibong Team. They were the Jewish house.
Yeah.
The
guys
Jewish
at
house?
The Jewish house said all our answers were wrong.
Zits, butts, and teas is what I heard.
Okay, that's
Six
better.
butts and teas.
And so it was just, I mean, you're playing at a frat house. It's
Yeah.
as party as you can possibly get. And these guys were staying at a hotel room because they wanted to be there for the party because they were living in St. Louis. Columbia's a couple hours away.
All right.
And so we were waiting for them to show up, and they never showed up. Well, it turns out they tripped, and
They showed up. That was it. All right.
we got to get out of here. We have to leave right
I
now.
can't see my hand, man. All right. So we had no winners on that. Next question. And this was just referenced, actually. What was the nickname given to
Man, they've been holding fast, getting up at ridiculously early hours.
Oh, it only gets
tomorrow's going to be worse.
more dramatic because they're getting on for our show, but they're 3 hours back. So
Yeah, so their day's going to start like 3:00 in the morning. tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. But then they arrive, and tomorrow the goal is to get into Los Angeles by the end of the show, and that's the mission is complete.
and dip those Tootsies in the Pacific, right?
Yep, exactly. All right. In the meantime, let's give some away. We have a lesson question prize. We have a 4-pack of tickets for WWE Extreme Rules at Wells Fargo Center, Saturday, October 8th. And we need to know, why is this not working? Hang on. There we go. We need to know the answer to this question. The Kansas man was sentenced 5 years for performing illegal autopsies, decided that he's going to go back to which other medical field? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer to that. The Kansas man who was sentenced to 5 years of performing illegal autopsies decided that he is going to go back to which other medical field? Let's see if you know the answer to that. 215-263-WMMR. Call right now. While you call, we will do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see what's... hang on. We got a sponsor
wait
here.
till you hear this.
Brought to you this morning by Liberty Safes of New Jersey. Shopping for a safe, Liberty Safes of New Jersey carries the full line of Liberty Safes and all the accessories. You can visit them at one of their showrooms on Route 130 in Bordentown or Route 73 in Mount Laurel, or online at libertysafesnj.com. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Olivia Wilde addressed life as a newly single parent on Tuesday's Kelly Clarkson show. Wilde told Clarkson that it's now all on her to ask the nanny how the kids are doing.
All right.
Oh, my God.
Brad Pitt debuting some new paintings in Finland recently at a show. The 58-year-old actor says he is especially proud of two pieces called This Is My House and another called Hand Turkey. Zach Shallcross, who sent himself home from this season of The Bachelorette, responding to skeptics online saying he's far too young to get married. Zach posted a message on Instagram saying that he can do a cartwheel.
Oh.
That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll see if someone knows the answer to the question. The Kansas man who was sentenced to 5 years performing illegal autopsies decided that he is going to go back to which other medical field? And we go to Sean, who is on the line. Hi, Sean. Good morning.
It's a field of big hole called gynecology.
Yes, gynecology is correct. Hang on, Sean. You got it right, and we are going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets for WWE Extreme Rules at the Wells Fargo Center, Saturday, October 8th. Tickets are on sale now at wellsfargocenterphilly.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Come on. There we go.
Brought to you this morning by Apple TV Plus. The greatest beer run ever is in theaters and streaming on Apple TV Plus September 30th. And you can go to apple.com/the greatest beer run ever to get it. Blink-182's Mark Hoppus released more positive news about his health on Wednesday. He shared on Instagram that his most recent scan came back clean.
Excellent.
And he continues to be cancer-free. He posted, "Thankful for every day that I get to be here. Love you all." Hoppus was diagnosed with lymphoma in April of last year and has been open with fans about his cancer journey, including his struggles with depression and thoughts of suicide.
You know what? So in this time that we live in, and obviously cancer still presents formidable challenges for a lot of people, it's okay to be positive and even optimistic about. Here's a perfect example. Look at how far back he's come and how well he's doing. So it's very encouraging to hear stuff like this.
Yeah, there's a report out this morning that cancer is at an all-time low, and they're getting more and more equipped to deal with people, and if not able to cure, at least to delay things for a long time, and you get more life out of that. But a lot of it has to do with immunotherapy and things like that.
Big advances.
We're in a great place than more so than say 20 and 25 years ago. He went through chemotherapy last year, and 5 months following his initial diagnosis, he was declared cancer-free. Smashing Pumpkins singer-songwriter Billy Corgan admitted that his guitar riff-based songs are usually inspired by his early metal guitar heroes. Corgan thrilled fans with the news of the latest Pumpkins project, which is called Autumn, and it will drop in April of next year. He's shed light on his guitar influences, explaining Tony Iommi from Black Sabbath. He's my hero.
Wow.
And Tony wrote those riffs that when you hear them, and this is pretty interesting how he puts this, he says, it's like a movie. In my mind, I always call it Cosmic Sabbath. When I would listen to Sabbath, I would feel like I was peering into the universe. That's the way it made me feel, even as a little kid. So for me, a great riff has to kind of make you feel something bigger. I know what he's talking about. I had friends that were way into Sabbath when I was young. And I was like a fringe Sabbath fan. To be honest, it kind of scared me a little bit.
Right.
But when I would hear those songs like War Pigs or Sweet Leaf or Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, I would have strong visual images in my mind of something. And it was always dark, usually, because all that music was. But it's
like the image you get in your mind is of someone arranging succulents.
Right, yes. Something along those lines. Their moms, something. But he
doing arts and crafts.
No, I'd never heard it articulated like that, and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Corrigan went on to say, "There's a thin line between cartoonish and owning the space." He said, bands like Judas Priest and Sabbath, and even Accept, they all have something about owning the metal, and it's like you've got to believe it. So
it's so funny because he's talking about foundational rock for him, and it's something you wouldn't associate with him.
Yeah, it's not that sound didn't bring him to the dance.
Right.
You know what I mean? He did his own thing, but he was inspired by it growing up, and that's what kind of taught him.
That sound dropped him off at the dance and waited in the parking lot until he was done.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. All right, and then finally, just one more quick story. Ghost singer, and I never would have guessed this, Papa Emeritus IV, also known as Tobias Forge, who we've had here on a couple of occasions, announced on Twitter yesterday that he will be throwing out the ceremonial first pitch at the Chicago White Sox game tonight.
Right.
Now, I guess he's going to be dressed as Papa Emeritus, which will be hilarious if that is indeed the case. And
take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the park.
Actually, we have his...
Buy me. You have the music?
Yeah. By the way, we were playing this earlier. Chuck was like, dude, I was crying listening to that. This is tonight. The Sox are hosting the Cleveland Guardians at the Guaranteed Rate Field in Chicago, Illinois. Tonight at 7 o'clock. So I've got to see footage of this later on.
Cleveland Guardians?
That's what it says here.
They used to be the Indians.
Yeah, the Indians.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
So I have to believe that that Tobias Forge has never thrown a baseball in his life. And they don't let you warm up either. Nope. They just hand you the ball and say, here you go. So we will see. All right. And that is what I have in music news. Okay, so I've gotten word the guys are in Winslow, Arizona. So should we come back and wrap it with them?
I think so.
I think that's what we're going to need to do. So they've arrived Casey and his big adventure and company are at Winslow, Arizona, which was their destination for the morning.
Well, I'm standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona.
I thought that just wouldn't happen.
Well, even I was thinking like traffic or like a road closure or just anything.
They're benefiting from the fact that they got the areas that they're going to are sort of bereft of rush hour, you know.
And they're really, really early on the road, too. So,
Right.
all right, let's take a break. We'll come back in a second, wrap up the show, and find out how the guys are doing. Stay with us. We'll return in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Now, this is going to sound terrible, all right?
All right.
But it was the Haji Inn, am I right?
That is correct. And this is
it was called the Motel 66 Court.
Okay.
And there should have been a sign for Steve there about the jazz on the beds because a lot happened there.
Really?
Not mine.
So if you were to still
Not
bring
you.
one of those infrared lights or those blue lights,
yeah, you could ring it out.
it looked like a Jackson Pollock.
Yeah.
All right, so the Haji Inn.
Yeah, so I got that one right.
All right,
All
yes.
right. Well, congratulations to Rick. Rick, you've won tickets to see JB Smoove Friday, November 17th at 9 p.m. at the venue at Valley Forge Casino Resort. Tickets on sale. That would be today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Pre-sale began yesterday. You don't even worry about that because it's over.
All right, gentlemen.
Yes.
This one, when we actually reviewed this question, we laughed out loud at this. How did Steve earn the nickname Sterno? Preston.
You're not going to answer that? I know it. You didn't buzz in.
No, you got it.
All right. Steve used to light his farts all the time. And it was a little blue flame that would come out, and it reminded us of the sterno that you see, which is the liquid, the canned heat that you put underneath of little banquets, chafing dishes and whatnot to heat them up. So that's how he got the nickname Sterno.
We have here by lighting farts in nylon pants, which caused them to burn away. Did that actually happen?
I don't remember that.
The old nylon shorts, we may have had malfunction here or there.
Okay, all right.
All right, but that is correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Another winner from Preston.
All right, so that is Jim has won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial, and you can give the gift of relaxation. Father's Day is on Sunday, by the way, with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, two of my closest friends are here, Steve and Chet, and the gang has come up with these trivia questions from my past that they're asking to give you some prizes this morning.
Absolutely.
So
And Nick is keeping score. Nick, where do we stand right now?
I don't know how many questions you've read, Steve, but the score right now is Preston 3, Steve 2, Cheston 0.
All right. Maybe it changes with this question. What was the name of the full-sized arcade game at Hawk and Clearman's apartment? Who got it in first?
That's me.
Yeah.
Robotron.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Robotron. Was this a full arcade game?
Yep.
I don't know that
absolutely.
game.
It's a great game.
Okay.
2 joysticks. You're the last. You're trying to save humanity from the robots, and I love it. Still play it. I have it on my arcade game at home.
Cool.
All right. Very cool.
All right, well, we've just given our winner, and our winner is Laurie, our final Hand and Stone gift card, which is good for a free massage or facial. Be sure to give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th. Handandstone.com.
By the way, I just got a text from Sandy. Actually, it was at Patty's house where you weren't supposed to jazz on Nan's couch.
It was a nice couch.
Yeah. All right.
All right. We have a few more questions. And by the way, we understand that a number of your friends are listening online right now. Preston.
I put out a little Facebook video.
All right,
so.
all right.
And they can watch it too, by the way. We have the webcam up and running, so you can go to WMMR.com and watch the hijinks.
All right.
All right. Question here. The night Steve slid off the road into Hunter Farm's fence, who was the girl in the front seat? All right, Steve.
That would be the aforementioned Patty.
That is correct. So explain. Sliding off the road.
Sliding off the road.
By the way, how often did we see sections of that that fence missing
Every weekend.
all the time. I mean, this thing, it was white picket fence.
Yeah.
And it was down an embankment. And you would it was no big thing to drive by and go, yep, they took out 2 sections of it again.
What,
Did you?
In fact,
did.
I drove by one night. It was me and I forgot who else was in the car with me. And we saw, it was at night.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden we see headlights in the woods. And we're like, there shouldn't be a car down there. And we stopped, and sure enough, there was a section of the fence taken off. This guy had blown through it, and his car went all the way down in the woods.
He was driving around the woods.
We picked him up and took him over to St. Luke's. Is that the one that was
I
close
think
by?
I was with you. Got it.
Was that you?
I think I was with you.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Was that the one you took a whole bunch of the fence from? Or was there a chain link fence?
No, well, there was a chain link fence, and then there was another one over by, what was the park up the street on...
Faust?
What?
Faust?
Yeah, Faust Park. I took out a section of that one time, too.
It was Steve's brother's car, too.
It wasn't even my car, and we were just lightly snowing and just came around the corner and high fence.
Okay.
But when I did the one at Faust Park, when I took that out, it was Danny was in the backyard, Craig Schrader was, or in the back seat. Craig Schrader was in the front, and we're getting ready to turn into it. And Danny goes, "Press, put it low and floor it." And I did, and I spun a 180, and I took out that fence. And my dad was none too happy about that.
We've heard the story of the reaction. Yeah, it was pretty wild.
All right, well, our winner on line 6 is Jay. You've won tickets to see JB Smoove Friday, November 17th at 9 p.m. at the venue at Valley Forge Casino Resort. Tickets on sale today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
All right, question number 12. What was your mutual friend Sandy's nickname, and why did she get that nickname?
It's me.
Oh, again, Preston.
Balsa.
Balsa. And how did she get that name?
Because she's so skinny and light that you could just pick her up and throw her across the room with one hand. Or
That is right. I have here because she was too skinny to go down the water slide.
Too skinny to go down the water slide. Balsa.
Balsa.
Balsa
okay.
wood. Yeah, she was very.
I love it.
We have a winner.
All right, so William on line 8, you have won tickets to see JB Smoove Friday, November 17th at 9 p.m. at the venue at Valley Forge Casino. Tickets on sale, Ticketmaster.com at 10 a.m.
All right.
Wait, I have a quick question. So were Patty and Sandy girlfriends, or they were just in your group of friends?
They were close friends.
Okay.
Pandy and
Pandy. This is delightful panda bear.
Patty, Sandy, and Cindy were really, really, really close friends.
So you had these were the girls that would do your homework.
No. These were the girls at the Catholic school.
Oh, okay, all right.
Now, that
Catholic
was
school
some
girls.
other chick I dated when I was a junior.
All right. We have occasionally heard stories of the Naked River float. What was the name of the float trip company that inadvertently ran it? The float trip company.
That was on the Huzzah, wasn't it? Oh, chat.
Was it the Preston and Cheston Rock and Roll Float down the river?
No. It's the actual
that did
legitimate
happen.
name.
That did happen. Yeah.
I like that answer, though.
Wow, the company that did it.
Who came
I
up
think,
with that
Preston,
question?
you were actually kind of in the realm.
It was on the Huzzah, if I remember.
No, it wasn't. It was.
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't.
That one was. Or was it the current river?
It was the current because we went down to Salem.
They have so many rivers.
Our answer here,
Yeah.
Steve, you want to take a crack at it?
No.
It is, we have Huzzah Valley.
It was the Huzzah River for that one.
All right, no winners on that one, Preston. You were sorted there, but didn't,
I didn't
wrap
get
it
it.
up. All right. That was the one where you took, it eventually became a nude fest, right?
Oh, yeah. We were all of us. And there was probably 25 of us.
Yes.
Yeah, we all ended up completely naked. Listen, we took whiskey with us.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a float that would take 6 hours, 7 hours, something like that, maybe longer. And you're just getting bombed the whole time, just drinking the whole time.
It's a wonder no one died.
So we decided that the last mile of the float that we would get completely naked. And we're going by like families and stuff out there with the kids. Hey, how you guys doing? And we were just lit. It was awesome. And I have pictures.
Do you? Oh,
I have
all right.
lots of pictures of us completely and about. Oh, and we were jumping off of cliffs naked. too.
Naked as well. With
Yeah.
women, with girls as well.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
totally.
All right. Gentlemen, what was the very unradio-friendly nickname of Steve's car? Please paraphrase. Steve.
See you next Tuesday.
Yeah, yes. Steve is correct.
Nice. Which car was that?
Yeah.
That was the white Datsun 510.
Yeah.
Overheated all the time.
And that's why it earned that name?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
because of the overheating issue.
Oh
All right,
my
so we
gosh.
have Steve, who's the winner.
All right, so so Steve was playing for Kale, and Kale, you've won a pair of tickets to see the Bucks County Playhouse presents The Nerd, June 23rd through July 15th. And you can go get tickets through Playhouse box office or buckscountyplayhouse.org.
What a great name for a car, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to pick you up. 93.3 WMMR. All right, here we go. It is 10:40, the Preston and Steve Show. We'll do the letter of the day here in a moment or two. But we have other business animal. Marissa had like my intro for the guys because that's what we're going to do next. And we're going to check in with Casey and the big adventure that's taking place all through the week. And we wrap it up tomorrow, which I can't believe already. But we need to go one more time for the morning and see how these guys are doing.
The Preston and Steve Show bring you another check-in on Casey's Big Adventure on MMR.
And the goal this morning, I'll get it by tomorrow.
Listen, it's all great.
The goal this morning is to end up in Winslow, Arizona, to stand on that famous corner that is now famous. I mean, you know, it was sung about a long time ago, and then they designated the corner in Winslow, Arizona for the Eagles song, obviously, this one right here.
Well, I'm standing on a corner in Winslow.
How things are going. Can you bring up the Zoom video? And we have Casey and Jackie and Kyle who are there right now. Hey, guys.
And we are standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona. Such a fine sight to see. We got three cool dudes in a Subaru, and we're talking to Preston and Steve.
And there it is, yes.
You are there.
This has got to be like the Rocky, like the art museum steps for Rocky tourists that come in from out of town. Whoever works right around this has to have people singing that all the time, I would imagine. So how is the town of Winslow, Arizona, man?
Well, I'll tell you what, this corner of Winslow, Arizona is kind of like the only thing going on here. I did see a Sonic on the way down here.
Okay.
But,
well, behind you, to describe,
cool.
I'm sorry to jump in, Case, but to describe the corner behind you, people aren't watching on our YouTube stream. There's a mural, and it says Winslow, Arizona, and they have a flatbed Ford. It's kind of covered up a little bit, but to represent the song, you know, this girl, my lord, in a flatbed Ford slowing down to take a look at me, and they've got it as if it's a reflection in the window, and right next to a Glenn Fry bronze statue.
Now, this one is Jackson Brown.
Oh,
Jackson Brown's the one who wrote that song.
Yes, he did.
And then on the other corner over here, Preston, is Glenn Fry.
There's the they went with the long hair version of Glenn Fry. Interesting.
I guess that's about the time that it was written, true to that time. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And then you were talking about flatbed Fords. Well,
oh my God.
Flatbed Ford.
So they keep an actual flatbed Ford there, Case?
Yeah, and it always stays here. And the other cool thing is they have bumper stickers here, and it just so happens that I got an MMR bumper sticker. This.
Yeah, the whole thing's
on this
littered with
Ford.
bumper stickers.
I don't want to cover up anything.
No, I know what you mean, but you might have to. It's kind of like the Cadillac Ranch, you know, where you just spray paint over everything, and it ends up getting spray painted over. So, all right,
I could do this. There you go.
Nice, Case. That looks great.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So, and then I'll stick one on the other side or whatever. But and then on the other corner of Winslow, Arizona, is they have a cool little souvenir shop. It's called Standing on the Corner in Winslow, Arizona, and outside of that, they have speakers that are playing the Eagles, nothing but the Eagles. And then I want to, and so I'll get to this a little bit later on. But before I go any further, I want to hand this off to Jackie. And I want Jackie
before you go to Jackie, I just want to notice some people actually moseyed into the background there, and I use that term because you probably say mosey when you're in Winslow, Arizona. Dude wearing a big cowboy hat.
Yeah, so we'll get to those people in a little bit.
Oh, okay,
There's also something else going on here that I wasn't aware of.
All right.
But here, Jackie, come over here. I want you to take the phone and hold it like this on this side there. So you're not covering your. There you go. All right. Now, if you want to introduce these guys to our guests, go ahead.
So, Press, I heard that I was going to have a surprise here. I thought it may be an ice cream cone, maybe Jimmy's. I see a mummer coming down the corner.
Shut up.
What?
She's dressed in mummer gear.
I saw the mummers, and I had to ask, you a mummer, where you're from? And she says, yes. Tell everybody who you are and what club and how you landed here.
I'm Colleen Foster. My dad's really in the Uptown String Band, but I know Jackie was too, and I knew I had to strut with him here in the corner. So.
Dude, wow. That's fantastic. And
Hi,
you're
Mom, hi, Dad.
and you have some of your dad's costume there with you?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's a full authentic mummer's costume.
That is fantastic. Jackie, that is so cool to see a fellow mummer in Winslow, Arizona.
I can't believe it. Preston, Steve, they listen to you. Her parents listen to you each and every morning. She told me her and her husband have been living here about 2 years. Romano, you're getting extra points for the Youngstown String Band, only Bucks County String Band. Yes, so you're getting points, but she has a Wawa.
He's not allowed to award points. You can ask.
Only I do that.
The only string band from Bucks County they represent, but she's got a Wawa tumbler, so I told Casey Boy a couple points.
Oh, well, listen.
Nice.
Hey, guys, 5 points for Bucks County.
Hey!
We're doing it. We're definitely doing it.
And she's wearing an Eagles shirt, the whole thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wearing one of those.
It's
Awesome.
Eagles font with the band Eagles on it, which is really funny.
That's nice.
Love it.
So is she the one that works in the ice cream shop that we heard about, Casey?
Yes.
Yeah, she works over here at the it's called the Sip Shop, and then right next to the Sip Shop is a bar, like a brewery.
Relic Road.
Yeah. Relic Road is what that's called.
So, Colleen, you and I have been emailing for a little bit, and I know that you were real excited to have Jackie and Casey roll into town. Tell the guys a little bit about, like, there's a festival that happens for people standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona, and is that happening this week? Is that correct?
Yes, it's going to be happening tomorrow. It's the Stand on the Corner Festival, and it's tomorrow and Saturday. Come on down.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be right there. That is so cool. I can't believe we have mummer representation at the corner on Winslow, Arizona.
Wild. Yeah.
Nice.
All right. So the other thing that's going on here, and you saw the people moseying on in the background.
Yeah.
Are there these? Oh, here are these guys right here. I don't know who they are, but they're riding across the country on their motorcycles.
Oh.
And it's called a cannonball chase.
Okay.
And so they left from Springfield, Illinois, and they're going to end up in Santa Monica. So that's kind of what's going on there. You guys aren't from Philadelphia too, are you? Texas. They're from Texas. That's right, Philadelphia. So, and Jackie wants me to introduce you to this guy.
Hey,
what's your name?
My name's Carson Condi, from Morrisville. About a month ago, did a Hell March over here and moved over here to hang out with Colleen and her husband, who's really good friends of mine.
Oh.
And that's Colleen's husband. What's your name?
Randy Foster. How you doing?
Hey, good, Randy.
Watch you every morning.
What do you guys think of Winslow? I mean, some of you have just been there, and some of you have been there for a couple of years. What do you guys think about that town?
Absolutely love it.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Small town, great vibes.
Nice.
A lot of fun.
I mean, you get obviously this Eagles song has brought tons of tourism and commerce. Does it ever get to be a little too much of people coming into town, or is it just right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is it the tourists? Does it become too much, or is it just right?
It's just right. They kind of hang around here and don't really go much else. So,
all right,
it really isn't a big deal.
Yeah,
that's
nice.
Cool.
So Casey, you guys are going to hang out there, obviously take some pictures, maybe meet some people, get some video and so on. But your trek for the day is not done. Where else do you have to go?
We actually have a lot in store for today. So we're going to go grab some breakfast and maybe some ice cream over at the Sip Shop. And then we're going to hit the road. We're going to go to the Grand Canyon. And the Grand Canyon is only about a 2.5 hour drive from here. We're going to go hang out up there. Jackie Bam Bam's never seen the Grand Canyon, so I'm going to show him the Grand Canyon.
I can't wait to see Jackie's reaction to the Grand Canyon.
Who dug that?
Evil Knievel's going to be there, too.
Yeah.
Oh,
that Snake River case.
Yeah, the Snake River Canyon's in Idaho?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so
you guys are going to make it there.
I told him that.
The Snake River does go through the Grand Canyon, so we'll give Jackie a little latitude on that.
Hey, a quick question, Case. Is it raining there? Is it overcast?
So it's funny. Like, the only place it's rained in our whole car ride a little bit in Pennsylvania and Arizona. And we've been getting flash flood warnings, ever since we got into Arizona. So it's a little bit overcast, but hopefully the clouds will burn off in a little bit and we'll be on our way and we'll have a nice, safe drive ahead of us.
Okay. But where are you going to end up tonight? Where are you guys staying?
So then from the Grand Canyon, we're going to shoot on over to Joshua Tree and we're going to watch the sunset in Joshua Tree.
Wow.
And then we're going to end up in Palm Springs. And I think Jackie's going to attempt to shave my body in Palm Springs.
Hey, can you, when you're in the Grand Canyon, can you put some beans into a flashlight and have Jackie get lost?
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Jackie!
Bobby!
Casey!
Casey!
Oh, my God.
Where are you? I ate all my beans.
You got to play that thing when I fall off the canyon.
All right. Well, listen, you guys did great today. You did wonderful. You made really good time. And fortunately, it'll give you a little latitude to get to those other spots that you want to check out. It's fantastic that, and you guys still seem wide awake and raring to go, and you don't look road weary at all. So you're clearly having a good time.
We're having a great time. This has just been like a dream come true and a nightmare. For a little bit.
All right. Well, you'll check in with Brent and everybody else through the course of the day, and we will be chatting with you guys tomorrow. And the goal is to roll into Los Angeles by the end of our show. So you guys hang in there, stay safe, and have a great time today. All right.
All right, as these guys strut through Winslow, Arizona.
All right. There they go. Casey's Big Adventure continues as they they're just having such a great time.
They really are. I thought there'd be some element that's less than wonderful. It's all working.
I'm so happy that it's going the way it is. We still have another day to go.
Right.
And they got to get through the next 24 hours or so for this to be complete.
3 bodies in a burned Subaru found roadside.
So they're doing great. They're doing wonderful. And I'm very, very happy that
that's awesome.
Are going the way they are. Excellent. All right. In the meantime, Brett Porsche is here.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
And he's getting ready to take the reins for a little while. You did check in with them yesterday, right?
Yep. I got a phone call from a guy named Bill. He's a mother trucker, and he used to go across country. And he's the one that suggested the gondola ride at the
It's a gondola.
Albuquerque.
Yeah.
So I recorded the phone call and sent it over to Case, and that's what they did for their little date thing last night.
That's great. Yeah. Well, if you're listening and you heard some of the stops on the way, like Joshua Tree and Grand Canyon and so on, get in touch and let us know. By the way, does the Snake River go through Grand Canyon?
No, Colorado River.
Colorado River goes through Snake Canyon.
That's all right.
No, it goes through the Grand Canyon.
The Grand Canyon has snakes.
The Grand Canyon does have snakes.
Yeah.
I've been there.
So
Definitely
you're right.
lizards. I saw lots of lizards there. But anyway, as I said that, I'm like, wait,
It doesn't matter.
I think I got that wrong.
The Amazon goes through the Grand Canyon.
For all we know.
Yeah.
It does. All right, so shall we do the letter of the day?
Let's go.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
The letter D as in Destination LA.
And we have one more letter to go before we have a word tomorrow. $500 from the Bagster is what we're giving away.
Yeah, Bagster.
The Bagster is by far the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup. Go buy it at any home improvement store, fill it, and then simply schedule your collection, and it's gone. Clean it up with the Bagster dumpster in a bag. So we got a Thursday. What's going on today?
Yes, sir. So a little bit later on today, of course, we switch over to fall. So we're going to be doing some fall songs, part of the workforce blocks. Got some listener emails to get to today, including a block of System of a Down. And this weekend marks the anniversary of the Dazed and Confused movie. So one of the greatest soundtracks ever for a movie. So we're going to be hitting that as well. Awesome. We got Killers tickets for Tuesday. Another shot at $1,000, part of our Yoo-Hoo Loot contest. We're going to be checking in with Casey and his big adventure and the coffee breaks coming up.
Busy.
Brent's got you covered. Let me thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Acme, the official grocery store of the Preston and Steve Show. Also brought to you by Squeezed.com. Feel great and lose weight with Squeezed. And brought to you by Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, coming soon to Fairless Hills. Tomorrow on our program. All right, who is Hari Handakari?
He is a comedian.
Yes.
I can't.
We'll get it by tomorrow.
Yeah.
Canterbury. That's it. Hari
Canterbury
Canterbury
Tales.
will be joining us. And we're going to have live music, a performance in the studio. Larkin Poe.
Excellent.
Will be here. And that should be a lot of fun as the guys are pulling into L.A. So that's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.